I'm pleased to announce a successful confirmation, but Mike, it's on. I'm pleased to announce a successful confirmation of the following four board members. Ortiz-Licon, Sun, for the first time, with their 4-year terms, Holliday and Sandoval for the second time. So please join me in congratulating. And my second happy announcement is that I am delighted to announce that our student board member, Michael McFarland, has been accepted to attend Stanford University, starting in the fall of 2016. Go Cardinals. Okay, the changes in our agenda include item 30 will be the first item heard this morning before item 1, and is the only item on our agenda with an item addendum. There are 4 public hearings on our agenda, which will be heard on our agenda tomorrow, item 9, item 26, 27, and 28. The consent calendar and waiver consent items are on the lobby. Regular consent item is 4, and items 10 through 24. Then I also want to announce that the proposed waiver consent items include waiver 1 through waiver 17. Board members, if you want to remove any items from the proposed consent calendar, should advise Executive Director of this by 9 o'clock Thursday. That's after the closed session. I'm going to announce to the board members that the SBE meeting can be accessed fully via electronic agenda. You also have an electronic folder with our letters. Speakers need to sign up in the table just outside the room. Public comment will be at the end of the meeting. Speakers today and tomorrow get 1 minute on the agenda item and 2 minutes on the public comment period. If anyone wishes to submit materials to the board, please provide at least 25 copies and give it to Amy Bubico, who is at the front desk. Please, speakers, introduce yourself before you represent and come before the board. We have additional seating with TV monitors and additional seating in the lobby. And please turn your microphones on before speaking, and recuse yourself, board members, if you must do so before any discussion item begins. So I'm pleased to start the meeting with the report of the State Superintendent of Public Instruction.
Thank you, President Kirst and board members, and congratulations to all those board members who are here and going on to Stanford. That's great. And it's been another busy month, I was talking to Ting about not only busy for getting ready for this board meeting, but busy with the end of the school year and wrapping up a lot of things in our public schools. I'll start off with just noting that Teacher Appreciation Week is still underway, and we're so proud of the teachers of California. We've had the opportunity, including last night, to meet 1,200 teachers and shake hands with 1,200 teachers and take photos with 1,200 teachers as we recognize the Gold Ribbon Award schools in California. So our teachers are out there creating golden opportunities every day for our students, and we really appreciate it. The PPIC poll, I thought I'd just share a couple of quick highlights. I think you read them, but I think it's important to underscore that it's clear Californians do care about their public schools, and they're willing to invest more according to the PPIC survey. Back in April, the survey showed 6 out of 10 Californians who are voters say that the current level of K-12 funding is not enough. 63% said they would vote yes on the $9 billion state bond for facilities that will be on the ballot in November. And that was matched by local school bonds receiving the same level of support. About 62% of the public said they would vote for local bonds to match into the state bond measure. More than 62% were willing to extend Prop 30, and most of the audiences I've spoken with and groups I've addressed about this are happy to have that $8 billion a year and see how it's been well invested, and we're putting a spotlight on how well it's been invested. But that's a large percentage saying they're willing to continue that investment. 75% of California voters said they would like to see the state fund preschool and get more into providing preschool for 4-year-olds and so forth. We must continue to invest in the schools. That's what I take out from these survey results, that the public is with us on that. Testing update. 2/3 of the eligible 3.3 million students who will be taking the CASP assessment are underway taking it. Last week, we hit an all-time record on a single day of having 350,000 students at one time on the CASP test. And that's in contrast to other states. Carrick might mention this later. A couple other states, at least one, canceled their program because they couldn't get all the computer systems working, and I think it was Virginia, might have, Tennessee just canceled it because they couldn't get it together. So we're proud of our teachers and our technical staff that have helped, and parents and students helped make this very successful. We had, I mentioned last month, our summit internal for 1,000 of our employees. We trained facilitators to have workshops on Common Core standards and the new state standards, the whole child, how to run the department more efficiently and effectively. So we had a very fine summit with 75 of our team were facilitators, and we broke out in small groups and learned a lot and have a lot of good goals set from that. And that's all about capacity building and continuous improvement, which brings me to my last item to report. So that Accountability and Continuous Improvement Task Force report is here. It's in front of us today. We believe in it in terms of how it really emphasizes continuous improvement. I want to thank everybody who's been a part of that process, and many are here in the audience today. Working on a task force, the report was developed by a diverse group of 30 in the task force, comprised of leaders in many fields: teaching, administration, business, higher education, and philanthropy. Students and parents and school board members were also deeply involved. I especially want to thank the two task force co-chairs, Wes Smith, and good to see you back, Wes, Executive Director of the Association of California School Administrators, and Eric Hines, President of the California Teachers Association. Eric and Wes did an incredibly outstanding job with the effort as they moved the task force forward. I attended most of the task force meetings, and it was exciting to hear the rich discussions and deep discussions and hear so many great ideas. Thanks to all who were part of that. And as you see, the report contains sound ideas about how to build a system, a new system that works for students and parents, teachers and districts, and the entire community. The report focuses on three main principles: performance, equity, and improvement. The task force report calls for aligning to the greatest extent possible local, state, and federal accountability and continuous improvement systems to create one integrated system. It also reinforces the concept of multiple measures, that the task force took a look at a variety of those indicators. You're going to be discussing and debating them further, as you have in past board meetings, such as high school graduation rates, chronic absenteeism, college and career readiness, school climate, and standardized test scores. The report does place a top priority on identifying and closing the pernicious and persistent achievement gap. Also, as we look at it, the opportunity gap. So it's not only about test scores, it's also about ensuring educational resources and opportunities for our students. So as always, a lot of work remains to be done, and we'll have a full agenda moving that work forward today. So thank you for all your work.
Well, thank you. We now, right on cue, we are going to take item 31st, which is a presentation by Glenn Price, Eric Hines, and Wes Smith of the task force. And this is our first chance to really get a look at this, and we're very much looking forward to hearing from you.
There we go. Well, thank you, President Kirsten. Thank you, Superintendent Torlakson, and board members. It's just a delight and a pleasure to be here with Eric Hines and Wes Smith presenting this report to you. We're going to provide a high-level overview of the work of this advisory committee, the task force on accountability and continuous improvement. And for those of you who are watching along at home and you're in your office or wherever you might be, there's a link to the full task force report on the right-hand part of this slide. So if you'd like to take a look at that as we're moving along, that would be terrific. Let's see here. So as Superintendent Torlison mentioned, we had an incredible group and two awesome leaders at the helm of this task force, Eric Hines, President of the California Teachers Association, and Wes Smith, Executive Director of the Association of California School Administrators. And if you look back on the really back page of the task force report, you'll see the full list of folks who contributed to this effort. It's on page 41, and I think you'll join me in realizing what an incredible group of people gave of their time to make this work so productive and to move forward these items for the state of California. So what we're going to do today is just take a really quick piece of your time to give you an overview of this report, starting with the executive summary, the foundation, and the accountability framework, moving into the discussion of continuous improvement, and then some thoughts about implementation. And I think what you'll see as you reflect back on the work that the board has undertaken over the past couple of years, and most intensively over the past year, is that this work really builds on the foundation that you all have established, but also lays out some additional areas that we can be looking at in the future. So I'm going to turn the mic over to President Hines to walk us through first the executive summary.
So thank you, and morning, Mr. Superintendent and Dr. Kirst and the rest of the board. Thank you. It's exciting to be here to present this report, and especially with such a broad spectrum of people that have gone to the work on in here. It's certainly created some interesting discussions, but I think ultimately it's going to be good for our students and for the California way of actually doing this differently than I think what we're seeing in the rest of the country. So let's dive right into it. The executive summary starts on page 3 of the document, and I'm going to do a rapid overview of everything, and then we're going to take a little bit of deep dive into each one of these. So first of all, we want to build on all the positive changes we've made in our state. And the task force recommendations can be summarized in 3 words, as the superintendent has already said: performance, equity, and improvement. And you're going to see that actually reflected throughout the work. So if you turn to page 5 of the report, you'll see a graphic representation of the core features of the accountability and continuous improvement proposed by the task force, which builds on current state and federal policy context we find ourselves in. Our system also resides, of course, in the context of all the stakeholders and the local communities where the schools reside, and that we know that in order for this to really work, that everybody has to be engaged at all levels into the process in order for it to be really successful. So just as a classroom teacher, and I teach elementary, 3rd grade is my sweet spot, and I like to start each year with a vision of success about what I think, how I want to do for my students. And so we began our work at the task force for collaborating what the right drivers are, what the vision is, and building the framework that's going to support our work. So the name of the task force is very intentional. We know that accountability systems by themselves don't improve schools. We've experienced that for the last 15 years, and so we want to really change the way we're doing something, and we have to link the accountability to improvement support so we can actually create the positive change that improves learning and teaching. In our proposed accountability framework, it ties improvement supports to the information needed for accountability and continuous improvement. So with that overview, let's discuss each of the components, starting with the foundation. And Wes, maybe you could lead us through this part.
Thank you, Superintendent Torlison and Dr. Kerr, State Board. Thanks for this opportunity. If I misspeak or forget where I am today, let alone where I am in the presentation, I had open heart surgery 6 weeks ago, so my wife and cardiologist have said I can milk that excuse for another 6 weeks, all right? So let me just put that out there in front of you. Thank you to Eric, and what a powerful opportunity it's been to work with Eric and with CTA. You should all know, and the world should watch out. We've broken bread twice, we've hugged twice, and just this morning we discussed ways that we can change educational outcomes for all students. So it's been a pleasure to work with Eric. Speaking of the foundation, no plan works unless it has a strong foundation, a common vision that's shared by all, and guiding principles. And a lot of that work has been done for us by what we call the California way. A lot of work of the superintendent and some really, really smart people working on that. And the California way rests on the belief that educators want to excel. It trusts them to improve when given the proper supports, and provides local schools and districts with the flexibility to deploy resources so they can improve. The vision we have is for a world-class education, but I always get nervous when I hear terms like that. What is a world-class education? It's like the world's best cup of coffee. But our report goes on to define that in terms that are meaningful. We seek to provide a world-class education for all students, from early childhood to adulthood, and prepare students to live, work, and thrive in a multicultural, multilingual, and highly connected world. So it's making sure that every student, regardless of their age, their ethnicity, their socioeconomic status, how many parents they have, and the education of their parents, that every single one of them comes out of our school system prepared for college and or career, and they're willing and capable to participate in our democracy. And the guiding principles, we want the state board to know that we didn't do these separate from your guiding principles. In fact, your guiding principles started our conversation. They're part of our report. We did add two that we thought would be nice recommendations and important for the field. One is to align, to the extent possible, state and federal systems to create one integrated system. If we have more than one system of accountability in this state, once again, our educators are going to be spending time filling out papers and working through processes instead of educating our kids. They should be spending time making a difference for the lives of students, not filling out paperwork. And the second one is encourage labor management, participation, and collaboration. I think our committee represents that. I think the work of the California Labor Management Initiative is another step in that direction. We'll all be better served when we're using our collective wisdom and decision-making to benefit our students.
So now I'm going to talk a little bit about the accountability dimension of the framework. You know, as you remember, we had a very diverse group working on this and some very intense conversations. And through those intense conversations, I think we came with some helpful kind of different perspectives for all of us and how we should be looking at the accountability system. If you look on page 10 of the report, first thing we have to do, of course, is define what that means. Accountability, equity, performance, and whole child. And we say those words a lot, and sometimes they almost sound like they're just buzzwords. But sometimes we can say the same words and mean completely different things. And so we wanted to really look at and collaborate and calibrate what those meanings were for us so that we're actually talking on the same page. We proposed two major categories of measures: performance and equity, and importantly, improvement in actually each area. This tracks closely with the work that's been undertaken by you as the board. As we think how we'll determine the important indicators in these outcome areas, the task force extended the current work of the state board to include simple but powerful framework that allows for the inclusion of the state's powerful indicators. The first indicators are state-required indicators. Those are ones that will be focused on for state and the federal purposes, like for the ESSA compliance. The state-reported indicators are indicators that are also applicable and relevant statewide and can be used to complete a statewide reported indicator set, but provides a more holistic picture about what's actually going on related to performance, equity, and improvement. In state-supported but locally reported indicators, this provides additional diagnostic and evaluation information that should be available for voluntary use. And this area could also provide the ability for the state and its partners to also innovate and look at different ways for measuring and looking at these indicators. And then there are locally generated and reported indicators that are identified and can be identified both collaboratively and locally and are vetted locally. System indicators, which is you can see it's the circle all the way around it, is the last but not least of the indicators. And this would provide information on how the state is doing in supporting the system. So it's kind of a concept. We're holding ourselves accountable as well as what's happening at the school site. It's kind of a system of reciprocal accountability.
Any continuous improvement system has to be based on that continuous improvement supports that require or required therein. So in our report, we define continuous improvement, because it's a word we throw around a lot. And however you look at that, there are lots of different models, PDSA and the like. It's rich in reflection, in learning, and using data and those learnings and reflections to improve outcomes and to continue that process. PDSA and repeat. That's what it's built on. Our system is a three-tiered system. It begins with support for all. We believe that all school sites, school districts, county office of education need the resources to improve outcomes for their students. Think about it. When I want to go to a new restaurant in a town I don't know, I look at Yelp. When I want to go see a movie, I look at Flickster. And when I want a vegan quinoa chili recipe with 0 sodium and absolutely no flavor, I go to Pinterest. It's time in California for us to have a place accessible to all, for them to look at vetted and research-based processes, structures, resources to benefit students. Now is the time. We also have focused improvement for those who have specific needs. They're identified as having specific needs. And then we have intensive support for those who have more comprehensive needs. So all focused and intensive support. At each of these levels, it's essential that we work together, that the state superintendent works with the CDE staff, with the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, and with the County Office of Education to not only identify high performers, but where there are needs, and then to provide some supports for those needs.
So thanks, Wes. Just a couple words around some implementation issues. So if you look at Table 9 on page 22, the task force started going into some actual action items that we could be taking together at these different tiers. So at the level of support for all LEAs, for example, providing really excellent planning tools through our LCAP template. We focused improvement support, as the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence already is, identifying high-quality support providers, and then in the area of intensive, doing the same and providing those supports that build that capacity at the school level. The task force also just talked a lot about how can we think about success. So oftentimes we get trapped into talking about what are we going to do when things go wrong, but how can we define an image of success and move towards that and look towards linking this new system to a program of recognition in California. We've had one in the past. It's time for us to take one out to a new future, a new vision as we revision our accountability and continuous improvement system. And I'm particularly excited, and these names are just placeholders, obviously, but on this proposed Mount Shasta Award, where we think about how do we recognize service and support, knowing that this level of support that we need for our schools and for our districts is going to take a movement in this state, and how do we recognize those that are serving and support throughout our state. I also wanted to call the attention of the board and those here in attendance and watching online to Appendix A, which really calls out by the task force the area of early learning, and recognizing that early learning and support for early learning and integrating it, not necessarily in the context of more assessment, but in the terms of more integration, can be the necessary first step in a continuously improving system. So then, thinking about implementation, how do we move forward? If you look into that implementation section of the report, the task force did a fair amount of thinking around how do we delineate out the roles for different players, and particularly from a state perspective, how the department, the collaborative, and county offices can be working to build capacity. Also thought quite a bit, as I know that the board has as well, around how can we be utilizing dashboards and at different levels, drilling down, to provide information that can be useful and utilized at all levels of our state, from very simple car-type dashboards to really taking a look at what the department is already providing in terms of the LCFF snapshot, to the Alberta model, which was looked at intensively by the task force, to and I'm not sure why this slide isn't presenting, but in the report itself, you'll see a scatter plot which shows the same kind of information as the Alberta model, but in that lower left being an area of concern and the upper right being areas of most success. And those big dots that you see on the scatter plot in the report are actually schools and districts, providing the opportunity for folks to connect with each other. And provide support to each other based on their skills and capacities. So the last piece that the task force looked at around implementation was thinking about how we could be providing more effective and efficient planning tools for our schools and districts. And the situation that we find ourselves today in is that we have a variety of of required plans at the school site level, the single plan for student achievement. Obviously, we know about our LCAP required at the district level. We're also requiring for many schools a local education agency plan. And these are typically done separately. Some schools and districts have started working on ways to integrate them. And the task force is calling for work as we move forward, and particularly as we start thinking about template redesign, the ability to link these plans together. So as we work on our local control and accountability plan, can that provide the basis for the development of our local education agency plans that are still required under ESSA at the district level, and then at the school site level, linking in and aligning those single plan for student achievements, which also would have potentially the added benefit of providing a fair amount of juice and energy for the local control and accountability planning activities undertaken by districts. So in summary, the task force has laid out a foundation, an accountability framework, continuous improvement supports, and a pathway to implementation. And I'll let Eric and Wes sum up here.
So in closing, obviously this is a very innovative and different way of thinking for us. And if we remember, and we don't talk a lot about that over the last few years, we're a system that has suffered a lot of trauma. And that means that in order for us to build the kind of thinking and the kind of trust and relationships to actually move forward and move away from a system where it's focused on compliance and on testing and simple numbers and simple answers, to a system where we're all working together to build something that actually improves learning and the educational experience for our students, is going to take time, and it's going to take building relationships. But as we see, even Wes and I, we're building that relationship. We're going to start here. There's only two of us, but we're starting. And I'm going to talk to my cardiologist and see if I can use that as an excuse later going down the road too. But it's going to shift into a system like this will take some time, and we understand that, and it's going to take a lot of conversation and a lot of rebuilding of the trust and relationships that we need at all levels, and that includes not just the teachers and not just the administrators, but the community and the students and everybody involved in the system for all over. So some of the data, of course, we know is not currently being collected to support some of the identified indicators in the report, but we think that the current improvement system, it's not going to be sufficiently resourced yet, but if we really want to put our money where our mouth is and really want to focus on students and improvement, then I think we can work on that, and it's critical for us as a state to make a commitment like this and start this shift, these kind of important shifts to this new way of thinking. It's our shared responsibility. I can tell you many stories of students who one in particular that I think of, who suffered trauma the night before and still showed up the next day for school. And if my students can do that, then I owe them the best educational experience possible. And I think we do as a system, because we have the 6 million students in California that we are counting on us, and they're counting on us to do it the right way.
So now's the time for us, a unique opportunity in the history of public education to take deliberate steps away from what we know doesn't work. We did that really well, what doesn't work, and we know what doesn't work. Let's do what does work for students. Let's make them our priority. Let's create a system that benefits our students by supporting the educators that serve them. Let's upset the realtors in the world by uplifting our students and their success. Now, I want to pledge our support to you. Take a look at that list of who's on the task force. Except for my name, there's some pretty cool names on there and people that represent some great associations. That task force stands at the ready to support you, to be thought leaders with you as you implement this. We stand at the ready to be collective muscle, if you will, to work with the legislature and clean up the underbrush that we know exists there. Please use this. Use us as thought leaders. Use us as collective muscle to do what's right for our students, because we want to be a part of that solution. It's time for us to think about what we can do and what we should do. We often think about what we can do. We look at some of the resources we have. But we should also spend time thinking about what we should do. And if we don't have some resources that we need, let's do it anyway. Let's find a way to do it. If suspension and expulsion rate doesn't give us clear data on student engagement, then let's find some resources to combine with that so we get a clear picture. What we can, but also what we should do in this state to benefit our students. Thank you to Superintendent Torlakson for him convening this group. Thank you to the State Board for giving us this opportunity to weigh in. And I want to thank everybody that served on that task force for their dedication and for at every single meeting and every conversation, putting the kids of California first. I want to thank them.
Thank you for presenting it, yes. Well, I'm sure there's board member questions. This puts a lot of things we've talked about all in one place, all in specific detail, and it's very comprehensive. So it really is going to be useful for the board in developing many more components, and for example, the one we're talking about today, which is some of the performance indicators. The board has been working on all of the indicators, since that's the topic of today, that you mentioned, state-required indicators. We've also been working with you on state-reported indicators, state-supported indicators, the third one, and the locally generated indicators as well. So I think it's a good setting that you posed for today's discussion, in that we will be discussing some of these and not the full battery of them that will later be the comprehensive system, I think, that you recommend. And we also will be thinking about state system indicators as well. That's an addition that I think you spell out very deeply in the report. Also, we're well aware that you include both academic and whole child indicators, and I think that's something for the future as well. So the board will be discussing how we can get from here to there on developing these indicators, and I think we need to signal our intention on how that we're going to do this, and more on that, of course, on item 2. So with those remarks, and the very comprehensive, again, the nature of it, continuous improvement as well, combining all the plans. I mean, so for people that want to know what's on the mind of state policymakers, this is a one-stop shopping place for looking at it, and it's very clearly written. So thank you for providing this assistance to us. And now board member questions. Board member Ortiz-Lacombe.
I just want to thank the task force for this report. I have to say that there's so many things that I love, and I'll tell you the 3 that I love. One, that it was focused on student learning and achievement. That is very clear, the focus of this entire document. The system should be focused on student achievement and learning, and then we should develop the system of support around that. I also love the equity piece. No surprise there. I want to take this piece of equity on page 12 and put it on our accountability item, because I think that you clearly define what it means, not in the abstract, but very tangible in the classroom, in an ecosystem of learning. What is, and of course, accountability. And I also appreciate that it incorporates and includes all stakeholders. So why should this matter not only to those of us around this table or in this room, but to all stakeholders? As a mother, that mattered to me. And I'm sure as a community member, that would matter to me as well. So thank you for all your hard work.
Board member Rucker, and then board member Holliday.
Well, I also want to add my congratulations to the task force and to the conveners for presenting this report to the board today. And like my colleague on the board has expressed, there are many, many things in this report to like, and there are many, many things in this report that really do set the table on the conversation. What I truly appreciated in the report, first of all, and most importantly, was the definition section. A lot of times my frustration has been in having conversations with stakeholders, we conflate assessment and accountability so it becomes one single conversation. What I really appreciate is how you identified each of the elements of accountability that include assessment, and there is this reciprocal systemic accountability that really has been absent from the conversation for quite some time. And what I really appreciate also is the focus on defining and drawing out for the rest of the world a conversation that we've come to take a shorthand on, and that's the California way. Yeah, I have family who live back east. The majority of my family live back east, so whenever I go to family reunions in the summer in Mississippi, they usually roll their eyes because I'm from California. And of course, you know, we do things very differently here, but this conversation and in the way this report draws out and gives a clear image and on the operations of the California model is really a model that's founded on what are the right drivers. People continue making aspirational statements about the system and about accountability, But this actually shows in the model how that California way and those right drivers are actually integrated into the conversation we've come to have. What I also appreciate, beyond the idea of what is ideal, is that you identify some practical ways to go forward with implementing this plan and with implementing this model, some of which is being considered by the board at this point, and some of which remains work that remains in front of the board. But what I truly appreciate is you've given us a clear pathway that defines not only what our intention is, but gives intentionality to the decisions that we are tasked to make today. So thank you very much for this work in this report.
Board Member Holliday.
Gentlemen and everyone on the task force, thank you so much. This is absolutely excellent, and it is bringing all these pieces together in one place for us is very helpful. Thank you so much. What I'm really excited about is you spent a considerable amount of time talking about support. We have spent hours and hours and hours talking about identifying weaknesses, and that's not at the heart of the system. At the heart of the system is how are we going to support our kids? How are we going to support the people who are helping our kids? And for you to start to lay out the full spectrum of not intervention, but support is critical. And I hope that in future meetings we spend every bit as much time talking about how that system is being built and how successful it is and where there are weak spots and how we can improve than talking about indicators. Every school, no matter how wonderful, every teacher, every classroom needs support, can do better, can continually improve. And so while it's important to have precise and accurate indicators, it's more important to have great support. So thank you again for that. Also, one last thing, the whole notion of recognizing excellence, perfect, absolutely. Because from that, it helps build our support system. Thank you.
Board Member Williams.
I'll echo what everyone else has said, but I'll add to it just a little bit. I too, Member Holliday, loved the award system. It's very different from what we've had before, and I love the focus in it, not just on student achievement and improving student achievement, but there is an award in there, I believe, about supporting other LEAs. Just the whole way that it's put together, it's different kinds of excellence in building a whole system. I loved Wes's comment that we should not just focus on what we can do and get stuck with what we can do, but what we should do. And it's important to be thinking that's like a North Star, not just what's possible right now, but what should be possible and the fact that we can make that possible. I also liked the ring of state responsibility. Of reciprocal responsibility. This is something that I've been in conversation with a couple of people about just recently, that we need to start being more articulate and mindful about the fact that once we get this grand vision for a shift in accountability and all the performance indicators and all of that in place, we now have then a responsibility to make sure that schools and districts and LEAs have the kind of student data systems and the kind of finance systems and reporting that enable them to reach that vision and to report on it and to know whether they are. So there's a lot of information in here. I haven't had a chance to read it in detail, but the pieces that you talked about and that I saw this morning as I'm looking at this morning are fresh. They feel fresh to me. And really on the right track, and I appreciate all of the work. Thank you.
Okay, is there public comment on this item? Okay. Wait. Please introduce yourself.
Sure. Terry Burns, California School Boards Association. And on behalf of our Executive Director, Vernon Billy, he would like to express how appreciative he is of being included in the deep thinking and deep commitment of all the partners in this effort and his support for the report. On behalf of CSBA, I'd like to thank you for the inclusion in the report of the role of school board members in setting the local vision and focus and communicating that local accountability to the communities, and the need for capacity building for school board members to do that work. So thank you for all the work involved, and we continue to support it and commit to helping you out in delivering it.
Good morning, Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing the California Association for Bilingual Education. First of all, I'd like to thank the State Superintendent and the staff for developing such an excellent and comprehensive report, especially with regards to providing a vision in terms of what we're looking at, and also emphasizing the issue of equity. The report provides state and local indicators for districts and schools, which includes both academic and whole child indicators. Very novel for me, whole child indicators, which hopefully will provide a more holistic picture of the extent to which all students are prepared for college, career, and life and leadership for the 21st century. Included in the report is an EL composite comprised of EL progress using scale scores on English learners' proficiency versus looking just at English proficiency, along with reclassification. The report refers to it as redesignation, and long-term English learner rates that we hope you will consider in your debate regarding the indicators. Thank you.
Just to make sure we have everybody: Patty Scripner, Celia Jaffe, Angelica Jonko, Roxanne Alejandro, Lisa Hegdal, Shelley Spiegel-Coleman, Efren McCardo, and Samantha Tran are on the list.
Good morning, everybody. Shelley Spiegel-Coleman from Californians Together. We really want to thank the entire committee for the work that they've done over a 9-month period of time, for the leadership from our superintendent, and for the ability for taking all of the conversations that we've been having, even through the stakeholder meetings, and be able to actualize some of the concepts that we think have been so important, but we haven't been able to grapple how that would be calculated, how that would be embedded, and how that would be envisioned. And I'm referring to specifically the issue of equity. There's been a lot of conversation about equity, but it's been difficult for us to look at it through some of the pieces that we've been discussing individually at the stakeholder meetings. This puts it at the center of the work. We are proud of how it has materialized in this report. I think it gives us all a lot to deal with and to move forward on. And the fact that we're looking at performance and equity and then visioning how we're going to calculate not only closing the gaps in achievement, but closing the gaps in opportunity. And we hope that that becomes a part of the conversation later today. Thank you so much.
Hi, Brian Lee on behalf of military leaders, law enforcement leaders, and business leaders with Ready Nation, Mission Readiness, and Fight Crime, Invest in Kids. I was very pleased to be a member of this committee, one of the members of the advocacy community. It really was a balanced committee. The big question is, how is this going to lay the groundwork for what we talk about in item 2, the state-reported key indicators? And I think 2 important differences. This is more holistic, and it's not a point in time, which is what we are stuck with, but a real vision of where we're going to go. It goes from 5 recommended indicators to 8. It's still concise. It's less than half of what Alberta is, about 16. And it adds indicators as data becomes available: college and career readiness, school climate, chronic absence. We think that vision is a very important one for you all to try to adopt, and we also think it reflects the research, the balance, and the compromise of all the people on the committee. So thank you, and we're pleased to be part of this task force.
Good morning. There we go. I'm Shelley Mazer. I'm the CEO of the CDE Foundation. CDE Foundation was very proud to be a co-sponsor of this work, and we're grateful to the California Education Policy Fund for funding the work of the task force. As I've previously committed to the State Board, we're very willing and ready to help with communications around this work. For me personally, I'm excited about it for a variety of reasons, including that it brings together a lot of the work that the CDE Foundation has been doing, including our work on the Labor Management Initiative, some work that we've been able to support on the underbrush clearing that Wes mentioned, as well as work that we've been doing, and I've talked to you about before, around developing a resource exchange, an online resource exchange that provides a space for excellent practices as well as online collaboration. we're moving towards that. We have a name, and we have identified a potential supporter on that one. So just wanted to let you all know that we, like the rest of the task force, are willing to continue to support and work on this recommendations.
Good morning. My name is Camille Mabin, and I'm the Executive Director of First Five California. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you this morning. I first of all want to thank Superintendent Torlakson and Glenn Price for all of the work, and my fellow task force members. It's been an honor for First Five California to participate in this process and to really bring early learning into the fold. So we are very excited about the work and look forward to moving on and working with you to support the recommendations in the report. We also hope, as usual, you'll take particular notice of Appendix A because it really does outline how early learning can be a part of this, not only in closing the achievement gap, but preventing it. We think we are that first stop. We look forward to being part of the continuum of learning. We thank you so much for your support of this work and look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you so much.
Morning, everyone. Samantha Tran with Children Now. I also had the pleasure of being on the task force and wanted to thank the superintendent and the chairs and the task force members, and especially Glenn, because this was a really tough process. We pushed on each other a lot in terms of our thinking and wrestled through with, how do we have a comprehensive vision that really integrates support for schools and districts and thinks about that process and all the work that's happening under LCFF around local planning and local implementation, and then marrying that with the state role and trying to create a coherent local, state, federal system. We're really excited about the framework around how we think about information. So the role of information for the purposes of providing some transparency around how schools and districts are doing at a high level, and then deeper levels of information through a dashboard, both state-supported, locally reported, and trying to integrate that in a way. And also this commitment to performance improvement and equity, that these are our key provisions and things that we need to think through, and the state's role in that process. So thank you very much.
Good morning, Sherry Skelly Griffith, the Executive Director for the California State PTA. And I too want to thank the Superintendent and Glenn and Wes and Eric and the diverse group of talented individuals that I had the privilege to serve with for this report. It was a game-changing report when we came, I think, to the three pillars that you see in the report: performance, equity, and continuous improvement. Everything from there on was predicated on the whole child, and we were able to bring that into the report. And so on behalf of our 800,000 members, we stand ready to support you in this work, agree with Board Member Holliday that it needs to be about support, and we are so privileged to be a part of it. Thank you.
Would like to spend a lot more time with this very comprehensive report. I think there's a lot here, but are very encouraged by some of the things that you've already mentioned, specifically the vision and intentionality of this really comprehensive report and the focus on equity and on student outcomes, really that being at the core of everything. We, like others have mentioned, are really interested to see how this lays the framework for your conversation around item 2, because I think one thing we've all struggled with is how we've talked about the elements of the system in very segmented ways without a real sense of the vision. And I think that this report gives us a very comprehensive framework, and we hope to see that kind of serve as the root of your conversation around item 2. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Liz Guillen with Public Advocates, and we want to reinforce the support that has been spoken here today for the task force recommendations and report, particularly in the inclusion of equity at the very top of the goal of the system, and the fact that improving equity is also another indicator of a good school or a good district. We also appreciate the articulation of differentiated supports for different types of issues. These are things that the Coalition of Equity Advocates and Civil Rights Groups and parents and students have been asking for since the beginning of this conversation, and so we look forward to seeing how this can be actualized. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kurz, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. Lee Angela Reed on behalf of the Small School Districts Association. Just want to thank Superintendent Torlakson, the chairs of the task force, and the task force members for the work and kind of really putting some visualization to the process. And I think it really complements the work that the board's been doing. And I think the coordinated efforts are really, the only thing that's going to happen is it's going to benefit California students. So thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public comment on item 30. And now we're ready for information action item 1, the LPAC approval commencement of the rulemaking process. And Michelle Center here is to present it, and you can define LPAC and to start with. Thank you.
Good morning. Superintendent Torlakson, President Kirst, members of the board, Michelle Center, the division director over our assessment division at the California Department of Education. What a spot on the agenda I got today, right? So the item I have before you is for the commencing of the rulemaking process for the LPAC, which is our English Language Proficiency Assessment for California. And so this is the first item that you will see in a series of items in terms of the rulemaking process for these regulations. This is an action item before you. The recommended action is that you approve the notice of proposed rulemaking, you approve the initial statement of reasons, you approve the proposed regulations, and you direct the CDE to commence the rulemaking process. And also, we ask you to authorize the CDE staff to make any procedural actions that may be required because of concerns from the Office of Administrative Law during their review of the rulemaking process. That's the action before you today. So before I go over just a few highlights of the regulations, I'm not going to go through all 21 pages of them, but before I go through a few highlights, I do want to talk about just a couple differences between our current exam, which is our California English Language Proficiency, and the new LPAC exam. Just a few of the differences that relate to the regulations you have before you today. The first is that the CELT, our current exam, was a single exam for two different purposes. That exam was used for initial identification of whether a student is an English learner or whether or not they were English language proficient, but it was also the same exam that was used to measure their progress in becoming English proficient. The LPAC will be a different exam based on changes in law. The annual assessment was moved to a different part of the school year. So now the LPAC has two exams. It has the initial screener, which is given to students that are potentially English learners when they first arrive in our schools, and then it has an annual assessment that will be used to measure their progress. That's a key difference that you will see, and part of the reason why we have to have a new set of regulations. So that initial assessment is a shorter screener type of assessment, and that summative is more similar to the CELT that we have now. As I mentioned before, the annual summative assessment has been moved from the fall to the spring. That was because of changes to California Education Code Section 313. And because of these changes, they're markedly different than our current test. We did a whole new set of regulations instead of trying to modify the CELT regulations. So now I'm going to just go through a few of the highlights, if you will, that I think are important in the regulations. I'm sure you've had an opportunity to read the 21 pages. The first is that the regulations define key terms. And we really put in an effort to try and make the terms consistent across our assessment programs. So there are new terms that maybe are a little different from CELT, but they're more similar to the terms that we may use in CASP to try and make it easier on those that are administering our assessments out in the field. The next is the actual 4-month window that was used. So as I mentioned, we changed the summative window from the fall to the spring. The proposed 4-month window is February 1 through May 31. that was chosen after extensive input from stakeholders to make a determination about the most appropriate window. The other big change from this and our current test is that we've developed a correction of errors process, if you will. So we recognize that sometimes there is an error in terms of the classification of an individual student. So in other words, whether that student is identified as an English learner, whether that student is identified as another classification, that isn't always 100% correct. And that has been very frustrating to those in our school districts that have identified after the fact. For example, maybe they had a very shy student in kindergarten. They didn't perform well on the assessment, and maybe that child was identified as an English learner, and as they warmed up in class over the next month or two, that teacher realized that that student maybe should not have received that identification. In the past, there was no correction process. The best they could do is reclassify, but that student would always have a record of being an English learner. This changes that. We identify that there are potential errors that occur in the process, and now there's a way to make that correction and make it permanent, if you will. I don't want to say backdate, but if you will, kind of backdate, so there isn't a record of that prior classification. The other new section in these regulations pertains to students with disabilities. We have a very specific section trying to identify the appropriate procedures for assessing students with disabilities for English proficiency. We also have extensive information on tools, supports, and accommodations, some of which would be appropriate to students with disabilities. So those are new sections that are in these regulations. The regulations also point out the responsibilities in terms of both test administration and test security. Those are responsibilities that are held by our local district coordinator as well as our site coordinator. They also clarify that an initial assessment should only be given once. Once you have a student go through their process of identification, that should happen only one time, even if that student changes schools or districts. So we did try and clarify that to be the case, and we also took an opportunity to add an additional parental notification that was not there for SELT. So now parents are informed prior to the initial administration of the screener. So that is new to these regulations. We also shortened the amount of time that a district has to transmit results from one district to another. If a student transfers from one district to another, it's now only 10 calendar days. So that's a very short kind of description of the highlights. Hopefully I caught all the things that I thought were major changes from the current SELT regulations. So in summary, we are recommending that the board open the rulemaking process today by their action, and that we commence the 45-day public comment period.
Okay, board member comments on this presentation. This is the beginning of a process which has several rounds to it, so we'll be seeing this again. It is a big major change. That's very clear from your remarks. Board member Ortiz-Lacone.
First, I want to thank Michelle for all the work you and your team. I know that we went back and forth several times and had many diverse conversations around this item. The one other thing I want to note is a change from the current process that we have for identifying English learners is that if now the parents do not identify a language other than English on the home language survey, but there is evidence to believe that the child may need language supports, then the school side will be able to administer the initial assessment but notifying the parent beforehand. So I think that's important for us to understand. I think that students do need language supports, but I do also want to make sure that we incorporate or consider the parents and understanding that they chose not to, maybe because they really feel that their child is not an English learner, maybe because no other language is spoken at home. other than English, but that could be a possibility that a student is still administered the initial assessment if they are deemed to be an English learner by the teacher or someone in the LEA. So we need to make sure that there is clear understanding of what evidence, what does that mean, how will parents be notified, what is the role of each stakeholder in that process. So I encourage the public to really review this rulemaking process and provide feedback. Again, the goal is to provide language supports for English learners, and I think that's the intent behind this item, and I think that was the common conversation that we had. So, but we want to make sure that students who are in need of the supports are the ones that are receiving the supports. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this?
Yes. Shelley Spiegel-Coleman, Doug McCrae. Oh, there may be more. They're just not on the list. So step up if you have comments.
Good morning again. Shelley Spiegel-Coleman, Californians Together. I really want to thank Michelle, and prior to Michelle, Lily Roberts, and the whole team under Carrick's division for the kind of openness that they had with us all along the way of developing these regulations. We were able to participate in meetings. We had long conversations about, well, if we look at it this way, what would it mean if we look at it that way? And we think that that kind of work really produced a set of potential regulations for improvement that really push us forward in a great many aspects. There is one area, though, we'd like you to consider. It relates to the potential misidentification of students and English learners. And that is that we think there's a need not only for the English screener, for a primary language screener. Many parents put down a language other than English on the home language survey because there's a babysitter or a grandmother comes once in a while, but the child doesn't speak that language, right? They hear it. And so then they get the CELT, and they may have been shy, and then they get identified as an English learner. But in fact, if they don't speak that home language, they should not be identified as an English learner. I don't know about you. I know the department, we get at our organization, school districts get calls all the time, but my kid doesn't speak that language. Why are they an English learner? A primary language screener would be really helpful.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is John Walker. I'm an elected school board member in Modesto. My concern is that there's some sort of protection in place for the kindergarten through second graders. There's a great momentum towards administering electronic computer-based testing. And talking to my staff and my superintendent and my teachers, we want to ensure that our kindergarten through second graders are still going to be on this one-on-one sort of interview paper process, and that there's not going to be a rolling movement towards putting my K through 2 children in my district on a computer to take a test when they don't know how to test yet, if that makes sense. That's my concern, and the concern I'm hearing from teachers, that there's a momentum moving in that direction. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Doug McRae, retired test specialist from Monterey. First, I'd note that the first operational year is going to be 2019 for this time test, not 2018 as previously said. There's comment on that. I submitted to your electronic folder from last November. On the draft regulations, the proposed test administration window is February 1st to May 31. The window does not follow a legislative intent that the replacement test be administered early spring to avoid overlap with smarter balanced assessments, which may be administered as early as 66% of the instructional year. I suggest the LPAC test administration window be set at 50 to 65% of the instructional year, the first 25 instructional days following the mid-year. Individual school window would translate into a statewide LPAC window of between January 1 and April 30, given the vast majority would administer late January and February. This window would enhance comparability of results among schools as appropriate for data contributing to accountability and would follow legislative intent. Thank you.
Martha Zaragoza-Diaz, representing the California Association for Bilingual Education. First of all, I'd like to thank the assessment staff for developing such a transparent process with regards to input to the development of this assessment. We really appreciate it and are pleased with the proposed changes contained to the regulations. I would like to reiterate the problem that Ms. Spiegel-Coleman identified with regards to the misidentification of English learners. A primary language screener would be very helpful in determining whether indeed the student doesn't speak English, and if he doesn't speak English, how proficient he is in his own native language. We will provide our comments to the proposed regulations during the time period provided. Thank you.
Okay, no, that's the end of the public comment. I think I'm ready for a motion on this.
Is it
More board
possible-
member comment? Sorry.
Yeah, is it possible for Michelle to address the question about the computer adaptive assessment?
So right now, the LPAC is a paper-based assessment. We are having conversations about, is it appropriate to have that assessment on the computer? Is it feasible? No decision has been made to move it to a computer-based test.
Okay, any further board comments? Board
Thanks,
member
Michelle.
Burke.
I just wanted you to clarify the timeline again for implementation of the exam.
So the operational administration for the summative is spring 2018. The operational administration for the initial is July 2018.
Okay, any more board comment on this? If not, we're ready for a motion.
Oh my God, this is.
Okay.
I want to see the whole thing. I want to move to approve the CDE's recommendations.
I second.
Very good. Okay. I am advised that we do not have to anymore, by my legal counsel, ask for public comment on the motion. There's been some change in Robert's rules, and so we're going to proceed directly to the vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay. All right. Thank you. Since the next item is really very long, we will take a brief break and convene at 9:45.
How we doing?
But the board members got them, right? Yeah. All right. are you talking about this or just handouts? Or okay. Okay, great, great. Okay.
Okay, the board will reconvene for item 2. I got 6. I've got 6. I had 7 at one point. All right. So, yeah. All right, Nancy, we're ready for item 2. If the audience will sit down, and we will be able to begin the presentation. To present will be Nancy Brownell from the State Board of Education office, and we look forward to a long and fruitful discussion. So, Nancy, if you... Can we quiet? Yeah. Okay, I think it's quiet enough for you to begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. Nancy Brownell, staff to the State Board of Education. I'm here to begin the discussion on item 2 on accountability and continuous improvement, one of our favorite topics. So Carrick, Ashley, and I will both be presenting sections of this. It's organized pretty much around the attachments. So within the context of this item, as has been our increasing pattern, there are some summary documents related to these 7 attachments focused on dimensions of the accountability and continuous improvement system that you have been discussing. First part is really the decision points in attachment 1 around which the board is moving between the May meeting, the July meeting, and the September meeting. Attachment 2 focuses on the proposed selection of key indicators. The attachment 3 is about the methodology for determining performance on the indicators. Attachment 4 focuses on the inclusion of local data as a part of the system. Attachment 5 is seeking some guidance on identifying the additional components in the LCFF rubrics with input from the board. And lastly, there's a brief timeline for the proposed transition, again, to your goal of an integrated local, state, and federal accountability and continuous improvement system. And then attachment 7 is the relevant California Education Go statutes related to LCFF. So just a little bit of context moving into the details of the item. As has been mentioned in prior board meetings, particularly in the February information memorandum that's referenced here, the passage of LCFF in 2013 over the last few years, the first part of the system around the LCAPs has really been the focus of everyone in the field on really taking a look at what that means. The additional dimensions of the system are beginning to come online, including the evaluation rubrics, which have been a long discussion over the past 18 months about, and the focus on support and assistance as all part of the system. And so all of the conversations around key indicators, local measures, et cetera, obviously are a part of where you are in the policy implementation right now. And so these latter 2 items, support and the evaluation rubrics, are really much more the focus of the conversations that you have been having, as well as feedback from stakeholders. The architecture structure that we've shared as well, I think, is an important part of the foundation, and you have a hard copy of this at your seat since it's a very small print. And this has been discussed in the prior meeting in March, and the idea that in moving toward a local, state, and federal system, there are some dimensions that obviously have to work together. So on the left-hand column, we have the 8 state priorities, along with the categories around which LCAPs have been developed over the last 3 years: conditions of learning, pupil outcomes, and engagement. The connection then of the identification within the priorities, of course, are the indicators that are identified in the LCFF legislation. As the evaluation rubric development process is moving toward completion with your approval in September, that introduces that next part of the system, and the graphic is intended to remind us all that that local process still matters quite significantly for every LEA, county office, charters in the state. With the passage of ESSA in December of 2015, the opportunity, as you know, presented itself to be able to say, how do we build on that foundation and move toward the expectations that need to be included in the Every Student Succeeds federal dimension, again, grounded in what we've been doing in our state for the last 3 years, and that notion of then the assistance and support standards or expectations around which the rubrics play a critical piece. So again, with that sort of broad context, what is really much of the conversation in particularly attachment 2 and 3 today focuses on this concept of a content map. And remember, the intent is that the evaluation rubrics for LCFF will be a web-based tool that includes several components around which you have given guidance to staff on their development. So the important factor, I think, is in, again, trying to give guidance to the San Joaquin County Office of Education, who will be developing the wiring, what's it called, Michelle? The wireframe, thank you. The wireframe for the system is to have it down on paper in a way that makes sense so that the system can be built. And so in thinking about this concept, which again we've shared at various iterations, the organization around these 3 big policy statements, so to speak, that have been revised as a way to sort of categorize the way that the rubrics could be built. Then there are state and key indicators. This obviously is an important shift in the way you have given us guidance to think about this connection, I think, very importantly, between the expectations in the statutes about all of the indicators, some of which are collected and reviewed locally and are very important for decision making around the impact of actions and services within the context of local goals and needs of students, and that in the upper section where there are specific indicators that can also be a part of the state and federal expectations. So this graphic is a little bit different than ones in the past in that this obviously is much of the conversation around attachment 2 and 3 today, but the notion that it's still very important to help at our stakeholders, as was mentioned well this morning, the idea that there are many ways for districts to look across their systems at the LEA level to see what's working, what's not, and what are the measures around which we're really going to take that holistic, multidimensional look. So this is an attempt to begin that shift towards the organization pattern
of how the indicators might be connected to the state priorities, as well as become a part of what's used at the state and federal level, which again, Carrick will be talking more about. In addition, we've brought back the circle graphic, as we call it, with the notion that obviously LEAs for the past 2 years have been focused on the development of their LCAPs, the communication with their stakeholders, the convening of lots of groups. I think particularly in local districts, this really almost now 2 complete years of LCAP implementation, the goals that districts have set, there's a lot more information around how their actions and services are impacting their students and the ways that they might revise. So the use of the evaluation rubrics, the main purpose, I think, of this graphic is to say this ongoing circle has been in process now for 2 or more, about 2 years, a little more than 2 years. And so with the addition of the rubrics, the use of rubrics is entering into an existing timeline. And so the goal was to try to think about, given the local context, if the data on the data analysis tool was available to districts by November of, say, the year that they're obviously in implementation, it gives them a chance to see how their measures might be doing from the state perspective, and beginning then in January and February or whenever their actual LCAP process is, they then can include that data, share it with their communities. If the goal is to have the rubrics be a useful tool that helps with the annual update and in looking at both local and state metrics, then it can be more easily integrated into that planning, reflective cycle about how are we doing as a district and what do we need to change and what do we need to keep. And so from that, I think it does begin, again, the reminder that your direction, along with what was said even in the Accountability Task Force report, that a coherent system has some components that all need to work together on behalf of the students, right? And so this idea that we all know classroom practice is where it matters the most in every school, in every classroom, for every student across our state, which is many, many, many classrooms. Those efforts at local schools and LEAs matter tremendously for what happens in the learning lives of students every day. Those local LEA accountability processes that folks have been managing and selecting over the last 2 years matter as well. And the importance of local determination of specific measures that help them guide and determine how they're doing will continue to be a part of the system. At the state and federal level, the idea of calling in a select few indicators that might also paint a picture of how the larger system is doing. But I think in all the conversations, sometimes this dimension of all of these areas being so important to meeting the needs of students still remain central to the success of the new emerging accountability and continuous improvement system. So from that notion, going back to the graphic briefly, this idea that we're in your conversations today, obviously the blue arrows are kind of intended to say, remember, this is the ongoing local process that will continue to happen with the development and use of the evaluation rubrics beginning next year. But that ongoing process that is so important at the local level, the blue arrow continues to sort of emphasize, let's not lose sight of how important that dimension is. And the green circle begins to sort of shape that from that very strong base of the state priorities, the identified legislation for metrics and other local indicators. A select few move over really into the state and federal component to try to focus then on how might technical assistance, support, and intervention be determined in order to assist districts in that important local work for meeting the needs of their students. So with that as, again, a reminder of the foundation and sort of essential concepts for the rest of the attachments Any comments or questions from you?
Board member questions at this point?
Well, first of all, Nancy, thank you, you and the whole team for you, Michelle and David, and everyone who's working so hard on this. I thought this reorganized chart is actually really helpful, and so I just want to thank you, because I think there's a lot of words here, and it's a lot for people to get their hands around, and I think this idea of showing at the top, these are the state indicators, we have 8 state priorities, and these are the ones that are in LCFF that we are going to measure. So having that across the top, I thought was really helpful. And then having the draft down below of where are the local indicators that are associated with it. So just for me, conceptually, this seems helpful. And I think when we talk with people in groups, I think just saying, okay, so all these words, take a look at this chart, that just seemed to be really helpful. So that's the first thing. And the other thing is the other chart, which is the circle chart of the process that you presented as well. I think to remind people that it is a continuous process. And for me, as a school practitioner, knowing that we have cycles in schools, when we open school in the fall, we review, in mid-years we're reviewing, in the spring when we're looking ahead for the following year. So I think that idea of the circle and the check-in points sort of matches how school people think about a school year. So I thought these graphics kind of support all the language and narratives and we're going to talk about all the attachments too. I just wanted to make my first comment on the graphics. Thanks.
Board member Sun.
Thank you. And just to add to that, I also really appreciate the graphic. That seemed to be something that was missing from some of the attachments. And so this does give us a broader picture of it. I would only add that in order for us to be more strategic around what indicators may be coming on board, what might be perhaps local indicators right now, but might at one time someday move to become a state indicator. If there's some way of shading, or I don't know, I'm not going to tell you exactly how to do it, but if there's some way to map out where we think we are going. And that goes back to that concept of it's not what we can do, it's what we should do. And so if we should be going in certain directions, or we should be adding additional indicators as they come on board, then we should indicate that and put that stake in the ground so that everyone can see the direction that we're going. Because I think some of the pieces, we are going to get into the weeds quite a bit, and sometimes we lose the bigger picture from that. So we can always have that big picture in mind. That would be very, very helpful.
Yeah, in looking at this again, I have some problem with local associated indicators and what you mean by that. And I think a lot of the public is getting confused that these don't count. So let's go back to the superintendent's task force. We had state required, state reported, state supported. Okay, that's clearer to me than what a local associated indicator is. I think some of the public could look at this and say, well, these are just sort of strictly local. They won't be state reported. They're not state required. So that's why I think we're getting some misunderstanding that we're only dealing with 5 indicators. And so at some point, if we could clean this up and give a clear idea about what, you know, everybody's going to get and what is not just locally volunteer, that would help to me. I don't know whether others, Board Member Ortiz-Lacombe.
Yes, I want to give that a 2 double snap, because I myself am getting confused with some of the things that were, you know, I appreciate the transparency. We had so many memos coming in. And one of the things that I feel is that as the memos come in, some of the things that I was really excited about dropped off, and then some of the things that I wanted to see are now being reflected. But it hasn't been a continuous vision of where we're heading. And so I think for me, that would be really critical if we had, you know, I have to say, going back to this, I wish we would have started here, and then all of our work would have built upon this is a vision. We know that we can't get here right now because we don't have everything in place, but we're going to work towards that. And that would have made sense. Maybe that's just who I am as a learner, but I just want to make sure that we have a full picture of where we're heading. And I want to agree with Ting, that, or Board Member Sun, that we do need to say, these are the indicators that we know we can't right now because of lack of data or what have you, we can't incorporate, but we know that we want them reflected and we want to place some placeholders. Thank you.
Board Member Holliday, then Board Members.
I don't snap, but this is very, very helpful, Mike, that you point this out. It goes back to the same thing about if it's not tested, it's not important. And right now it seems as if it doesn't rise to the state indicator, it's not important. And we've got to break that mentality. And I don't know exactly how. I think the graphic is a great idea. I think looking down the road is which ones are important to us. But this, and maybe it's just the terminology, once again, as you point out. But this set, which appears lower on this chart, is not lower in its importance. In fact, many of those indicators will drive important change in a school, and that's what is really important. So that's a critical piece that we've got to somehow get over.
Board Member Sandoval.
Yeah, thank you. And the chart that you have up is extremely helpful. And then, as is page 13 of the task force report, that I think if we had more of the common language, which we're getting there, it's a process, would be very helpful, and I think would minimize some confusion around the indicators and the definitions. But I think that the table of the levels of indicators on page 13 of the task force report, some of that language on this draft graphic would be very helpful.
Board Member Song.
Also, just add another layer of nuance of having this kind of all displayed out there is that I think we have such a great opportunity right now that for those indicators that are not quite ready for prime time, they're not quite ready to be state level data, that they could be used at the local level for right now. And then utilizing input from the locals, how can we best make them work before they're ready for state level? So by having that out there, I think we also need to understand the dynamics of all this, and that we also need to be brave and take some indicators out later, if that once they are kind of beyond their use, and then ready to elevate others when we need to do that. So I think having it all out there gives us some idea of where we are going on a strategically.
Board Member Burr.
So I also want to add my appreciation for the table, but I also want to add a little bit of caution to this. And because I've seen this a jillion times over 18 months, I probably have a different understanding of what the terms mean. But remember that we went back a couple of months ago or a couple of meetings ago and talked about having a set of concise indicators for purposes of state decision making. That doesn't minimize the fact that we have all of these indicators that are required by statute, but some of them will be local because they're not comparable, they're not valid, they're not supported by research because of the criteria we've been talking about. It doesn't minimize them. It does exactly what you say, Board Member Holliday, that they are appropriate at the local level and they will drive support. So, because I just want to restate my worry, which I know I've said a jillion times, if we have this many indicators that we're going to include at the state level and multiply it by subgroups, again, now we're back to the old NCLB model of 46 ways to identify LEAs that aren't doing as well as they should be. So that's just my caution, that we be careful about our enthusiasm for however many indicators there are up there for purposes of state decision making. Again, not to minimize their use at the local level. And I'll just preview for you at this point that after we continue the conversation, especially after we hear from Carrick about the indicators, have some ideas about an alternate motion that I think we'll get at some of the issues that we've talked about placeholders and things like that.
Board Member Roker.
So I'm very glad to see this information that's been organized in these 3 graphics, because it does provide some foundational ways to understand and get a mental model of what's in all of those attachments that we'll be going through. But I also share the concern that as I look at this graphic, particularly the one on page 2, there are some things that have fallen off the table. And for me, one of the elements and one of the intents that were very early in the process was another graphic that I keep waiting to see resurface again, was that rubric that had those 3 elements on looking at the data pieces, looking at the system pieces, and then looking at the planning pieces. I don't see where that's actually here, and I'm concerned that we have moved away from or even diverged from that more holistic pathway, looking at not only collecting data for purposes of having the data, but collecting data for a specific purposeful outcome in looking at how it informs the planning. And so in looking at page 2 and looking at the graphic, I understand where some people will begin to see that there is this divergence between what are local indicators and what are key state indicators, and that was never the intent. In the original presentation from Wested, when we started talking about these indicators, there was a confluence that's not shown here and that's not reflected really in this document. And so while it may not matter whether the local indicators are in the top part of the graphic or in the bottom part of the graphic, where those points of connection or those points of confluence are need to be made clear, need to show how it informs the process, because without those points, it's no longer holistic. It really is a chopped up system where with each successive level, there's a suggestion that the further you are from the center, the relevance begins to decrease or begins to be disconnected from where the action is supposed to be. And so, and everybody is rushing to try to figure out a graphic organizer to show what all of this is going to be. And looking again at what came out of the accountability report, one of the things that became very clear is where the center of the action is at the local, surrounding all of that work that the local does with each successive level from the local through the county, what surrounds that is the work that's provided in support by the state. And so that's not quite what this graphic captures, is the supporting role as well as the leadership role that the state has to wrap around the work that the local is supposed to be doing, not only in looking at these indicators, but using them to take action in purposeful, clear, and transparent ways in revising their LCAP. So I'm kind of hoping as the process goes forward, it is important for us to keep the focus on creating this unified system between the state and the federal state accountability system and the federal accountability system. I think that's a tenet that we have had, and that's why the graphic on the first page is important. But as we continue to do the work to try to show the linkages among each of the levels in the accountability system, I don't want to lose the idea about the 3 parts of the rubric and not just the multiple levels of the system itself.
Good. There is another slide later you will like.
Well, yeah, I want to have a question actually for Board Member Burr. When you point out state purposes, I think confusion among the audience is that we have state purposes for these indicators from the federal government, and that's clear, and that will be a concise set. But we also have state actions triggered on other indicators in the LCFF law, which, since there are 8 state priorities, and the legislature mentioned several other metrics that are exemplars of those, they're not required that we adopt all of those, but there will be state actions taken according to the LCFF law, and people don't really, I think, grasp this, that there's federal actions, there's state actions. The state actions in the LCFF law are that if on the 8 state priorities, there's only 5 things the federal government asks for, 8 state priorities, which are pretty broad. Under that, if school districts and schools miss progress on those 8 state indicators, then technical assistance is automatically triggered in the state law. So that gets us, that's, we'll talk more about this in July, but I just want you to comment on that, because to me there's a set of state activities generated off the federal, then a bunch of state activities generated off of the LCFF law. I can't see that here, and maybe it's too big a graph, to get into We need
be a
3D, yeah.
multidimensional.
Where were those 3D glasses you used to have in the 50s?
yes.
Yeah, with a third dimension, which is what's linked to what action. So it's very hard to communicate, I think. But I'd like your response to my comments.
So I do think some of it is stay tuned, because there will be additional conversation about it in July as we set performance levels. Some of these indicators, I'll just take one that I know well, and we keep using it as shorthand, but I like to spell it out. The Williams standards have 3 different dimensions: teacher qualifications, availability of instructional materials, and clean and safe facilities. Right now, the state standard for that is 100%. You meet it or you don't meet it. The LCFF statutes, and I'm going to look at my friends, the attorneys, to make sure I don't misspeak, say if we set standards that for pupil outcomes that are not met by subgroups, then that triggers technical assistance. I could argue that the Williams standards, although they're absolutely critical for conditions of learning, are not pupil outcomes. So that does not trigger a state action specifically, right? So that's an example I would give. And I think that's the trouble we're having sorting this out. In my view, where the feds helped us out, and I hardly ever say they help us, but they did, with ESSA by saying, let's focus on some key actions, key indicators, key measurements that will determine additional action. They have a bunch of different definitions about how we identify schools and all of that. But that's what we're trying to reconcile, of the state and the federal system looking similar. Again, it doesn't minimize the fact that there are other indicators or priorities that are identified in the state statute and for which we have to set standards that will trigger action at the local level, or should trigger action at the local level. The Williams one is the one that I know best, and I think is probably the most concrete example that I could give you.
Board Member Williams.
My grasp of all of this is quite a bit less deep than yours. And so I want to ask, you just said something about what triggered state actions. And you said, did you say it wouldn't be Williams? It would be only those things that are related to student outcomes, student academic outcomes?
It's the language, and I'll let Dave say if he wants to say it. We get the statutes and they're in there, but it's improvement in pupil outcomes. Now that term is pretty open-ended, and we can define that again, and we're trying to define it as much more holistic and multidimensional than just test scores. But again, just for purposes of comparison, the Williams standards, teacher quality, instructional materials, and clean and safe school facilities are not pupil outcomes, right? So that's part of the challenge, I think, that Dr. Kirst is having too, of how do we reconcile all of these kind of conflicting requirements, which is what we've struggled with for the last 18 months. But we're getting close to needing to make decisions. And when we get to the motion, I think we're going to have to do something about identifying, at least initially, what we think are the key state indicators as we move forward.
So this actually wasn't what necessary. I do have some more thinking that I'm going to share as we go through this today. But the indicator that the only one on priority number 2 is implementation of state academic standards. And some of the comments I've heard, and by what you just defined as what would trigger a state action, that would not trigger a state action because it's considered an input, not an outcome, except that some of the indicators for student academics outcomes are related to whether or not a district and LEA has implemented the standards against which students are getting assessed. So frankly, this is why the people who think science is important have a concern, not only because even though the operational science test is 3 years away and may or may not be considered valid for accountability, There's been a suggestion by some that have written in letters and spoken that even if we just ensured better that districts understood that they were supposed to be implementing NGSS, not just Common Core, which is said over and over again, Common Core, Common Core, Common Core, not just that, that would be a big improvement over what seems to be the case now, and that one of the breakdowns seems to be that county offices of ed in their role of approving LCAPs don't disqualify an LCAP or intervene on an LCAP approval for lack of having addressed all of the state's academic standards. So that's part of the push for wanting an assessment, is the fact that it doesn't feel like it's happening at the local level. So some of the advice has been from the letters to provide guidance, for asking the state board to provide guidance to county offices of ed so that this is made more clear.
So I think part of our work in July, and it will be part of what I suggest we direct the staff to do, will be to identify what those standards are. So we may say, I'm completely making this up, but that after the state adopts the science framework, we expect full implementation of those science standards within, fill in the blank, whatever makes sense. And we expect progress toward them. That's what our job is for those metrics that are listed under there. And that's what again, once we identify what the key state ones are, it doesn't mean we're not going to do the rest of them. We are going to do the rest of them, and we're going to expect the staff to bring back those recommendations to us shortly.
Okay, so we're expecting in July that we will start defining what that means under some of these, yes. And so that will be more clear.
Yes.
And just to make sure that I'm clear, I don't think that's going to stop the science champions for asking for student outcome measures, but at least if this gets addressed, that's a big step. That would be great.
Board Member Rucker.
I think also we have to hearken back to what we previously heard the staff say at the beginning of this presentation. At the local level, the focus really has been on the process of understanding the development of the LCAP and doing the work to revise the LCAP and add to it. What happens, and as a former classroom teacher, I can say this was the feedback I always received from students, whether they were very young students or adults in some of the graduate level courses I taught. When you gave them the rubric, after you gave them the assignment, it changes their understanding of what the assignment is. And that's what's going to happen with the approval of this rubric. County offices right now, and I'm going to quote Super. I told her this was going to be a quote that that was going to come back to haunt her 2 years ago. County offices have kind of been giving LEAs a pass on approving their LCAPs because there is no coherent, concise standard to give as guidance to county offices to help them understand whether or not that LCAP is ready to be approved. So with the approval of the rubric and with the implementation of the standards, so we have the indicators and then those standards, when county offices understand that the LCAP has to clearly state this is the process that we are using to implement the standards. This is the evidence we are giving to you to show what we have done, and they have a rubric to evaluate that against. It changes what it is districts understand they have to craft into their LCAP, and it also changes the level of the conversation and scrutiny that county offices should be using to decide if this LCAP is actually ready for implementation. So even though we're resisting the temptation to call the rubric a kind of score report, it is an evaluation. Formative more than summative, but it is still an evaluation that has meaning for what districts understand they should be doing, and it changes what their conversation is. Literally, they will say, if I understood this is what I was supposed to explain, or this is what I was supposed to do, then I would have done it that way. So we haven't had the experience yet of seeing the implementation of a rubric in this kind of format or in this system, but it is a type of formative assessment, a type of checklist that changes the conversations that counties will be empowered to have with districts. And so I think we have to continue, as was pointed out in the first presentation, we have to continue relying on the development of the relationship and then from that relationship, how this rubric will change or frame that conversation in those relationships.
Right. I think maybe we ought to go to attachment 2 now, and because I think and hold this, and because we're going to be drilling deeper and deeper, and so let's go to attachment 2. I think Carrick is presenting.
We have a quick reminder. Attachment 1 just reiterates all the things you just mentioned. You have some very good decisions to make. This would be a very active May, July, leading to September adoption of the LCFF rubrics, and as a result of that, the actions today really guide that movement forward. And so with that, Carrick's going to talk about attachment 2.
Yeah, we are on a absolute September deadline, so we keep getting letters that you haven't done this and you haven't done that, and you're going to have to be patient for a few more months if you can hold on. Yeah.
Good morning. Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent, District School and Innovation Branch. Some rich discussion already. Before I get to attachment 2, in recognition of Teacher Appreciation Week, I'd like to give a shout out to Betty Oglin, my 4th grade teacher, Long Beach Unified School District. I did send her a card this week telling her that it was the first time I realized that you could be a teacher and still be cool. So. And you'll forgive me if I take another 20 seconds to wish my mother a happy birthday today. She turns 90, and I did talk to her this morning on the phone, and FYI, I blamed all of you for why I couldn't be there today. So I am flying down on Friday, and the only thing she wants to do is to go dancing. So the family's taking her out. Attachment 2, it's time to get to some of those decisions that we know we need to make. We are, let me back up a little bit just to go over a little bit of where we've come from, in that you'll see in a very small footnote down here that we've had a number of information memos for you about these indicators, about what are the possibilities, what are the like it says here, what's the criteria that we need to use to determine whether we should include certain potential key indicators or not. We did go over this in March, as you will remember. I'm going to go over it a little bit again, just as a reminder for all of us. There were 4 criteria that were set earlier. The idea that, 1, this is data that's actually available, that's currently collected, because when we're talking about using this data at the state level, we need to have the data at the state level. For local data, of course, a lot of that can be used locally. 2, a consistent definition, so there's some consistency and be able to compare these results across schools, across districts, across counties. That the data has to be able to be disaggregated to the subgroup level, because that is one of our charges, to ensure equity and to take a look at how students are performing, all students are performing, and subgroups of students. And then, and lastly, that it's a valid indicator for what you're trying to measure. So that's the criteria that we've been using now for a number of months. Also in March, we had to take a step back because of course we had in late December, early December, a new federal law which brought in some new requirements. So it changed the conversation a little bit from the conversation that we've had over the last 18 months. And so it was necessary and the right thing to do to take a step back a little bit to make sure that we include now the federal component of this as well, so that we don't get too far down the road and then have to come back and change something to meet federal requirements as well. So as you recall, these are the 5 indicators that are required to be in a state's accountability system. ESSA did turn over the responsibility to the states to determine what their indicators are going to be, though there are some that are required in the law itself. Specifically, the first 3 are specifically identified. Beyond that, it's up to a state to determine what the indicators are and how they'll be measured, how to determine which LEAs or schools will be getting assistance, support, or intervention. So again, these are the 5 from the federal law. Student achievement data, this is our Smarter Balance scores. 2, graduation rate data that we've been producing out of our longitudinal data system now since 2009-10, so it's data that's very familiar to us. The progress of English learners toward proficiency, currently done, as you already heard in item 1 this morning, currently done by the CELT, soon to be moving to our new assessment, the LPAC. And then 2 other indicators that aren't identified specifically in law, but we need another K-8 academic measure, and then at least one other measure that would be used to look at all schools. So also from March, you may remember that I did go over some of these possible indicators with you, and so I won't belabor it too much. But I think it's good just as again, a refresher, since we're going to be talking about these indicators, going over a little bit on each of these indicators of what we talked about at March, setting the table for our discussion and for your possible action on what the indicators are for us to take a closer look at and bring back more data for you. The first, as has just been mentioned recently, are the Williams settlement requirements. I think I mentioned in March, I know I mentioned in March, that with all of these indicators, there are positives and negatives to them, that all of these indicators have some level of deficiency in them. So as I go through them, I'm going to talk about what some of those deficiencies are, and at the end of all of this, and you make a motion, it's really the board's decision to determine which deficiencies they can live with and which ones they can't live with, that they're too great to overcome for it to be in a state at the state level. So the Williams settlement, as we mentioned before and was just mentioned recently, that this is something that's, the positives of this is that it's familiar to schools and districts. They've been implementing this since 2003. It talks about the equal access to things like teachers and textbooks and good facilities. So this is something that districts are familiar with. One of the deficiencies here is the availability of data. This is really a local data element. They put it into their SARC, yes, and we collect the SARCs, but there's no database that collects that, and districts are not required to use our SARC template. So it's not there is no database that collects all this at the state level. The other deficiency here is that it doesn't apply to charter schools, so it does not apply to all schools. Then we talked a little bit about middle school dropout rate. Now we do have dropout counts for grades 7 and 8. The specific ed code that gave the definition for middle school dropout rate talked about kids moving from grade 8 to grade 9. So it's really a grade 8-9 indicator, not a middle school indicator, even though it's called in ed code a middle school dropout rate. We have counts. Turning it into a rate is very difficult. I think we talked about that. We have many, many K-8 schools. And then we have K-8 districts, and then we have 9 through 12 districts. And when they move from one district to the next, where that dropout gets accounted for is difficult, because the K-8 school may have successfully finished that student in 8th grade, and then moves on to the 9th grade, and the student never shows up the first day of school, and that's a dropout. But which district gets assigned that dropout? It doesn't really seem to be fair to assign it to either one of those entities. So there are some problems with using middle school dropout rate. It also doesn't differentiate. So one of the purposes of having an accountability system and having data elements in that system is to be able to differentiate schools that are doing well versus schools that may need assistance and need to do better. Middle school dropout rate doesn't really do that. When we looked at the data, there was many, many, many schools that had 0 dropouts, 1 dropout, 2 dropouts, and to try to design a system that gets so precise that it makes a difference between whether you have 1 dropout and 2 dropouts or 1 dropout and 0, it wouldn't be very accurate, right? So it doesn't differentiate well between schools. School climate surveys. This is another example of something that, although there are surveys available, and many schools use surveys like the Healthy Kids survey, it's not statewide. So that again is a data element that we don't currently collect here at this level, at the state level. So there's some consistency issues with that as well, and it's qualitative. So that makes it that's another step That doesn't mean it couldn't become quantitative in some way down the road. But again, we don't have that at the state level. It's not even required other than it's not a requirement to use a single survey, which we would need to do if this were to become a data element at the state level that we would use. The same for parent involvement. There are different ways of measuring parent involvement, but again, we have no element at the state level that collects that information, and we would need to require all districts to use the same tool if we wanted to turn it into some sort of a state data element. College and career readiness, there's a lot of information on college and career, actually a lot more on college than career. But there are a lot of different data elements out there. One of the main ones that we focused on, one of the ones that is the most predictive of how students will do in college is course taking behavior. Course taking, we do have data on course taking. Course completion data is a little more difficult because there is not one standard grading procedure across all districts. There's not one standard way of assigning credits to those courses, and there aren't even requirements as to what those courses are named. That yes, they use our coding system, our CDS codes for course codes system, but that doesn't mean the courses are all consistently named and used in schools and districts. There are other college and career readiness indicators that could be used, but again, there are many of them, and trying to choose one would be difficult. If you wanted to do a college and career indicator, we would probably need to take multiple ones, which would take we've looked at this in a number of different ways, but currently, again, we'd have to design a system that takes into account probably multiple indicators rather than choosing just one. If you were to choose just one, like an SAT score or A through G or CTE pathway, if you choose just one, it again would not be applied consistently to all schools. So some schools are more focused towards sending kids to a four-year university. Other schools are more focused on sending kids to onto a career immediately or onto a two-year training program of some sort into different type of career, and again we wouldn't want to advantage or disadvantage schools in a system in trying to apply these elements. But there are some elements out there that possibly could be used here.
Okay, technical question?
Yeah, just a quick question on that. Sure. So there was quite a bit of promising work done through PSAA around this particular indicator, and that took into account some kind of composite of varying course taking, A through G, some of those kinds of things. And I know we're not ready on this one yet, and I completely understand that. But I just want to say that on this particular area where it's college career readiness piece is very important, that I would encourage and ask that we be innovative in how we work on this particular one.
Thank you. So for those with really good memories, we actually brought a methodology to the board to be discussed when we were trying to augment the API, because even back then we wanted to try to move beyond just test scores. And then LCFF came along, and so we kind of reset the table.
So I just wanted to build on what Member Sung was saying, is that as I was part of the support there for PSA as well, and I thought Dr. Connolly gave us some really good predictor and not reliable predictors, and there seemed to be more A to G reliable predictors with some issues around reporting and whatever, but a dilemma around how do you rate CTE, because at least you're submitting coursework to a UC for A to G approval, but CTE you have academies, and do you just check off that the kids went to an academy, that they complete a number of courses? So I still think we know there's a lot of work still to be done, but I think the LCFF has said, and we've been committed to college and career readiness. And so while we're not ready yet, I just want to support Member Sung and say that I think we're all agreeing, but certainly supportive of some measures to show that schools need to address those areas in a growth model so that they're improving the opportunities for students post-secondary.
Is your comment on college and career readiness? Good, go ahead.
And
Carrick, I want to thank you for reminding us we had this conversation. This is one of those items that I'm concerned with that has fallen off the table, and I'm not sure is well represented in what we've had up to this point. And you're right, we have seen a couple of models. We've had a very detailed presentation made by several folks as a board item to take a look at and consider this. And so I think it's important for us as we can look at this. The reason why there may be some problems with this is what I sense is a reticence about designing that system or designing what those indicators would be in that system for collecting those indicators. I think this is probably the one conversation that would make whatever the system finally is more holistic, because it then would encompass the scope and continuum of what all students are doing, and we will be failing if we don't figure out how to develop this particular indicator.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment that, of course, the Smarter Balanced Assessment is geared to college and career readiness. The level 3 is explicitly been discussed with higher education. There was a national meeting. So we do have something there. It begins in the 3rd grade. It's very different than the CST. I'm not saying it's enough, but I keep getting letters, you don't have anything in college and career readiness, and I scratch my head because I thought that's what we were doing with Smarter Balance. Could you comment on the issues around A to G and the uniformity of that? I think people think that is, really solid, and UC is sitting up there looking at everything, and so maybe you could enlighten us on that.
Well, I will say that you and Member Strauss hit on one of the deficiencies. As I said, there are deficiencies connected probably with all of these items, and this is one with A through G and CTE pathway as well, in that all CTE pathways aren't the same. So we may treat them the same. Some have maybe as short as 2 courses. Some might have 3 courses, 4 courses. I don't begin to be an expert about those pathways, but that I know. The A through G, just like the CTE pathway, when school districts report to that data to us on a student level, to CalPADS, what they do is it's basically a checkbox. It means the school has looked through the student's transcript and determined that this student meets A through G requirements, or they've looked at their transcript and said this student has completed a CTE pathway. So there's probably some unevenness in the degree of scrutiny as to those data being reported to us. Now, they've been reporting to us for a number of years on A through G, so they must have a routine in place to do that. But again, it is a bit of a deficiency. It requires a human to go through an entire transcript of students' 4 years and make that determination.
Okay, Board Member. Oh, okay, Board Member Holliday.
I really appreciate the comment that each of these indicators has deficiencies and that nothing's perfect. We're human. And as you said, what can we live with? But I also want to make sure that we all understand that even though there are deficiencies, if we're aware of the deficiencies, if we're cautious about the deficiencies, it does not mean that these types of indicators are useless. In fact, they can be very helpful, even with their flaws. Yes, we want to minimize the flaws. Yes, we want to reduce the deficiencies. But it still can, and maybe, and I'm not talking about state level necessarily. Once again, I'm talking about the teachers looking at their data and saying, how can I do a better job? And often that they may not be totally comparable, but it will give them a direction. It will provide some guidance.
Yes, Board Member Williams and Board Member Rocker.
Well, I think one thing I'm hearing is a lot of enthusiasm around the dais here on college and career readiness and the importance of it. And then Carrick, of course, is leveling that by making sure we know that this is going to be a challenge to come up with these. I do want to say that I agree that this is an important one that we need to kind of figure out, even if it's somewhat flawed, what all it should contain. I would not support a single measure in here, like A through G for every school, for every kid. Keeping in the multiple measures theme that all of this is about, looking for all of the different ways, whether it's smarter balanced test results, whether it's the number of A through G courses offered at a school, which yours is course student taking behavior, which is different from opportunity being offered, how many career pathways, other kinds of ways of looking at preparing kids for either college or career. I would be interested in a multiple indicators approach, even if it's flawed. There could be a way that it gives you a picture of how hard a school is working at providing lots of opportunities for lots of diverse needs of the kids.
Board Member Rucker, then Ortiz.
Let me also suggest, one of the things I heard in this conversation was the issue about the definition of the courses, or that course completion is difficult because there's not a standard procedure for grading or assigning credit. This implies that there's a level of scrutiny that the state would have to take on as a responsibility in assigning or choosing to use this as an indicator, and I'm not sure I agree for a couple of reasons. As it relates to most high school districts, they go through a review and an accreditation procedure anyway. And that accreditation procedure, either from WASC or even from the review that's done by the Office of the President, does some of this reviewing. So we don't, because of their work through their WASC accreditation, we can assume that there is some standard that has been, that these courses and the grading practices have been vetted through. And so we should, since that's a process that's in place, we should assign some credibility to that. But as it relates to the A to G issue, for most of the high schools I have ever dealt with, they're very proud of the fact that when you go to the University of California website and you look for their high school, it identifies from the master schedule for that high school all the courses on that master schedule that meet each of the A to G requirements. So again, because somebody else has done that vetting, somebody else has approved those courses, somebody else has stated that those courses meet the requirement, that's not a level of scrutiny or requirement that we at the state level need to meet, because that vetting has already been done. Where it has not been done is with the pathway programs. We don't have a single agency that has done that kind of work. We don't have a way of saying whether a pathway needs to have 1, 2, 3, or 4 courses or more, or what the quality of those courses are. What we do have right now is a framework that has probably created one of the most dynamic conversations about course development and about how we look at and approve and vet courses. I know that the University of California, in looking at some of those CTE courses, has chosen to allow itself in many local processes to be guided by that. But we don't have a single agency where that kind of work has been done. And maybe that's where the conversation needs to be. But I do not believe in choosing these indicators, particularly as it relates to the A to G issue or the course grading or assigning issue. I don't think that's a level of scrutiny that's important here or even necessary for the state to consider. And while there will be some variance from district to district, we need to understand if they've been approved and accredited by an agency that we recognize has the authority to do those things, that should not be an issue. So the CTE issue, probably that is a valid concern, but not on the academic side of this conversation.
Ortiz Lacombe.
I just want to echo my support for this indicator as a composite indicator. And this is one of the indicators that I was also disappointed that didn't sort of survive the process, because I think it really ties into our vision and our vision for students, right? And that is graduating students that are college and career ready. And this is really a manifestation of that. So the good news is that we have a lot of folks, if you read the letters, that are willing to assist with this. We had Stanford, UC Berkeley, the Link to Learning Alliance, so many people that want to be part of this conversation. So where there is limitations, either with data or our thinking, we have a community of folks that are interested in helping.
Yeah, I think we're going to, since we've opened up one of these, I think we should take board member comments on other of them, but in regard to the prior comment, I think one of the things the board has to think about, act on, is to signal clearly what our developmental process is on these, and that we're not just, and that we're going to develop them over time. I think the prospective motion will help on that. But, you know, I just want to make sure we come back to we discuss these and then drop them, and then we bring it up. What is our plan for really spinning these out? So while we're on these, I'm going to mention school climate surveys because I've been looking at this a lot, and this is a really confused definitional area. When I first started in this business, school climate surveys were heavily around the climate for teachers and whether the teachers felt that the climate that they were teaching in was good. And there was a lot of development of that. And then it moved to other things like social emotional learning, which is part of climate, and that's yet another second big bucket, if you will. A third bucket has become bullying, safety, and all that. And then a fourth bucket is 3 questions on a healthy kids survey, which a lot of people are saying are very useful, although I'm not sure 3 questions can cover all these buckets. So to start with, there's very little literature saying that these aspects of climate relate to these student outcomes or student sustenance. I mean, the causality here, yes, there's some correlation studies, but there's not a lot of causality studies. So maybe you can comment on this as well. You merely talked about the Healthy Kids Survey, but to me, I'm struggling with the definition of climate, and I think the underlying research base here is pretty confused and pretty embryonic. And so if we say we're going to commit to a process going back, to do this, this may not be a year's effort or something. This is something that I think has definitional and conceptual and a lot of empirical causation problems where people think it causes X or Y, but we don't really know. So that's, maybe you want to respond to that.
Or not.
Okay, you don't need to respond to it. But all you talked about was the Healthy Kids Survey, and I thought, I'm not going to let that go by as the only thing that we throw out there on climate. And I've been thinking a lot about this and reading the academic studies on correlation versus causality. So that's my statement on that. Board Member Holliday. You want to? Yeah.
This is one that I care about quite a bit. I do understand that we are in the embryonic stage of understanding how social emotional learning and bullying and all these other things affect student outcomes. But a school is a place where children live and teachers live and families come to live. And that and the feeling, the climate that one has when you walk into a school that is healthy and happy and the kids are engaged in learning is not a trivial thing. It's a very important thing. It's an important thing for the quality of life. Even if it doesn't take Johnny's grade from B- to B+ in math, it is still part of his everyday existence and terribly important. There's a tremendous amount of energy among all of our stakeholders and various associations and groups to have us bring this school climate issue up higher and make it more important. And I agree with them. It is, as you said, Dr. Kurz, it may not be a year process because defining what climate is and defining or identifying the right types of questions that can be linked to this, and hopefully some studies will come along. But I really would like us to lay a stake in the ground pretty darn soon saying that climate surveys will be an important factor. The parents will be able to express themselves through the survey, the kids will be able to express themselves through the survey, and that they will have a chance to make sure that they've done what they can to make sure that they have a good school climate for their families.
Board Member Sun.
Sorry, I feel like I opened Pandora's box with this, and I apologize. I think, actually, I don't apologize. I think it was a great conversation. But the intent, really, of starting the conversation around college career readiness is, I think the message is that we don't want to give up on these indicators because we don't have the information, we don't have the data right now. I think we really need to be innovative, and even if it flops, I think it's worth that push so that we're not just sticking to what's safe and what we got. It is, again, looking back forward on what we should be doing. and not to be so cautious that we end up not actually being creative. The other thing I want to say too is that all of these, even if they're not quite ready for state, these can be local measures, and we would really want to encourage districts to start using those and see what happens with that, and that we might learn from it, and that at some point it could become more state ready.
Board Member Rucker.
So on the school climate piece, you know, the Healthy Kids survey actually has 3 elements in it. And I'm very certain that in developing that survey, there was a lot of research that went behind it. There are a lot of organizations that have done these kinds of studies and that have offered to provide the access to these types of resources. NEA has several of them that they have done, and they have offered them to states free of charge. But one of the conversations, as Dr. Kurtz has pointed out, is that when you have the conversation about school climate, it depends on who you are and what your experience in the school has been. In the same school that could be a flagship school in the district, there is going to be a parent who has a reason why that school is not working for their child. So the purpose of having this indicator is not to validate practice, but to validate the continuum of concerns that the school community would have, because there's not going to be real consensus among all stakeholders at a single school site that the school is great. A child who has been bullied or a child who's not doing well in school is going to have a different issue and a different idea about the climate of that school than a child who's like Michael McFarland. And so we have to understand that the purpose of the school climate survey is to monitor and to map that continuum. And so I don't think, as with Board Member Ting saying that she's afraid she opened Pandora's box, we should, because we're forgetting, when you use that metaphor, the last thing that flew out of that box was hope. And so it's very important then to figure out and make all the mistakes, because this is something nobody has tried to do before, and to hold ourselves accountable for this quality conversation, not because we didn't want to have the conversation, even though we didn't, and not because we didn't know how to have the conversation, even though we do. It's because we don't know how to implement the practice. And so I think it's worth it, particularly on the school climate survey and on the college and career readiness survey, to do, as Board Member Holliday said, put a stake in the ground and say, here's what we're going to try. It's not like cooking pasta where you throw it against the wall and see what sticks. My kitchen is clean and I don't cook that way. But perhaps this, and that's probably not the good way to make policy, but putting a stake in the ground and say, here's where we're going to start, here's where we're going to plant our flag. And if we say, oh, that's not working, then we go and get something else. I think it's important to say, we understand that there are flaws and we are adopting it with all the bumps and flaws. And if it clearly is not netting the information we should be getting, then we should be doing something else. It's the same way that teachers look at their classroom test. If we give a test and everybody gets 100%, was it too easy? If we give a test and everybody fails, was that too hard? Which assessment are we supposed to be looking at, and what is the best way to go about it? That's the conversation we need to actually be comfortable with doing, not because it can't be done, but because we have to figure out how to do it.
So I think we need at some point a motion on how we're going to proceed. If we review what we've been doing, we've been sorting out through WestEd the indicators that are ready to go, and then the problems with others that make them more problematic as ready to go. What we haven't done is outline, vis-a-vis all these comments, how to get to the next stage. Okay, they have flaws. How do we recognize, as Board Member Holliday says, that most systems have flaws, so how can we think about using that? And then we have some which need a lot of development, like school climate. And to me, we don't have any advisory system or any other system at this point to accomplish this job. What do we have? They're not experts on how to develop a school climate survey, or are they? I mean, the word practitioner to me does not indicate to me that they were selected to sort out, all the issues. Let's use school climate. Or I must be They're not, are they more technical than I believe?
Well, we have two bodies, right? We have a technical design group, which has been around for a long time, going back to PSAA, who are experts in measurement and validity and all of that. So we can use them. And then we have the newly established California Practitioner Advisory Group, some of whom have a high level of technical expertise as well. But they're on the ground and can do much of what we've talked about here of how do we operationalize this locally as well, to the extent these may not be ready for prime time or be ready to use in, a quote, high stakes environment.
The technical group, advisory group, that's not part of the practitioners group.
Right, it is not.
Okay, and so that group may need to be refreshed. Yeah, it has been, but I don't know that it was. We're getting into some very. Some of these are subspecialties in of themselves. In my experience, people that study school climate are very different from psychometricians who and statisticians. And so Ed Hartle would not be, who I greatly admire, and I don't think he claimed to be an expert on school climate. So we may have to, look at our resources after this discussion and see what we need. And do it that way
Right.
rather than.
So
yeah.
so let me say that the technical design group, which is an informal group that's advisory to the superintendent, it's not in statute. We use them as a sounding board for many of the technical issues before we bring it to the CPAG, the practitioners group, or before we bring it to you. In the past, we used them before we brought it to the PSAA advisory committee, so we will continue to do that. I'm mentioning it that it's an informal group because we can augment it for specific purposes.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking about. That is,
so
once we sort through all this, we've begun the sorting now. Then we can begin to look at who we need to do all the broader aspects than we traditionally did.
One point of clarification is that the technical design group is advisory to the superintendent to the department, so that would inform the work that the department will be doing. It's not an advisory body of the board. So just wanted to clarify that since we were discussing that body.
Yes, Board Member Williams was next, and then Board Member Son.
I want to make a couple of quick points. I want to add to the interest in school climate. And I base that on my experience. Well, I base it to some extent on having grown up in a family with some difficulty, and the school was really important to me in terms of reaching out and making my life easier, and I remember that. And I'd like to thank Mrs. Damon, my senior year social studies teacher in particular, for that. But I also base it on the kids that come here and that come before the state board. And sometimes they come in large groups to talk about student voice and how important student voice is. And that has always made a huge impression on me when they come and talk about, and almost always when they talk about student voice, they talk about school climate. They don't come up and say the most important thing to me about school climate, not the kids who come before us. They don't say the most important thing to me is how many AP courses I've been offered. It's how what it feels like to go to that school and how safe they feel and how welcome they feel and how cherished and respected they feel. And sometimes they come in groups because they're organized. There are organized groups for student voice. But the other thing that happens is when there are some of the charter appeals, frankly, it is clear, especially if it's a renewal of a charter school, there are many charter schools that have come before us where it is clear that one of the biggest reasons the parents and the students chose that particular school was not because the district was not a good district, but because those kids and parents felt like they needed a very special place where they felt like the climate was just right for what their kids' needs were and the family's needs were. So I'm reiterating and confirming that I think this is really important for those reasons. And then I also want to say to your questions, we are not just looking at are we going to do perhaps placeholders, but also prioritizing. I didn't hear this level of excitement around the first two. I've heard it around school climate, around probably around parental involvement, which is related, college and career readiness behaviors. And it may be that an informal advisory group around college and career and school climate can be pulled together by either CDE or the state board or both, of people that know more about that area and could inform the next phase going on. It wouldn't have to be a big formal thing. It wouldn't have to be even, I think, with TDG as a technical advisory group. We haven't yet talked about science assessment results, but we've gone through, and there seems to be interest in school climate, parental involvement, and college and career readiness.
Board Member Sun. Oh, Michael McFarland, sorry.
Okay, so I think like everyone else, school climate is probably, out of all these things, the most important to me, just because I am a student, and I agree with Board Member Holliday that going to a school, even if it doesn't make the grade change from a B- to a B+, I think it's just so important to the child's development. I think where a lot of the confusion is just school climate is so big. There's the safety aspect to it. There's the academic, what's that school climate like in the classroom, and then what's the school climate like outside the classroom. Because I've been to a school, and I moved around a lot in middle school, where I go to the classroom super happy, teachers are great, but the kids, for lack of a better word, just aren't when I'm outside the classroom. And then, like some of the students that come up here and tell us their story, I don't deal at my high school with the same things that they're dealing with at their high school. I don't have to worry about safety, but I do, in a sense, have to worry about kind of the, I don't know, just the overall like atmosphere and like vibe at the school. And I will say another thing where, in regards to like the correlation of school climate, in regards to a student's grades, I think that varies a lot, student to student. I go to a school that's ultra competitive. Am I always happy at school? No. But at the same time, has that pushed me to achieve a lot and to do a lot better in school? And so on paper, does that look great? Probably. It has pushed me a lot further. But was that the best thing for me in my social development and growing up? You know, so I think where we need to kind of go is to kind of define this huge thing of school climate and at least assist in saying we might not pursue this, but all get on the same kind of, we're all on board with this is what school climate is defined as if we're going to pursue it as a state. And so that's kind of what I think about the whole.
Board Member Sun, and I have.
Yeah, just also remind ourselves that we have also another group that we can take some data and information and flow off. That's the UAT, the group of LEAs and schools and county offices that have been piloting some of this data and actually missing data. I'm hoping that the department in West Ed will be coming back to these schools with specific data on their information so that we can test out some of these indicators as we move along.
Okay, Board Member Ortiz-Lacone and Board Member Strauss.
I agree with Board Member McFarland that it has to be defined, because I would also include parent involvement and engagement as part of school climate surveys. But your experience in Palos Verdes is very different than somebody in the Central Valley or somebody in an urban core. I spoke with a group of youth. I was the keynote speaker, and the topic was school climate, and they invited me because it was in Long Beach. And in preparing for my remarks, I had to go back to my middle school experience, where in my 8th grade year, I had to run home a lot to avoid being jumped, because I lived in a high gang activity community. And I didn't fit the profile of a student that should live in that community. But, so anyways, I really heard them, and I heard that because they were not safe in school, because they were targeted, because they were suspended, because they were expelled, that contribute to their relationship and their perception of school. And we need to make sure that we redefine what the school is, the school climate, and the ecosystem of support for students. A lot of them didn't feel validated in the school, so that's cultural competence. Do we have that as part of our school climate survey or culture? If a parent who is English or non-English speaker comes to the office, do they feel welcome? If they don't feel welcome, do they feel comfortable trusting their child to this school? So there's many aspects of it, but it does really, we need to look at the context of it. What does this mean in terms of Mr. McFarland and your school? What does it mean in an urban setting? What does it mean for Central Valley students who are migrant students, perhaps migrant workers, and have to really reconcile those two lives of being a worker and a student? That's just what I want to contribute.
Board Member Strauss.
So we're going to hear from the CPAG chair and vice chair as part of this presentation, but let me just say that a credit to the State Board staff is the structure of the CPAG meeting had small group interaction, not just always sitting here listening to presentations, and they sat in small groups and actually debated some of these issues. You're going to get a report now of what they actually thought about middle school dropout rate and what they thought about some of these indicators. So they serve as advisory commission to us as a state board, and we really worked. We had, as you know, over 130 applications, and we increased its size to 17. They're going to work with us on this and the ESSA plan, and I think you'll find them a valuable advisory commission that really comes from a variety of perspectives. They have clear roles that they all represent in the CPAG, and so I just want to just let you know, like, they have very strong opinions about some of these and are going to be very helpful to us as a group to advise us. So, and the chair and vice chair are here today as part of the presentation. So I just wanted to let you know that we do have a group that's working, that's between our meetings, helping to move this further along.
Okay, Board Member Burr.
Well, I just thought maybe it would be a good time to talk about an alternate motion, because I think hopefully it will help pull some of these things together. And as we talked about earlier, we really are at a point where we're going to have to make decisions about some of these things. And so I appreciate all the work the staff did, and they've certainly worked really hard to get to this place. But I have some suggestions about the motion that is before you that I'd like to share with you right now, if that's okay. And I did ask staff to do a written document so you'd be able to look at it. Pardon me? We're going to distribute it right now so that people have it. And I'm not going to make the motion right now, but I want you to have an opportunity to look at it. And it's intended to reflect a lot of the feedback we've received from our stakeholder groups, which I really appreciate, and certainly to reinforce many of the comments that you've already made. So while it's being handed out, I'm just going to summarize the differences, and then, of course, we can talk about it later. And I don't mean to preempt your conversation, Carrick, but I just feel like we had a really rich discussion. It might be helpful to put a little frame around it. If you look at the motion that's in your item, the suggestions I have really are to, first of all, to staff recommendation number 1. And I would recommend that we modify the key indicators, first of all, to be explicit that student test scores will be included for the English language arts and mathematics for grades 3 through 8, including a measure of individual student growth, because we've always talked about growth as a way to look at this, and when feasible, and the results on the NGSS assessment when available. Lots of information, well, lots of interest in science, so for sure we need to signal our intent to do that. I would suggest that we remove the grade 3, the specific call out of grade 3 ELA and grade 8 math. We've heard a lot about, and I know I have this concern about double counting of test scores. I don't think that's necessary, so I would recommend that we remove that. I also think we should have language that we're clear that our other indicator are measures of student engagement, which would include suspension and chronic absenteeism when it's available. The suspension should be by grade span, which I think we were talking about as well. The other thing, and this is more specific to our conversation now, I would include 2 additional recommendations that we direct the staff to bring a recommendation back on July 5th for all the state priorities that were not addressed in the key indicators. That was the graphic we talked about earlier, the ones that were below the line as local indicators. And as you read the text, I call those out specifically so that it's clear to everybody we're handling all of the priorities. And then the last one is more appropriate for the conversation we've just been having, which is to direct the staff to provide an update in July on the feasibility of incorporating college and career measures, what those might look like, or if there are multiple measures or a composite, we would certainly hear about that, and local climate surveys. And I call out in here, including the items from the California Healthy Kids Survey and related surveys that could be adapted. So I would just offer that for your consideration as we move forward, and also for our stakeholder groups, many of whom, have been very thoughtful about their input. The thing that is not changed, of course, are in item 1, the methodology for calculating this, and we're going to get to that in a minute. A component that supports data analysis, and a little bit of a modification to the 1D, which is to be very clear that for every priority, whether we call it a state priority or a local priority, that we have a top-level display that breaks out performance by subgroup. We've talked about that for months, that's our commitment to equity. I worry a little bit that that's not seeping in, so I want to say it over and over again and make sure that people are clear about that. So again, I'm not making the motion right now. I want you to all have a chance to take a look at it, but I just thought it might help us move along a little bit in the conversation to acknowledge all of the fantastic feedback we've received.
Okay. Yeah, I sort of mislaid the list, but I think I have Board Member Rucker next, and I know I have Board Member Sandoval, and now I have Board Member, Okay, go ahead, Pat.
So, Carrick, I appreciate that you're letting us have this conversation on each of these potential indicators. I just want to note, we never did hear your presentation about the science assessment results and what is the level of deficiency concerning the science assessment results. And the other point that I do want to make is, as it relates to each of these indicators, and particularly with regard to the indicator concerning the Williams settlement, because it currently in the statute does not apply to charter schools. Again, if we choose to use this as an indicator, my assumption is going to be that they're not going to be called the Williams indicators. They will be something that will actually be written in the rubric so that it does apply in a uniform way to every single LEA, whether they're called a charter school or something else. So I understand that that is a deficiency right now because they currently are not required to collect this information and report it. But if it's identified as an indicator, rather than just calling it a Williams indicator, that will actually take the 3 elements, and that's what will actually be required of all LEAs to report out. The second point I do want to make is, because some of these are things we haven't been doing before, there is a need for some sense of reciprocal review or reciprocal accountability to understand if what we're saying is supposed to work is working. So I know that we don't currently have some kind of review process contemplated in either motion, but this idea of a reciprocal accountability for the state to hold itself accountable for its accountability practices is important. So even though it's not contemplated in either what was recommended by the staff today, I'm hoping that in July, when we identify and adopt those numerical values for these indicators, that we do consider adding in that staff recommendation some process for reciprocal accountability or reciprocal review.
Board Member Sandoval.
I just want to thank Member Burr for bringing the focus back to the key concise indicators that we have to make decisions about. And it helps me focus the thinking because there's so much information. But I'm very supportive of the alternate motion, especially the fact that it's more inclusive of establishing standards for the priority areas that aren't necessarily specifically reflected in the key state indicators. And I just wanted to make a statement about parent involvement and family engagement and the importance of that. And also, what I think deserves further attention is what the state's supporting role could be in that area, in providing resources to LEAs and communities in evaluating successful and effective family engagement at a local level, and what we can learn from the local stakeholders in that process.
Board Member Holliday.
I too am supportive of this alternative motion, and thank you, Member Burr, for working so hard on this. I did want to say, though, in your comment, you sort of preface your explanation for why the grade 3 reading and grade 8 math would not be a part of the motion by saying something about double weighting or something. I certainly hope we're not going back down that path of having numbers add up in different weights to come to a single number that makes real estate agents so happy, but instead that we are looking at multiple measures that have varying degrees of importance based upon what a school has as its priorities, and obviously common ground among lots of schools. But I'm a big fan of shining a light on grade 3 reading scores, because I do think that if a child gets behind in reading and is not a happy and successful reader by that point, she's going to have quite a bit of trouble moving forward in school, and we don't want that. And the same thing with math. I don't have elementary school experience. I have middle and high, and a child who's behind in basic math skills at 8th grade is going to be frustrated for a long time in high school in math classes for the most part. Not that I want it to be brought back as a key indicator, you know, or state level indicator, but I do think somehow we should, whether it's in a dashboard level at some point, make sure that those figures are clearly seen by everybody, because I think all of the studies around those those two numbers point that they're very important.
Yeah, Board Member Strauss.
So I just want to follow up on what Member Holliday's comments are, in that, you know, we're going to have rubrics that are going to further develop this, and I really think in the parent engagement area and the instructional practice area that we, in the narrative part that the rubrics will show, will help guide what we view as model practices, what we view as appropriate interventions, appropriate support. Because I agree, I think the early reading intervention actually in K1 versus N3 to make sure kids are on track for reading, the math level that schools, that we want to make it a priority that you look at that and make sure you're taking appropriate support actions so kids get the support they need to be successful. But I do think the rubrics will help build this out, and I know that's coming to us in July, but the language in the rubrics could build upon all these areas that we're talking about what we're expecting for practices in the district and in the site level. So I'm assuming that we're going to talk a little more, I know it's a long board item today, but that the rubrics are a key part of this whole system.
Board Member Williams.
I obviously want to thank Member Burr for this revised alternative motion. It's clear you were responsive and reflecting on all of the feedback, the letters that were written from a diverse range of agencies and sources, that don't necessarily always agree with one another. And I appreciate your listening to those voices, and I really appreciate your making this effort. I did, however, then waste a lot of time writing a really strong case for some of these that I no longer have to make, which is actually a relief now. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready for attachment 3. Okay, comment on science assessment back in the other.
Oops, going the wrong way.
Yeah.
So thank you, Member Rucker, because this is where I was really going to become brilliant. And I didn't want to miss my chance. So there are a few indicators here, and I'll make it quick, and then we can get on to attachment 3. The last of which is the science assessment results, which of course doesn't have any embedded deficiency itself, other than the fact that it's just not available to us. So that was really the only comment I was going to make about the science assessment results. So we will not have those results until, you know, after the 2018-19 administration.
Yeah.
That's its only deficiency.
I'm so glad you said that, and I knew you were going to say that. I want to remind everybody that when the test designers were here and they talked about this assessment, they talked about what they believe the assessment results and the outcome from the assessment can reliably and validly be used for. So they were very clear, based on the design that they presented to us, what this design will tell us about science instruction, it will tell us individually about students, but they were also very clear, separate from the assessment practice, that is cutting edge and second generation or next generation or 21st century, whatever term of art you want to use. They were also very clear about what the limitations were in using this in the state's accountability system. So while I understand what you mean when you say that it does not have any embedded deficiencies, the people who have been charged with the work of developing the assessment did identify some particular deficiencies as it relates to the use of the test results in the accountability system. So I want to remind you of that. That's not something I'm making up. When the test developer tells you there will be a problem, we need to pay attention to that.
I just want to say that I hear you, and I kept those slides and go back and refresh myself on what they said could be the limitations of this innovative model. But I guess I think of it as not as part of this. Our state accountability system, the way we're trying to design it, is a state supportive system. And if there are flags in there that a district and a school could use some extra support in improving their science instruction, then I'm hoping that this would help make that happen for them and their students.
I'm not calling it out for that purpose. I just do not want the public record to say that we accept the premise that there are not any embedded deficiencies when that is not what the test developer said.
So obviously designing how those results would be used is going to be the key. So we've talked about grade 3 and grade 8, which a little bit about their ability to predict future success for students, specifically on a track for college and career readiness. Of course, its deficiency is really a policy deficiency. It's this double counting. And we mentioned this in March at the board meeting, that it does, in fact, double count assessment results. So you were correct, Member Burr, in making that comment. The footnote here on chronic absenteeism, we haven't talked about this morning, though it is part of the revised motion, I noticed, and that is a very promising data element. We don't have it yet, but it is part of ESSA. So we are required to collect it as a state, and so that data will become available to us at the end of next school year. And then a suspension rate,
which will be on time for ESSA.
Which could be on time for ESSA.
Yes, so I think we have a plan to.
One of the deficiencies with that, since we're mentioning deficiencies, is that it'll be the first year we collect that data. Mm-hmm. So I will say, if schools and districts are given an indication that this is a upcoming data element that's of importance at the state level, it will encourage them to report it accurately. So that will probably improve the data quality, but again, the first time you collect anything, you're going to have some unevenness in the data, and as long as we account for that and understand that going in, that's the only deficiency we noticed there. Suspension rates we haven't talked about, but we have talked to them before. We're going to talk about them a little bit when we get to the methodology, which is next. So you've had plenty of time for questions and comments, so I'm going to slip right by that slide and get into the methodology itself. So we're going now to attachment 3. I do want to make a couple of summary comments from all the great comments that we've heard this morning already. One is that we should be thinking of this, and it's been mentioned before, but let me just repeat it. We should be thinking of this as the first edition, not the last edition. This is a continuous improvement process for us at the state level, as well as for schools and districts. That some of the elements, it's our job to bring back for you with the LCFF evaluation rubrics some information on all of the elements, not just the ones that will be at the state level. So that'll be coming back. A reminder of what's already been said this morning, which is if it's not identified at the state level to be used as a data element, does not make it less important. In fact, we've heard from multiple people that things like school climate and parent involvement, parent engagement, that sort of thing, is in many cases, for many schools, the most important item for them to discuss locally. And then the last comment I want to make, and then we'll move to the methodology, is that, you know, when we think about these deficiencies, as we've said, every element has its deficiencies, and what can we live with? One of the things that we ought to be thinking about when we determine whether an item ought to be local or whether it ought to come to the state level is how do we mitigate for some of those deficiencies? So, for instance, a survey, regardless of what the survey is about, survey results would be very difficult at the state level for us to mitigate because we don't know the local context. Locally, a survey, you can mitigate the deficiencies by questioning the results. You look at the results and it's going to be clear to a lot of people locally, well, this doesn't look accurate to me, and then they can start looking into issues of, did this go to every teacher, or did this go to every student, or did this go to every parent? Well, you know, because I'm questioning these results. Those are things we can't really do at the state level, right? Because we don't have that local, that local context that they have to have that discussion. So when we think about the deficiencies and what we can live with, we should also be thinking about how to mitigate or how do we overcome some of those deficiencies, because some of those are much easier to overcome at the local level than they are at the state level. Okay, methodology. So we have, over a couple of past months, started this discussion of how we're going to look at the methodology once we identify the indicators, which hopefully at the end of this item, we'll have a motion and an approval for us to apply a methodology to all those indicators that have been approved and bring those back for you in July. And so the methodology here is what you've seen before, either through a board memo or previous board item related to the graduation data. That's what we started with. If you remember, we came back with some form of methodology. In some cases, we referred to looking at outcomes and improvement as elements. We want to look at more than just the status, but what's the change in that status from year to year. And so we looked at some of this data in terms of setting some thresholds. So these thresholds were used as just a starting point, if you will. You are not being asked today to approve what some people were referred to as cut points here of the 5th percentile, 10th percentile, 25th, and 95th. These are given to you as a starting point because it's very symmetrical, 5, 25, 75, and 95. But we will bring back some recommendations to you in the July meeting where you will set those performance bands, but not today. Today you're looking at just the methodology itself, not the cut points. But we did take a look at some of this data, graduation data and suspension rate data. On slide 27 is an example of the graduation rate example. Again, this is one type of a chart, and the next slide is looks at it horizontally with some colors embedded, but it's both the same data. So in this example, you'll see the schools in the left-hand column, LEAs in the right-hand column. In the parens are the numbers. So in this chart, 1,179 schools are represented in this example, and the LEAs 428. Then we took those and again created a distribution, because one of the things that this system is supposed to do for us is to differentiate between schools so we can identify, as we mentioned this morning in the superintendent's report, perhaps there are schools at the upper end that should be recognized for their achievements, be drawn upon as resources for other schools and districts and how they can help other schools. And then toward the lower end, we need to be able to identify schools that are in need of assistance or support. And so that's the purpose of having a distribution. And then, of course, there's going to be probably most schools in between those two far ends of the scale. So in this example, what you can see written here, but not in the colors. If you like colors, you can go to the next slide. But for the top 95 percentile, 79 schools ended up there. So it's easiest to look at this chart and just go to the top and the bottom, right? So 79 schools, if we use these distribution points of 5th, 25th, 75th, and 95th, you'd have 79 schools in the top, 73 schools at the bottom. Yes, top being good. And then LEAs, if you look on the right-hand column, it would be 17 and 22. So one of the things you're trying to do with this distribution is beyond just identifying recognition or support, you're also trying to look at your own capacity as well, right? We can't set distribution points, or I should say we certainly could. I would not recommend setting distribution points that would overwhelm the system with the number of schools or districts that need some assistance or support. So we need to be realistic about, who are the schools that we need and districts we need to target for that assistance and support for improvement. So if you remember from the Alberta, I don't have a slide of it, but if you remember from the Alberta model, which pretty soon we're going to start calling the California model, it does again on those two axis lines, looking at status or outcome and improvement, or status and change, however you want to look at that. And it then identifies as you hit these, as you apply these percentiles, it will identify schools by things like, we can change the nomenclature, but I think what we've been using is excellent, good, emerging, issues, concern. Again, that's nomenclature that can change, but the idea here is, again, identify top, identify bottom, and where people are in the middle in both terms of where they are status and where they are in terms of how compared to previous year, how they're doing. Are they getting better or not? So again, these charts are a repeat of the previous one, just in color, and identifies the two bullet points there that those in the red zone, if you will, in this example, would be those that would be eligible for some sort of technical assistance or support. So we don't need to get too wrapped up in all of this data. We also have this data available by race and ethnicity and subgroups, which would, of course is part of all of this. We didn't want to overwhelm you with all of that simply because we're not asking you to set these distribution points now. But there is that data, and it is available. As we move forward, we can take a look at that.
Just a question on that. Yes, so this point of clarification, these high schools do not include the alternative schools, or they do?
That's right, they do not.
They do not, okay.
They do not. So it's probably worth mentioning now that any accountability system, if you're going to do a one-size-fits-all, you have some problems with it, especially when it comes to things like alternative schools. We've not really addressed, we have not addressed in this board item today what we will do with alternative schools, but there must be an alternative way to look at those schools that's fair, where the data better represents how they're doing than, say, a 4-year cohort rate, which does not work well for schools that are taking in students that are credit deficient. So that is to come. It's not in today's board item.
Yeah, so this is a 4-year graduation rate. And I think it's also important to keep in mind students with IEPs who are working towards diplomas taking longer than 4 years, as well as certificates of completion, and how it can be recognized that schools are helping students graduate with diplomas as well as certificates, but it may take more than 4 years.
Yes. So we do calculate 5-year and 6-year graduation rates. Again, we haven't mentioned it here, and that helps some alternative schools. There's still a lot that need an alternative system, but you're correct. 5th and 6-year rates are helpful.
One other comment on alternative schools. Under the old CST, there were alternative standards for alternative schools. There were some outside studies of that, and they were really low. The board needs to keep their eyes on these alternative schools. And where they're actually, what's actually happening there, and what level we should expect of them. So we'll revisit that later, but I am concerned about those schools, and they really, I think, were not well treated in terms of data that was in the old CST system. So that's gone, but I'm just, that's a warning flag, yeah.
And that very well may be true, but at the same time, these are kids who have been in really seriously difficult situations, and there are a lot of good people helping them get credit recovery and move through to a point that they have a better future. And clearly, the whole accountability system that we're talking about right now, there may be bits and pieces of this that blend in very well with an alternative school, a juvenile detention hall school or a dropout recovery school, those sorts of schools. But at the same time, a great deal of this will not be applicable. Therefore, I do think that we should make clear to the 600 and some alternative schools that are in California that they are not going to be held to this accountability system without some other version
Let's stick on that a while, because my understanding is that these schools have a range of students come out of the old continuation high school of California, and they're not just, they include that, and I understand that, but from what I looked at, they're much broader. Maybe Board Member Rucker was next, and maybe Board Member Sun wants to comment about these.
I think that there's two problems when we start talking about alternative schools, because we don't necessarily, and it goes to what Dr. Kirst was just saying, it goes to who those actual student subgroups are. Right now, when we look at the student subgroups for most LEAs, those are student subgroups based on ethnicity as well as foster youth, and also for English learners. But when you start talking about alternative schools, there are different subgroups and categories of students being served at those schools. And yes, there's still ethnic minority issues, there's still English learner issues, but when you look at who the law describes can go to those schools, we're not actually giving accountability information or data based on what really are the significant subgroups of students who are at those schools. So I do agree that the model we've had in the past was very low, but the model we had in the past didn't actually differentiate who are the actual subgroups in those schools. And perhaps in putting this model together, we can use the same type of cohort data, but I have a caveat on that. But instead of disaggregating it by the student subgroups that we're using for accountability purposes, we actually maybe need to align the subgroup report to who the students are the ed code says those students are serving. But now here's the caveat on that. Just like we have the issue about the K-8, the grade 8 to grade 9 matriculation, how do you decide what the matriculation point is, and who do we give that point to? The school that sent them, the school that will receive them if they exited, or do we keep those students inside that cohort for that school for a period of time? I mean, so there becomes a question about how do you hold on to those students for purposes of reporting for that program. But I think in this model, we have an opportunity to change the subgroup data labels that we're using, and maybe it might be a better idea to do that since they are alternative schools. Why not have an alternative list of those subgroup names?
Yeah, so just real quickly, I know we're kind of going a little bit off track on the alternative schools, but I do think there is room within this accountability system back to local. There could be local measures. There are many of these alternative schools who've developed local measures, and they may not necessarily, or they won't be on this for triggering state action. I think that's the piece that even if there is a display of data, however we end up doing it, these schools may not be the ones that actually trigger the action, but they can also provide more data and informative at their local levels too.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
But I think, there's an important group of schools, and we need to consider them.
So once you approve the indicators that we're looking at, then we would apply the same sort of methodology, come back to you with some suggested distribution points or cut points, if you will, to identify the performance bands. We've taken a preliminary look, for instance, at suspension rate, which is why we're actually recommending that for suspension rates, we specifically break it out by grade span, because if you look in the far right column, what you'll see is that middle schools have a much higher percentage of suspensions than the other two grade spans. So our recommendation is that for this item, we actually do it by grade span for suspension rates. So our next step is we need to take a look at the implication of that distribution, where those cut points perhaps ought to be, bring those back to you, assuming you approve this type of methodology, to put it into an Alberta-like, California-like model that looks at both status and improvement, or status and change, whatever terms you want to use. We will have technical staff taking a look at that methodology to smooth out and make adjustments to those performance bands, just so that they make more sense, so we're not coming back to you with 6.2%, something a little easier to digest. And then, of course, this idea I've already mentioned in 4, this changing some of the wording that we use here, because not every year will be improvement, and it'll be a change. Some actually, will go back, and in some cases that's okay. If you have a 97% graduation rate and you slip to 96.5, that's not an indication that you need assistance, right? So in some cases it's just a change, not necessarily considered improvement, so that we're looking at a change in that kind of nomenclature. And
okay, you're done. All right, we're ready. Ortiz-Lacone.
So when I read the item, I was really hoping to see more than just the grad rate. I feel that we've pretty much exhausted the information for the grad rate, and I really wanted to see what does this mean for language proficiency rates. I think we're really going to struggle with that, and so it's important for us to start the thinking early. But one of the things that really sort of frustrated me was that we started with capacity in mind and not with student achievement. And in that process, I felt that the conversations around equity have been diluted, because there was nothing here that stated there are achievement gaps between student groups and what can we do to narrow these achievement gaps. I didn't see a lot of talk around long-term goals for our students or the indicators, and that's something that I felt had been on track in terms of conversation. We have students that are falling further behind, and we need accelerated improvement targets for them. And here, everything's pretty fixed. There's this range, regardless of where you fall in this distribution. So I want to know, what is the long-term goal? So are we having that conversation about long-term goals? And what are we doing to differentiate so that students are moving not at the same pace, because they're not necessarily at the same point, but how are we moving students that are furthest behind so that we could actually actualize the promise of equity? We have the LCFF that gave us money specifically for these students so that we could improve and increase their outcomes. So how is that reflected here?
So thank you. So one of the things we sort of skipped over quickly was attachment 1, and we don't have to go back to it, but in attachment 1 we do mention what's going to come up in July pretty specifically, and those points that you're making are exactly that. One, once we approve a methodology, then we can bring back to you in July how that applies to all of the indicators, so that you can get a look at that across all of them, not just grad rates or not just suspension rates. One of the things that we will talk about again in July is this idea of setting, standards, right? How are we going to set something? Do we want to set ambitious but yet attainable goals for students? And of course, all that will be coming back in terms of data reflecting subgroup goals as well. So,
sure.
So are you saying that in July we will see differentiated improvement targets by subgroups that are based on where students are at, or what exactly are you saying?
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know the answer to that.
Board Member Strauss.
Carrick, I know we're going to talk a little bit later in the item about what's going to happen at CPEG and what we're looking at, because they're scheduled to to meet and will help us work through on a study session before the next meeting. But is this likely to be a conversation at the practitioners advisory? I'm seeing some heads shake. Yes. So that's a working group that helps advise us, and Member Burr and I attend that and are there as liaisons. So I think there's a process, so we won't lose what your conversation was to see where we're going for July. That's all I wanted to say.
Board Member Sun.
Yeah, so as you, once we approve a methodology, you move forward with the data runs, is it the plan to also re-engage the UAT, the schools that have been in this pilot on graduation rates?
Yes.
Right.
That is also, we've been waiting to get some specifics before we call on the user group to give us some additional feedback.
Terrific, because I think at that time you will see all of the, perhaps some of the issues with someone running the data. For instance, if we do the suspension rates by grade span, then what happens with K-12 schools, small schools, all of those things, right? Okay.
All right, any other questions on attachment 3? Hearing none, I guess we are ready for attachment 4.
Good morning still. Nancy Brownell, staff to the State Board. A quick comment about attachment 4 that focuses on some of the earlier questions that Member Rucker mentioned related to the inclusion of local data and how that might be used in the LCFF evaluation rubrics. So this particular attachment highlighted, again, the purpose, for purposes of the graphic, the green circle emphasis on within the context of the cycle of LCAP development, analysis of impact, moving toward an annual update, the LCFF rubrics coming on in the fall for use next year, adds another layer of both self-analysis and the focus on looking at how do the local measures then become a part of the larger system as well. So this gets, excuse me, back to the concept of the content map reflected in the earlier discussion, where all of the information around local and associated indicators, as they're currently called, but again, those names may be changed within the context, obviously, of the board's determination of terminology. All of this good local information really helps paint the picture of how a local district is doing. And so with that concept, as you may recall, this idea that if it is about local, state, and federal dimensions, how does the local part of the data collection weigh into the development of a web-based data tool for the LCFF rubrics? And that's, again, part of the developmental work that we are now getting close to, that a reminder that the rubrics must include, as Carrick well said, the standards for performance and expectations for improvement. That's central in the LCFF statutes. This leads, of course, then to how to help identify LEAs that may need some level of assistance and support across all of the priorities, and that all of the conversations you had earlier about, well, some of this obviously is information that is state collected, much of it is not. Much of it is at the local level, and it really tells the story of what's happening there. So the board may really need to direct staff, and even as noted in the revised motion, to develop some approaches for providing guidance for districts, LEAs, charters, county offices that might provide some guidance for them and provide some options that might make sense, and that this could grow over time. And we've had the great pleasure of convening the California Practitioners Advisory Group in April, and this information was shared with them, And we have with us today Joanne Iskin, who may be a familiar face, former chair of the IQC and currently the interim director of teacher education at UCLA, and Ed Manansella, a person near and dear to my heart, the county superintendent of my home county, El Dorado County. And they are going to provide just a brief overview of how that meeting went and a little bit about their expertise that they bring with the other CPAG members and help inform your thinking about guiding staff to increase some of the information that might be needed for the local tool. So if Joanne and Ed would step up, thank you very much.
So hello, good to see you all. Joanne Iskin, chair of the California Practitioner Advisory Group. My colleague, Ed Manansella, who is vice chair of the group, we're happy to be here. I think we're standing between you and lunch, so we'll accelerate our presentation. Ed and I were just talking. First of all, thank you for including our role in your conversation, but we were just sharing as we were sitting back there that, you know, Nancy Brunell and Carrick Ashley and Michelle Magyar and Barbara Murchison, the support of board members Strauss and Bird, did a wonderful job of orienting us and filling us in on the presentation you just had. We left feeling as though we were swimming laps, and Ed and I just realized that we were swimming laps in the kiddie pool. So we're so glad that we were here so that we really now have a much better sense for the depth and the extent of the conversation, and we will be far better equipped to facilitate very deep discussion at our next June meeting. So thank you for allowing us to participate in the conversation. So just as a quick review of who we are and what we do, our charge is, as you can see up here, that we are charged to give input on the development of a coherent, single coherent accountability system to fulfill the state's requirement to have a practitioners group under the requirements of Title I, and to talk about the practical implications of the conversations that you all are having here on the accountability system. So we are, as you can see, a very, very diverse group. I think we really do reflect stakeholders at all levels of the system. Ed and I are here. We actually have two other members of our CPAG group in the audience today. Dr. Karen Valdez, who is an assistant superintendent of instruction, and Araceli Simeon, who represents a parent community group. And I can tell you that all of the stakeholders in the group spoke very passionately and represented the groups for whom they were at the table to represent, and are thinking about the implications of all of the decisions along the way in the accountability system. The conversations, I know they were very passionate, and all participated. I need to share with you, as you hear about our work from here forward, that we did establish one norm in our group, and that was that we will not be voting as we make recommendations to you. The first significant reason for that is a reminder that we are an advisory group, but a more significant reason for that is that we wanted to be sure that as you hear the reports of our work and our discussions, that we are not privileging certain voices in that conversation. So we are very careful to make sure that we hear from all stakeholders on all issues, and you'll hear from us the points at which we converge and agree. You'll also hear from us the points at which we don't, and what are the particular stakeholder issues that may be very significant to the various groups. So I just wanted to start off by saying that as we were oriented toward this conversation, I think there were four pieces of the framework that really made an impact on this group. The first was that as we think about accountability, that we need to think about a coherent system, which was very meaningful to our group of practitioners. Second, that we need to think about this system as a system that promotes reflection and planning and improvement and not sanctions. Third, as Carrick explained to us, the California way, and your charge really to think about innovative thinking when it comes to accountability, and not necessarily being stuck in old practices. And the last point that they made to us very clearly was that we're at a point where we should be thinking about this as System 1.0, that this is just the first rollout, that this is a system that will continue to evolve. So we know, in fact, being here and hearing your conversation helps us understand your aspirations and your vision, so that as we look at evolution over time, we can support that vision in our conversations. So what that does for our group is prompt some very creative thinking. I'll share one idea that came up as part of one of the small groups as we were looking at key indicators, local metrics, rubrics, and model practices. One of the ideas that emerged was thinking about the construction of the architecture for the system to link a dashboard, whatever the dashboard system is, to an LCAP template system, so that as school districts work through the process of reflecting on data, looking at rubrics, examining model practices, that may, if possible, have a way of populating itself into an LCAP, so that that might help alleviate some of the onerous nature of the writing of an LCAP and give schools and districts more opportunities to really do the reflective process, which is really where we should be putting our time and energy. So that kind of thinking is coming out of the group. What we did pay attention to specifically in April are the things you see listed, and I'm going to turn it over to Ed to speak to you specifically about the recommendations that came out of those conversations.
Good morning. Again, my name is Ed Madancel. I'm the County Superintendent in El Dorado County. It's good to be with you. I do have to share that at the time of our orientation and introduction to the CPAG group, it was described as we were joining a race that had been going on for about 2 years, and we definitely felt like we stepped onto a treadmill. I completely agree with Joanne. We're going from the kiddie pool to the big pool. So the CPAG group reviewed a draft of the LCFF evaluation rubrics, local data, and updated features at its April meeting. And as a result, we did meet in small groups to have a more robust discussion about the rubrics. And I think that was very helpful for each of the practitioners in looking at it through their local context. And so an example of that for me is, I could give you an example as recent as yesterday. I was with 1,400 third graders in El Dorado County, and yesterday, and there was just such an emphasis on science and math at their local farm day, or I could go back to a discussion in the CPAG group where we were looking at things through an urban perspective, and we're looking at these tools through each of our unique lenses, and then offering our feedback, which I'll give you more specifics. But the CPAG members also noted that the criteria and guidance could be further developed in the use of local data measures and indicators for optional use by district charters and counties. And last, based on the CPAG discussion and recommendation, staff recommend developing the LCFF evaluation rubrics to support the use of local data. What we did see and acknowledge was that we were looking at a draft and we saw potential behind it. So CPAG also reviewed an early draft of the practice statements of model practices and recommended that the state board staff revise the draft statements of model practices to include, as appropriate, our feedback. In particular, and this is what Joanne was speaking to, I think while we were looking at the data analysis, we wanted to look at how can the state board provide narrative descriptions that would be helpful beyond, again, just the data analysis. It's just really looking at the practical application of these rubrics. The CPAG discussion and revisions to the statements of model practices will be summarized and posted on the CPAG webpage, and it's something that we wanted to note. Last, in looking at next steps for our meeting in June, again, we've just had one meeting in April. This will be our second meeting. We plan to review the draft of final key indicators for the state and federal accountability purposes and discuss options to set standards for the key indicators and whether LEAs are eligible for technical assistance. This is a really important topic, both the key indicators and looking at what will differentiate the need for technical assistance when we're looking at from the perspective of the district, the county offices of education, and of course at the state level. So last, the CPAG recommends how best to display data so that's locally actionable and meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board member questions for our hardworking group here with much to come. Okay, Ortiz Lacombe.
Do you have a question about this? Mine's kind of.
I don't have a question. I just want to say, Joanne, evidently we're not going to let you go. You get off the IQC and we just find another slot for you. So think about that going forward.
Yeah.
Not directly related to this, but earlier on we looked at some of the local indicators, and as we are now open to consider those indicators that are still a little bit flawed and we don't have the data that we need now, I had inquired last time around about an EL composite indicator that looked at proficiency rates, long-term English learners, and reclassification rates. And so I know that there was, the methodology or getting to that composite was problematized, but since we're now all about imperfections, and I'm all about that, I want us to reconsider that. And I know that that's something that was also highlighted in the task force report. You're nodding, so do I see agreement?
Came up in our group as well.
Okay, great. And so I would like us to reconsider that composite as an indicator.
Okay, there are other questions? If not, thank you for your help, and we look forward to more interaction and support from you. So board members, we're going to continue continuous session here, so the lunch is out there, and various board members feel free to go out as you need to, and so we'll have exiting and entering, but we will now go ahead with attachment 5.
Good. The end of the presentation part is close. So as mentioned in attachment 4, the concept of the local measures and what guidance might be a part of that system, and I think in the revised motion there's more specifics about that. Attachment 5 again moves into some of what Member Rucker mentioned this morning, the idea of more qualitative narrative statements, right, about practices that would be useful at the local level. So this goes back to some of the language in the LCFF statute about rubrics, right? That one of the concepts undergirding the development of these is that they reflect a holistic, multidimensional assessment of school district and individual school site performance and include all of the state priorities. That the value and importance of both quantitative and qualitative data for analysis obviously is a very important part of the local reflection and analysis of progress on goals and impact of actions and services within the LCAP. So as a part of the initial developmental concepts, and this was shared also with the user acceptance group, and they gave some excellent feedback that has been incorporated, that this early design feature included this concept of, at that time, what we were calling practice standards. But from guidance from board members and even stakeholders and meetings we've been holding, the idea of so many standards was getting a little confusing. So we've sort of currently changed the terminology to statements of model practices. Again, in the entire system, that could be a choice that you determine stays or could be revised. So again, going to the earlier question, an important acknowledgement that stakeholders, the CPAG, others have mentioned to us that a web-based data analysis tool does not a rubric make. It is an important dimension of this work that has been ongoing in all of the board's discussions. So the connections across the components of the evaluation rubrics includes this capacity to have a web-based data analysis tool, clearly, to take a look at this concept of statements of model practices that really begin to move into the narrative qualities around characteristics and examples of high-functioning organizational practices. As I've mentioned to groups that I've talked with, in thinking about sort of the high end of a more traditional scale that a rubric might include. What are those really critical components that are worth thinking about and could be framed in part of the self-reflection at the district level as county superintendents' teams are working with their districts, begin to move into how they look at the LCAPs, and of course, obviously, as data is showing that student groups may not be making the kind of progress they need to, what could lead to very helpful support and technical assistance over time. And then even more so to provide some connections to additional resources, practice guides as we've been calling them for now. And this, I think, is also was discussed quite a bit at the superintendent's task force, that, again, the rubrics are a tool, but there are many excellent resources. And the idea in sort of thinking about conceptually, if I'm in a local district and I'm looking at this well-developed web-based tool, I'm seeing what my data is showing me, I maybe roll my mouse or cursor over the data and it moves to here's some of the model practices, statements of model practices that might want to be considered, and additionally, for deeper set of resources, I could click on 2 or 3 perhaps resource documents that are out there similar to the quality schooling framework, the work that West Ed has done in gathering some of these additional resources. So this idea that I know you have spent many, many, many hours really focused on the indicators, this more comprehensive concept, I think now that we're moving along and coming to that September decision, will be included in what comes forward, and the assistance of the practitioners group, the users, we will go back around on some of the policy feedback, and other stakeholder input is critical really to moving to that next level. So this was a sample. It's very small text, but we got some good ways to think about it from the practitioners group. This was an early document that was, I think, surfaced perhaps at a meeting last spring that said, well, the practice standards, as they were then called, could have some descriptions about access to basic support, for example, in a very general way. Then there would be some more detailed levels that you could sort of drill down on. This was an early draft sample. We know we have to go back in as staff in preparation for the June 22nd meeting that we know is for the California, or the practitioners group, and to have a joint work session among board members as well for those, and I think Mike was going to talk about that, or Eileen maybe at a later time. But to go back to these now and delve into them, knowing what the key indicators are, knowing what the concepts might be, and really pull out some of these statements of model practices and additional resources, again, as part of the rubric system. So given that there are now this sort of range of ideas that will be needing to come together in a single, coherent, local, state, and federal accountability and continuous improvement concept, the display data tool has to obviously connect with, for example, the revisions to the LCAP, which Member Sun, I think, mentioned very well. If we're really going to be assisting locals to be able to do the work that needs to be done, those revisions will be a central part of the success of using the rubrics as well. So the data tool, this idea of drill down options, to create reports showing outcomes on the related indicators, including the local. Again, going to this version 1.0 concept that over time could be much more robust and built out with obviously the goals of the department and Superintendent Torlakson as well. And then the additional links to these qualitative statements about high-functioning organizational practices and additional resources that could be really used in much more depth at the local level as districts saw fit. Additionally, with county superintendents' teams, the capacity to work in their local context with their districts as they're focusing in on areas of need. So with that, I'm just reminding you, again, this importance, as was also indicated in the report, the guiding principles that you helped provide us with, I think, last year's March meeting, if I recall, that this is, again, what's been helping the conversation with stakeholders, the capacity as department and state board staff to continue to move on trying to develop what would make sense in this looking forward concept, along with the importance of this continuous improvement focus on using student level outcomes as a key way of determining how that progress is going. And so with that, the data display considerations, which is also a part of this attachment in terms of thinking about the evaluation rubrics, that's been really the sort of purview of a fairly technical tool for use at the local level with critical components for determining technical assistance as well as identified in the LCFF statutes. However, when we look at this idea that there is some critical dimensions about identifying strengths and weaknesses to assist in determining the eligibility both from the county's perspective and from the state superintendents around what is needed for support and technical assistance, and in determining which LEAs need more intensive support and assistance. That in much of the feedback in what we've been hearing across the state over really the last year particularly, but before that, this notion of a top-level data display, for lack of a better word at what that actually means, but the idea that clearly with the use of a rubrics tool and the idea of a data dashboard, the color-coded charts that we've been working with that show both outcome and improvement or change, with the importance of really looking at significant disparities in performance for any student subgroups is really, should that be part of that top-level display option so that it's very clear to districts, it's very clear to those working with them, it's very clear to community members. This tells us something about where we are as a district, where we have strengths, where we have areas of weakness, and how we might move forward, so that we can really have a much better picture of how LEA and school level performances compare to the bands of performance that obviously you will be discussing in much more detail, both if the work session combination at the CPAG meeting on June 22nd and clearly at the July State Board meeting. So with that, the even in the revised motion, I'll go back one, that's part of helping staff come forward with some data display considerations as part of the work between now and July, and you're really assisting staff to go back and pull together much of what might be possible at this time even, and what could be possible going forward. So that's what attachment 5 is all about. I think the comments are at the end of attachment 6 is a reminder again, as we've tried to include, that there is the timeline for what I've come to say over and over, but it helps to create a single coherent local, state, and federal accountability and continuous improvement system, and that the parallel development simultaneously of the proposed revisions to the LCAP template, The rubrics and the development of the ESSA state plan, which you're going to be hearing more about those topics on other items, is how we're going to try to get to some recommendations to you that allow us to move forward. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to start by splitting for board member discussion the issues of the rubric and the indicators. Let's just for a minute put the indicators to the side. One of the problems with the template that people have brought up is that it has multiple purposes in it, and it's struggling as a document to complete all these multiple purposes. Some people's image of the rubric was it was going to be a display of indicators and breakouts and of groups and so on. But you're really talking about it as well as being a separate forward planning, looking back to the past, forward planning, and as a tool to help make decisions and allocate resources. And so I am envisioning that this has some aspects of the LCAP, hopefully less compliance and more leading people through analyzing what they're doing and trying to figure out how to do it in the future. So what is it, what is your thought on what this document's going to look like? And it seems to me if we try and all load it into one thing, template and rubric, we'll be up to even more pages than we have now. So a lot of people have talked about, not a lot, but some, about the need for a separate document. And you can't keep loading all this into the LCAP document. You need another document to do better resource allocation, more reflection on where you are and where you're going. You have some technical assistant thoughts on where to go. So is this one composite gigantic thing, two things, and are they are the districts to do the template at one point in time and then consider the rubric in a later point of time, say after the budget is in, the results are in and the budget's largely wrapped up? So give me a picture of how those things fit together before we dive into the indicators and measurement issues again.
Okay, well, the only way I can do that is I'll put on my local board hat as a member of a school board. In the development of the work in a district, the opportunity for looking at that circle graphic that's reflected earlier, the last 3 years of time, districts have moved on a year cycle in order to submit their completed LCAPs for approval to county offices by July. So in the context of now entering and that included lots of stakeholder improvement, work with bargaining units, priorities from teachers, just all of the work that has been so important from parents, community members, local stakeholders in every district over the last 3 years. Then the degree to which now, beginning next year, we know the opportunity is going to have a revised template, which we've heard all of us, lots of feedback on it, needs to be simplified, there's work that needs to happen, et cetera, and obviously the department's going to be talking about that in a later item. If in the following year, let's assume obviously that by September this connectivity between the evaluation rubrics and the LCAP template, while is an important goal, the actual technical details of what that's going to involve is clearly what the department staff has been working on in partnership, as Carrick mentioned, with the development of the rubrics. If we think about it in electronic mode as opposed to just a paper pencil kind of context. Next, let's say there's data in the next year, sort of spin ahead for a year. There's lots of clarity around what's expected for the evaluation tool in the teams that are working in local districts. They have data that comes in the fall from the use of the evaluation rubrics around the data display portion that allows us to get a quick look early on. What is the data telling us? Because so many of them are lagging indicators, right? We're looking back on what occurred in the prior year, along with beginning to move forward with our local metrics for what's happening right now in our district. Then we can look at that, we can talk about that, see what it tells us. Does it confirm other things that we know as both a board member and as the governance team, as well as with staff? As then the year progresses and we're moving more into January and February, where we're actually getting into then, here we are beginning to move forward with our LCAP development cycle, then we're going to be convening our parent groups and our community groups. We're going to be talking with our teachers about what our local and our state data is looking at. We're beginning to think about for our annual update in a much more user-friendly revised template that is also electronic, that maybe pre-populates, but I don't know if we're at that point yet. We can look at that data. We can look at what we're beginning to revise into our LCAP templates. If the connectivity across those two dimensions, the LCAP template and the use of the evaluation rubrics in a streamlined fashion, that in and of itself would be a huge leap forward, I think, for most districts, especially small districts who do really have fewer people to do this work. We begin to move forward on that in a way that allows us to see, gee, we're making progress, we're not, we have some needed assistance, we might contact our county offices, et cetera. So I think the idea that it begins to come into the cycle of when and how the LCAP moves forward, what it actually looks like as an electronic tool. We know the next few months, critical, July, we have to have a little more detail for you. The approval in September has an operating, obviously, system. So those, I think, are the discussions that many, many districts have been having about how this might fit together. Beyond that, the actual reality then of how is this set up, how is it housed, what does the data display look like, what about those perhaps optional resources that might be held, I think, in a place that allows locals to access some of that more in-depth information in an easy, user-friendly way, I think still has to be outlined in a way that makes sense.
Okay, that was a good analogy. So is it intended that, as your thought rather, that the rubric, will it have any guidance for districts the way the template does? You know, here's the numbers, you should think about this after you look at the numbers. Will it be a sort of analytical format? I don't want to use template. Will it have a format that's not just a data dump? You know, that it's not, you know, a bunch of numbers and so on. Now, keeping with board members, it's a good audience. You know, they're not very sophisticated, all these indicators, all these breakouts by subgroups. I mean, some of them might get a bit of a headache after they look at all of that. And so is there going to be something that helps lead them through thinking about this the way the template does, although it has a lot of compliance? With the rubric, it seems to me we can get away from a lot of the compliance stuff, although with our legal friends, I'm not sure. But we could, you know, that it's more of an analytical document, more of a document to think about resource allocation, hopefully not too much compliance in it. Or are you just seeing it as mostly, here's your numbers? The way a financial statement would be reviewed by a board of directors in a company where they're looking at their numbers in that regard. And so, you know, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, clearly the board gets to make that decision. I think the concept would be clearly some guidance, some of the technical assistance and professional development. Again, once the rubrics come online as a useful tool, how to use it, what the guidance might include, support from the collaborative on that work, the county offices, so that, again, I think you're asking an excellent question. If it is going to be a useful tool at the multiple levels that we've all looked at going, wow, could this really occur? I think some guiding questions, some opportunities to be reflective once, you know, it's not just having the data, it's using the data to guide decision making and to help assess the degree of impact on strengths and weaknesses at the local level, strengths and weaknesses that could be supported by counties and other providers to get better, leading to those that need more intensive intervention simply because their students' needs are not being met in the way that they need to. So I think that concept of continuous improvement and those local discussions are going to matter tremendously, and the opportunity both to complete the design of the rubrics in many ways is sort of phase one, the opportunity then how to use these, what are some guiding questions, how might they be integrated into your existing work, all of that would be good guidance that will need to be developed along with the approval.
And we're not going to be doing that by September, I don't think. The
Well,
guidance, or you do think? Okay.
Because I think, isn't that what this slide is intended to convey? That it's a data analysis tool. You'll have a bunch of stuff up there. So I look at it as a district and I go, I'm not doing very well with my English learners. Their proficiency is not what I expect it to be. It's not meeting standards. Then I go, what am I going to do about that? There's a bunch of practice standards. There are statements of model practices that are included here. There'll be descriptions about what do high-performing organizations do. Maybe your neighborhood school, your neighboring school district is doing particularly well with English learners. Connect them to them. That's what this is intended to describe here.
Yeah, but how does it link to the budget? What we've had trouble with in school districts is linking this kind of stuff to budget allocations.
Well, I think you have...
And to students who are supplemental and concentration and all of that.
Well, I think as
Who reconciles?
Nancy was describing this circle graph, which is on, for folks, your slide number 6, which is intended to say, what does the annual cycle look like?
Yeah.
Where does this feed in? This self-reflection, in theory, is going to happen in the fall, assuming we get everything together, which is our plan. And we're also then be looking at our annual update and go, well, wait a minute. We said we were going to improve English learner proficiency. We said we were going to spend X amount of money. What happened to that? And was it successful? What do we need to do to adjust?
You entered a third, so we have a template, a rubric, and an annual update.
Right.
And the circle diagram doesn't have enough yet for how those are going to play out, what they're going to look like. I'm not happy with the impact the annual update had. And frankly, I had higher expectations and they weren't met. And so we've got problems, in my view, with that document as well. And maybe we can fix some of this through something to do with this rubric and all this data it's going to be producing. So the cycle is good. It just doesn't. There's a whole lot of documents that will come back. It seems to me we're going to get a complex rubric document back in July. That's the intention of the staff to deliver that document to us.
Yes.
Okay.
Prototype of what is
All right.
most of the components. They may not be completely 100% fully developed, but if enough of the information is clearly outlined and you have a picture of that, then between July and September, finishing that up to be able to actually move it forward.
Well, it seems to me this is a good job for our practitioners to work on.
Yes, exactly, right.
So
and our user acceptance.
Okay, I'm going to work on my list. I have Feliza first. Go ahead. You got a question? Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's important for us to have this conversation because we all have a different vision of what this all looks like.
Yeah, that's right.
So let me tell you what my vision was, or what I thought this was. The evaluation rubric was our data dashboard that was designed for multiple users, so with different levels of information. So for me as a parent, I want to know, in general, how is the school or my LEA doing? It has the key indicators. Maybe as a researcher or a practitioner, I want to drill down. If I'm a school board member, I want practices. So there's multiple functions. Then I take that information and I use it for my LCAP and my annual update. So if we go with this top level data display and we know these are the subgroups that are red, orange, whatever it is, how do we incorporate that into our annual update actions so that now we know we have increased and improved performance, we're going to focus on these subgroups. That has to also be part of the LCAP template. I didn't see it as a different document. I thought it was a data dashboard, and then the two documents were the LCAP and the annual update, but we need to revise them so that they align and capture some of this new information. That was my understanding.
Well, but I heard more than a data update from what we were hearing. That may have been your vision. That's not exactly what I heard, frankly. Yeah, that's right. Maybe I heard something different, but. Pardon? Okay, down my list. Pat.
Hi, thank you very much for this conversation. So I do want to say, I think that with looking at attachment 5, the conversation has kind of shifted a little bit. And so I want to go back to a comment I made earlier today about what I'm afraid has fallen off the table. When we started this long and engaged conversation about the rubrics, I want to go back to a presentation that was made to the board back in February with a document that was given to us back in March of 2015. And at that time, the concept about the evaluation rubric is that the rubric was going to be organized into 3 separate but related sections. And so that's the graphic organizer I have kept in my head this whole time. And so in the data analysis section, that's really about the indicators we've been looking at in the previous attachments. And so in that data analysis section, that was going to have all the required metrics under the LCFF state priorities, and they were supposed to be adaptable for inclusion of additional locally selected metrics, and it would be organized by LEA, by student subgroup, and this school level data. So that was one section of this rubric. What I'm seeing here is what really gets to some of the intentions and the recommendations that were made in that accountability report. This was supposed to be the outcome analysis section. This section was supposed to be what complements the data analysis and provides reflection, and it was supposed to include some guiding questions or even a template that districts would use to respond to some reflective practices and require them to actually do an analysis of the factors that are either serving as barriers or that are clearly practices that need to be replicated across the district from school site to school site. And I paid particular attention to this piece because it helps me to understand how the equity issue would actually be addressed. It would mean that when districts have flagship schools that have a master schedule that's fully developed with an opportunity for students to have access to A to G curriculum, multiple types of electives as well as AP courses at that one school, but the same type of resources are not present in another school site in the same district. That was supposed to be the purpose of the outcome analysis section of the rubric. So I looked at attachment 5 as what was going to populate or develop that section of the rubric. And then the third part gets to what Mike was talking about, which was supposed to be the practice analysis. And that was supposed to be the part that would help LEAs to identify the practices, actions, and services that they would have to implement to reach the state and local outcomes that they have articulated, or that would be identified as reasons why they would be subject to intervention of some sort. So those 3 parts of the rubric are the 3 parts I've kept in my head. And so the first things that we've talked about, all those LCAP indicators, I thought that was the data analysis. And what you're showing us here in attachment 5 was supposed to inform both the outcome and the practice analysis. Have we drifted away from that particular model and we're going to do something different to try to conflate it all into one dashboard? Or is there still this intent that there would be 3 distinct sections in this rubric?
I do believe that the concepts you mentioned from that earlier memo are still really the way we have been proceeding. I think as we've really looked at initially that notion of outcome and practice as being separate, this idea that began to emerge in looking at outcomes and improvement measures, collectively sort of group some of that information together. But this idea that this additional set of concepts needs to be more fully outlined that allows for how districts could use it, whether it's one dashboard, whether it's links to resources. I think that part we still have to give guidance in developing a web-based tool that helps us get there. But I'm not sure this idea, is it interrelated? Is it three different things? That's really...
Well, I don't mean three different things, but when it was originally presented to us, there would be these three different elements, and that they had a specific different function for the LEA in responding to the rubric. And so in talking about that, everything that you've talked about here in attachment 5, that's not me. Everything that you've talked about here in attachment 5, I actually don't see contemplated in either motion. I don't see it contemplated in the original staff recommendation and in the revised motion, which streamlines considerably a lot of the conversation we're having. I don't see anything about the content of attachment 5 actually reflected here in the motion, which concerns me, because if we're really going to be looking at what I've heard my colleagues on the board talk about, the issues of equity and what real accountability looks like, it lives in the two parts of the rubric that's not contemplated in the motion, the outcome and the practice analysis. And so I'm hoping that while the goal is to get the data points done, which is really the focus of the motion, and there's nothing wrong with that, that we do not throw off the table the other two parts of the rubric based on the conversation we started more than a year ago to look at, because then we would still have that work left to do. And for folks like me who listen with great interest to the recommendations that came from the Accountability Task Force, that's where those recommendations actually reside also. Yeah. And it's the opportunity to give substance in the implementation of the rubric to some, and to align the implementation of the rubric to many of those recommendations, because that's where all of that stuff is. So I just want to be clear that there were, as what Dr. Kurtz pointed out, yes, we had this conversation. None of that work's been done yet. We've only focused on one part of the three parts in this rubric.
Yes, and there have been drafts of that early work around which more complete versions will come in July. That is absolutely correct.
Okay. Board Member Sun.
Sorry, I'm mouthful. So I would agree with Member Rucker that we need to have all three components, because I think just the data in and of itself does not inform anyone of anything. And we need to keep in mind that the audience is not just the LEA, it is the parents and the public, the students, so that we make this all very transparent. And what I like about this concept is that you have the data, which is kind of the first level of this. But then it gives parents and students and community members a tool to then look at, okay, so what about this data? What is the next piece? If we see lots of red or whatever it is, what can we do about it? And then how can I connect to resources so I'm better informed about what the school should be doing or the LEA should be doing? So I like that we need to have these three prongs in it. We just need to be smart about how we design it so that it doesn't become too confusing for everybody.
Okay, Board Member Holliday.
I agree with Member Sung's comments right there. I don't think it's going to work very well to try to blend all three components together. I think it has to be sort of a process that an individual or a school would go through. First is the data, and as we've talked about, disaggregated in all sorts of levels so that it's all there in ways that are user-friendly and transparent, depending on the need. But then, after you've got all that information in front of you, what do you do with it? Where are you going to go? And that is the guidance that is both part 2 and part 3. And I do think it shouldn't be built in. It should be separate. So you keep going back to the data as you sort of move through this process in the rubric.
Okay, I think that's the concludes the board comments on this, and so we're now ready to move to public comment. And before we do have an alternative motion that we have. That's what we're now considering, the alternative motion, and not the original motion that was in our materials. And so if comment can relate to that, that would be good. Commenters have 1 minute, but if you have 5 people, then you have 3 minutes to comment. So we have 2 different formats for you. Any further comments before we move to public comment by the board?
I didn't know if you want me to formally make the motion because I hadn't, but I would like to move the alternative motion that was shared earlier this morning. One piece that I do want to clarify, because I think there was a question. In the alternative motion, I am suggesting that we drop the language about approve a proposed annual process to review key indicators for 2 reasons. One, there was kind of mixed reaction to that. Some folks thought that was too frequent. Some folks thought it was not all that helpful. But more importantly, the board has the authority every year to ask for this information to come forward, which I would expect this board would do and any subsequent board would do as well. And also because of as I believe, I tried to capture all of the indicators that had come forward to us in the alternate motion. So just wanted to clarify that. So I didn't know if you wanted to have it made and
motion on the floor. Yes.
Okay, so I officially make the motion.
I second.
Okay. The motion's been made and seconded, so I think we're ready to begin the public comment.
Okay, we have 103 people signed up for public comment. First on the list, we have Dolores Huerta, and she might have a group with her as well.
Thank you very much. The whole discussion gives us a lot of hope. I just want to tell you that. My name is Dolores Huerta. I'm president of the Dolores Huerta Foundation. We are working in school districts of the Central Valley, particularly Kern and Tulare counties, to organize parents, parent engagement, students, and also, of course, the community. And we would just like to, also we have a Kern Education Justice Coalition in Kern County, which is composed of various organizations, including Faith in Action and many members of the local teachers unions, etc. We would just like to say that we would like to support the data on suspensions, expulsions, and also involuntary transfers, because we find that this is one of the ways that the school districts are using this to kind of hide what their suspensions and expulsions are. And we want to, again, to support that these be key indicators in the evaluation rubric on school climate. Also, we should like that it be noted if school districts are using the PBIS systems to keep children and students in schools, and not only in the budgets but also in the implementation. We also want to point out that 40% of the students that are being expelled and suspended are in the Central Valley of California, where we have a large number of English learners and students of color in that area. Also, we feel that the parent engagement statistics should also be included because we know that oftentimes when parents are asked to give comments on the LCAP, that their statements are regarded as opinions and not actually recommendations. If there's any way that that data could be traced about which comments by parents and students in the community that are practical and that are realistic, that they actually could be included in the LCAP. So we want to thank you for doing this. And one other thing, too, and I appreciate that the statement that was made that the progress of English learners, which is a very important issue because so many of our English learners, we find they're actually being held back and not really being, not being upgraded as well as they should be in terms of the English that they now learn, but they're being kept back because the school districts are getting more money if they are held back as English learners. So we know we have a lot of work to do, and we want to thank you. And this one, I know this doesn't really fit, but I just want to throw it out really, really quickly, is that we have an issue in the Violent School District in Kern County where the superintendent is putting a lot of pressure on tenured teachers to get them to leave the schools, to leave the school district so that they can actually bring in teachers that are newer and that they don't have to pay them as much, I guess, possibly as a way to balance their budget. The other thing that's really important is that we would like to recommend that the LCAPs actually be also printed in Spanish, in the Spanish language, because oftentimes the parents and the community members have trouble understanding what the LCAP is because they're not printed in a language that they can understand. So I want to thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, I'm going to call up the next group of speakers, and just a reminder, each speaker gets 1 minute, and a group of 5 or more can pool their time for 3 minutes. Karen Valdez, Melissa Bonzanos, Joanne Lauer, Cynthia Woods, Leticia Garcia.
My colleagues from Riverside County are deferring their time to me. I'm Dr. Karen Valdez. I'm the Assistant Superintendent in the Menifee Union School District. And earlier this year, Riverside County convened an accountability work group representing the county's vibrant diversity. Our work has been guided by foundational principles rooted in the empowerment of decision-making, local decision-making, and reflection to promote continuous improvement and to close the opportunity and the achievement gaps. Regarding item 2, we believe that the work California has undertaken thus far to implement LCAP to promote continuous improvement in a way that is both indigenous and responsive to student needs within the local context must underlie the design of the state accountability system. Furthermore, we believe that the federal ESSA provides California the flexibility to tailor a system that adheres to the state priorities articulated in the LCAP. And finally, we've long supported the shift from a single index system to one that uses multiple measures to assess the efficacy of educational programs, services, and systems. Given this, we too have concerns about staff recommendations relating specifically to the K-8 indicator and the other indicator. While we support the use of California's summative tests, particularly grade 3 English language arts and grade 8 mathematics, we too have concerns that these tests distinctly and solely for the K-8 indicator would be used. We believe that the tests would be duplicated in terms of the data. A solution would be to give more weight to that test within the student test indicator. Riverside County representatives are considering the academic measures that can be used to create a composite indicator, including but not limited to such things as a universal screening tool, grades, and or attendance or conversely absenteeism. Second, we support the use of suspension rates as part of a broader composite indicator. However, we recommend that the board consider a composite of metrics that measure educational and service inputs to complement the data on student outcomes that can help to detect and then provide LEAs an opportunity to address disproportionality issues that may be perpetuating learning and achievement gaps. Student outcome data can tell us what's happening, but we need to understand why things are happening. Input metrics will help to understand and answer the why, which is critical in a continuous improvement system. We are aligned with Board Member Burr's proposed alternative motion, and it aligns with our thinking and recognizes the importance of the alignment of the priorities within the LCAP and hopefully addresses the equity concerns. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, we're going to call the next groups. Just a little reminder, it makes it a lot easier to read your name if your handwriting is decent. So sorry. Robin McIver Brown, Dave Culberhouse, Laurel Ashley, Alicia from AXA, Martha Alvarez, Leangela Reed, Daisy Gonzalez, Annabelle Kleist, Song Bay, Itana Melnick, Sonia Campus, Patty Scripter. If you would please line up. And if you're in a group, you need to let us know.
Are you in a group or you? Yeah, we're single.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Robin McIver Brown, Director of the Local Control and Accountability Plan for San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. I'm before you today in support of AXA's recommendations and on behalf of San Bernardino County's 33 districts. We concur with having an evolving and cohesive accountability system that supports improved outcomes for students, schools, and districts, which connects ESSA with the overall intent of the LCAP. My team member will highlight areas of support relating to the display of data for accountability that reflects the needs of not only the districts we serve, but also many across the state. Thank you.
Good afternoon, State Board of Education. My name is David Colberhouse. I'm an LCAP Program Manager for San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. We are here in regards to the recommendation to provide a dynamic data display with the ability to adapt and change that would inform and provide relevant information for supporting progress and self-reflection towards growth and improved outcomes for our students, our schools, and our districts. This could serve as a positive tool for determining not only what is working, but as a strategic guide for planning for and of next steps while promoting greater equity and transparency across the system. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Martha Albers. I'm with AXA, the Association of California School Administrators. Generally, we are supportive of the different multiple measures that are being considered today. We appreciate the alternative motion. In our letter to the State Board, we had indicated some concerns about suspension rates being used given the variance across the state. Do we refer to in-school suspensions, out-of-school, half-day, full-day? But we believe it can be worked out as we move forward. We also support the inclusion of chronic absenteeism. It's definitely, if kids are not in school, then they're not learning, so we support that inclusion. We appreciate the alternative motion that removed the annual approval process. We believe there needs to be a much more robust conversation about how that would work out in terms of including additional indicators. And lastly, we also support the idea about having a data display, a dashboard. We at AXA have been working on something. We look forward to providing you some additional focus. We support the notion about equity being part of the conversation, and so we'll be providing something to you shortly. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Laurel Ashlock. I'm Assistant Superintendent in Central Unified School District and the AXA CIA Council President-elect. We support the use of multiple measures which incorporate metrics to gauge college career readiness, equity of access and opportunities for students, and graduation rates. In addition to academic achievement measures, we support the inclusion of metrics which address college and career readiness. We recognize further study is necessary as small and alternative schools face challenges in breadth and depth of offerings, but we encourage the board to explore a college career readiness composite that would incorporate such measures as A to G, EAP, SAT, ACT, and ROP CTE certificates. This composite could account for preparation for the various paths students take following high school, including college, technical school, vocational placement apprenticeship, and military service. In Central Unified, we have a diverse population with 15 level 14 plus group homes and high numbers of foster students who have experienced transiency. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Osere. I work for Ed Services at AXA. And in that, my time with AXA, I've been working for 3 years in providing professional learning to our members. And as we've had this discussion with our participants in our various professional development programs, we've had discussion around what are the required metrics, which are what you're discussing today. And we use those as lag metrics. But then we work with our districts in really looking at how do we align the lead metrics that the sites use to move instruction to the lag metrics identified by the state. So I would like to request that you really keep in mind the purpose of the metrics that are going to be used at the site. The teachers are using different metrics. They're going to use what we call lead metrics to really lead their instruction and hopefully inform the lag metrics that you're going to be identifying today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Daisy Gonzalez with Policy Analysis for California Education, PACE, based out of Stanford University and in affiliation with USC and UC Davis. PACE is committed to providing the State Board the evidence and the analysis that is needed to create a robust accountability system. We wanted to highlight 2 key reports that we have using core PACE data. The first one is that last month we released a report on chronic absenteeism, which actually shows that the state could use 1 year's worth of data in the short term, making chronic absence a feasible indicator to use immediately, at least for the core districts. And this month we released Making Students Visible, a report showing that subgroup size does matter. Specifically, the report highlights that the vast majority of schools are failing to report the performance of African American students and students with disabilities when the threshold is set below 20. We brought these reports for you today and for your staff, and we hope that you can use them to promote continuous improvement. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Annabelle Kleiss, and I'm here on behalf of the Core Districts, which is a collaboration of California school districts focused on helping all 1 million of our students achieve at high levels. As our colleagues at PACE just described, we've been using our wealth of data to model several of your accountability system development suggestions. Although we only have a short time today, we'd appreciate the opportunity to talk with you in more detail so we can share our learnings, including some research-based learnings about using culture climate surveys for supportive accountability, which we're seeing success with thus far. Another place where we see great promise is around social emotional learning. We'd like to note that your staff memo from April 27th provides an incomplete picture of the findings from our external evaluator, Martin West, who's a professor at Harvard Graduate School of Education. As he stated, and let me quote, "Our preliminary analysis of the data from Core's field test provides a broadly encouraging view of the potential for self-reports of social emotional skills as an input into system for evaluating school performance. We recognize that you aren't able to develop a statewide data system like ours, which would allow for the inclusion of these sorts of metrics. Therefore, we respectfully ask you to consider allowing other locally developed accountability models." Thanks.
President Kirst and members of the State Board, my name is Sung Bae, and I'm a senior researcher at the Stanford Center for Opportunity Policy and Education. We commend the CDE staff for recommending that suspension rates be used as a key indicator in the state school accountability system, and we advocate for the adoption of this indicator by the State Board. However, we recommend that the state use suspensions and expulsions as key indicators. Without tracking both types of disciplinary actions, schools may be perversely incentivized to expel struggling students for disciplinary reasons as a way to drive down the number of suspensions. The staff's recommendation of not using college and career readiness as a key indicator at this time was disappointing, especially given that research has shown that course taking to be a strong predictor of post-secondary outcomes for students. And the state currently has mechanisms in place to track A through G completion and completion of a CTE pathway. Other states incorporate measures of course taking in their school accountability systems. Thus, we advocate for the adoption of suspension and expulsion rates and the continued examination of course taking as key indicators. Thank you.
Hannah Melnick with the Learning Policy Institute. In our letter to the board, we raised the following points. First, as we heard this morning, there is time to get this right. Second, we are concerned about the proposed 3rd grade reading, 8th grade math indicator, so we're pleased to hear the alternative motion to eliminate this. So what might be an alternative K-8 indicator? In our letter, we note that one option is student growth. Another is an on-track to graduate measure like CORE uses. We support the proposed motion to include suspension rates as a key indicator as well as chronic absenteeism when data becomes available. We also support the immediate reporting of college and career readiness, which we think can be reported now with A to G and CTE completion data. We also support the reporting of data from student, parent, and staff surveys to understand school climate and teacher qualifications. We agree with your recommendation that existing and new working groups can support this work. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Leangela Reed on behalf of CARUP, the Association of Career and College Readiness Organizations. While we were disappointed that there currently isn't a key indicator that provides a measurement of career and college readiness, we understand the parameters that were used and appreciate that that you're looking at it as a priority for as we move forward. Because we think it is very important, and I think it will be reflective of all the issues that we've discussed today. Also want to thank members Rucker and Strauss for their comments in support of this indicator, and particularly appreciate member Rucker's comment about putting a stake in the ground and where we're moving forward, and that this be part of it, because we think that once we have the pieces in place, it will be a very important indicator. Thank you, and that was my bad handwriting. So.
Could I have the next group of speakers please line up at the podium? Celia Jaffe, Jim Novick, Melissa Anderson, Eric Dill, Latanya Kirk-Carter, Jay Saratori, Molly Shalang, Bruce Colby, Jennifer Stahl-Heber, Vince Christakos, Don Stabler, and Jane Christakos. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sonia Campos Rivera with the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce, a member organization representing over 1,600 small, medium, and large companies across the LA region, and serve as the voice for business promoting prosperity and quality of life. Also here representing the Regional Economic Association leaders, which represents 21 of the most affluent and strongest on advocacy issues around education issues, business leaders. So collectively with the Real Coalition, the LA Chamber, we want to applaud the superintendent and the advisory task force for the excellent recommendations that were shared earlier today. We're very happy to see that the recommendations are going in the North Star direction for the state of California. The task force and the state's link of accountability and continuous improvement is critical. And we need to move away from the false dichotomies of the good and bad performance and go into a more continuous improvement approach. The Real Coalition, the Chamber, really applaud the task force recommendations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Patty Scripter, California State PTA. I came here with the ask in our letter, and a lot of it was around what the discussion today has happened, and we really appreciate the alternative motion that looks at a lot of the indicators, both at the state level and the local level, that are really important to parents: student engagement, school climate, parent engagement. We know these are key predictors, so we're very encouraged by the discussion, and we appreciate the look at not just the quantitative, but additionally the qualitative members, and looks at the whole promise of LCFF and the indicators that you're selecting on how we look at how our schools are standing by our children. Thank you.
Hello, Celia Jaffe, also with California State PTA. We really appreciated the task force report, particularly Wes Smith's comment about looking at what we should do and not just what we can do presently. We're happy to see the number 2 in the amended motion looking at all the 8 priority areas. We're worried about the criteria for data indicators being too limiting. That's part of the what we should do. So not just staying with collect data that's already collected. And in addition, we're looking for clear definitions of metrics besides just what the state is collecting, but for the local sites, so the same terms are used for the same kind of data collection for local, local stakeholders can really trust what they're hearing from their districts and compare with neighboring districts as part of the local accountability. And finally, PTA is strongly in support of equity as one of the foundational components of the accountability system, and really appreciated many board member comments today regarding that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Novak, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services at Desert Sands Unified School District and a member of CASBO. I want to thank the board for your very hard work at making the LCFF and LCAP successful, and appreciate your efforts to make the LCAP meaningful but still simple, understandable, and transparent. At Desert Sands Unified, the LCAP process is working. We believe it's working extremely well, particularly with our focus on local needs and parental involvement. Over the past 3 years, our resource allocation process has been transformed in a very powerful way. Before, LCFF and LCAP input from parents was relatively limited and resources were allocated based upon categorical requirements. Now we have a process where we involve many stakeholders. This year, we conducted close to 50 stakeholder meetings and received input from well over 1,000 stakeholders. Based upon our local needs, our students are getting the resources they need to succeed. If you allow districts to continue building on the great improvements we have already made, you'll continue to see greater and greater results from our students.
Hi, I'm Melissa Anderson. I'm the president of the California Association of School Business Officials, and my day job is Chief of District Financial Services at the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. And I'm actually just here to express some gratitude today. I'd like to thank you for the positive paradigm shift that is a result of the LCFF and the LCAPs. When the recession hit, I think all of you know the budget kind of dictated the type and level of services we were able to offer. And since dollars were scarce, most of our decisions were based on simply cost of delivery and those types of things. And categorical programs were more focused on compliance and less on outcomes. With the advent of LCAP, instructional staff and business staff are working collaboratively. In fact, they're compelled to work collaboratively to develop an accountability plan. that produces quantifiable outcomes for students and engages parents and other community stakeholders in the process. In our large county and several others, we formed a separate LCAP department within our Ed Services department to provide resources, advice, monitoring, and support to each of our school districts in our county. Once again, we work with business to ensure the goals are met of each of the LCAPs. Thank you so much. Sorry, I went over my time. Take care.
Good afternoon, and thank you. My name is Eric Dill. I'm with San Diego Union High School District. For the last 2 years, districts and the public have been worried about what is going into the LCAP, and thanks to your work, we can now finally focus on what is coming out, and that is the most important, and that is student achievement. The LCFF recognizes that there is no one-size-fits-all program, and we need to continue to have that ability to differentiate instruction and serve the needs of all of our unique students. So we think the conversation about the LCAP is going to change as you complete your work. It's not going to be so much about what is a district spending, but how are they improving. And so we urge you to hold the course and resist the temptation to make any real substantive changes. We do support the multiple measures in the evaluation rubrics. Thank you.
Good afternoon, State Board. My name is LaTanya Kirk Carter. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for the Beverly Hills Unified School District. I support the LCFF, LCAP, and the accountability tools that you're developing here. They have equalized the playing field for all students in school districts throughout the state. The same LCAP goals, student learning activities, district-wide mobilization towards those achievement goals are the same in Beverly Hills Unified, where I work now, as they are in Inglewood Unified, where I was the former state administrator. The LCAP rubric that you are developing today, or that you're developing in this process, will command that all staff, certificated and classified, invest in the student outcomes district-wide. That is what we are seeing in Beverly Hills, where my custodians understand that what they do contributes to student success. I hope that the tool, thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Saratori. I'm Assistant Superintendent with Delhi Unified. Delhi Unified is in Merced County. We have an unduplicated count approaching 90%. We have a lot of EL students. When we looked at the state's goal of 24-to-1 for K-3, we saw that it really didn't work for our community. So locally, we took TKK down to 15-to-1. We took first and second grades down to 20-to-1. Now you may ask why we didn't do third grade. At some point, we ran out of classrooms. When our teachers now walk into the classroom at 15-to-1, they say, they're very positive, say, okay, I can do this. I can teach these kids, as opposed to when they had 28-to-1. They're saying, how am I ever going to do this? I can't, I've got half the class is EL. But, it had a positive impact on the education delivery in our classroom, and it is a result of the local control that we're allowed to have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Molly Schlingy. I'm the school business manager at University Preparatory School. I want to thank you today for the work that you've done on the LCAP and your conversation this morning regarding the evaluation and rubrics. I'm here today to say that the LEAs are utilizing the LCAP as it was intended, which is doing a needs assessment at the local level, developing actions and services so that students can be successful and we can gain the outcomes that are identified in our LCAP. Some of the examples and one of the potential key indicators are obviously test scores, and I'm here today to tell you that through the LCFF funding, we are able to provide the PSAT for all of our students in grades 8, 9, and 10 on an annual basis. We're also able to do ACT, SAT test prep, and intensive AP study training prior to AP testing. So thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Colby. I'm the Associate Superintendent of Business for Davis Joint Unified School District. That's just down the road. I want to take the opportunity to thank you for all your work and the great discussion on LCAP and LCFF, not only today but in the past. I want to share with the LCAP process. One, it's working very well in Davis. One of the things that first came highlight to us, because questions are how we spend the money, was reducing class size. We had to go up into the 30s and high 30s for all of our classes. So we are almost at the 24-to-1. Elementary, there's really no classes over 30, and we've been able to bring class sizes down to 30 at the secondary. And what that has done is it's helped for our student outcomes, student engagement, parent engagement, and just overall climate of the sites. Because during the budgeting process, when we were at those higher class sizes, there was just incredible stress on the whole system. And it's been able, and some of it you can't measure. I know you've talked about climate, but you can just feel it and know that it's working, and those types of things just help the climate and just helps the whole system to work, and for the students to learn and the parents to be part of the process. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Stahlheber, and I'm Director of External Services for Sutter County Superintendent of Schools. I'm also a mother who has 2 students, one in grade 2 and one in grade 5. And I also have a husband who's a school teacher at a Corton Community School and who's on the LCAP team. So I see all the different levels and I see all the different needs. We have a lot of rural districts in my county, and I see the LCAP working. The biggest piece that I see that's working well is a collaboration. We've seen invigorated focus on collaboration to meet the local needs to improve student outcomes that has reached beyond my individual districts. Not only are the educational services and business staff working together to achieve a continuous improvement model, but districts within my county are collaborating in new ways. Professional learning communities are talking about things outside of programs, are talking about engaging their community members, stakeholders, and how to have programs that move those students out of one school district into another, but keeps it consistent and part of what the community has asked for. Thank you for your time, and I've had a pleasure listening to the really thoughtful conversations about the evaluations rubric. Thank you.
I'd like to call the next group of speakers: Margaret Hill, Dale Marsden, Lupita Ariano, Daniel Kandre, Benjamin Montalongo, Liz Guillen, Naina Gupta, Jesse Aguilar, Krista Calvadon, and Sandy Mendoza. Please line up.
Hello, my name is Vince Christakos. I'm the Chief Business Officer for the Hemet Unified School District in Riverside County, and my district has over 22,000 students with an unduplicated count of 82%. Our LCAP has added $34 million of increased and improved services for our most needy students. Over the past 2 years, we've added 150 teachers to lower class sizes. One of the new programs that we added is Building Assets, Reducing Risks, which is the BAR program at all of our high schools for 9th graders transitioning into high school. The results are now becoming apparent. The number of students taking advanced placement classes doubled. Dropout rates are declining while graduation rates are increasing, and our district-wide attendance rate went up by 0.5%. To leave you with the success story of our BAR program, this year our school started, and I discovered that my projections were off. We had 200 more 10th graders showing up. When I asked my principals about what's going on, why is that happening, they all said, it's the BAR program. These students would have dropped out otherwise. So first I want to say thank you for LCFF. The local control is working. Please keep LCAP simple, local, and with local school boards. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Don Stabler. I'm Deputy Superintendent, Torrance Unified School District, a large unified district in South Bay area of LA County. I am also representing CASBO. I want to speak about the LCFF and how it has allowed us to develop methods and means that are unique to the needs of Torrance Unified School District rather than those of our neighbor to the east, LA Unified School District, who has a much higher percentage of supplemental and concentration students. Because of LCFF, we are able to develop programs that address needs of our low income and 78 different languages. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address this important issue.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dale Marsden, Superintendent of San Bernardino City Unified School District, where we serve over 53,000 students, 92% minority, 90% qualify for free and reduced lunch. We want to thank you and the Governor for your leadership and thoughtfulness to establish LCFF. We appreciate your consideration of a simple accountability plan as we continue to use local control to rebuild our city, especially after the December 2nd terrorist attack. We're here today to provide concrete examples of how these dollars are transforming lives in our community. Just last night, I was at one of our many community meetings where we shared our results since LCFF. Our graduation rates last year surpassed the county average. That's the first time that's happened since the 1970s. This year, we anticipate will surpass the state average. And this year, and we have more students ready than ever for college, and over 7,000 students today are engaged in career pathways from a variety of high demand and growth sectors. We have students here today who will share real testimonials. I first want to introduce Mr. Benjamin Montalongo, a senior at Cajon High School and a student board member.
Good afternoon, Board. First, I would like to thank you for your guys' support in terms of the local control funding formula. It's helped our district provide the tools necessary for actual steps towards the economic restoration of San Bernardino. This is by providing the tools necessary to deliver an exemplary level of education for our students. What you have before you is an African mask. That one is vacuum formed. It is a mold of a mask where this is just an example of their advanced manufacturing capabilities over at Bingwang Elementary School. Fifth graders made that. The application for that will be used when they team up with Loma Linda to help develop some prosthetic limbs for animals without. What I have before me are tangible results of the same lab, which is known as the STEM lab over at Bingwang Elementary School. This is also fifth graders, where they receive adult-level education in programs such as Corel Draw to work laser cutters to burn into these. These are just welcome signs. What we have done with this is we provided 21st century skills in technology, engineering, manufacturing, and robotics. We've teamed up with Garner Holt, the individual responsible for the animatronics with Disney. As I said before, Bingwang Elementary School alone has teamed up with Loma Linda University in terms of the prosthetic limbs for animals. And that is not the only school benefiting from these LCFF dollars. We also have Curtis Middle School, where they have an entrepreneurship career pathway, where they develop real functional financing plans and marketable products. They develop and manufacture marketable products as well. So they're earning real business management skills.
I'd like to call the next group of speakers: Lisa Hechdahl, Michael Hansen, Martha Zaragoza Diaz, Shelley Spiegel-Coleman, Diana Guillen, Maria De Leon, Margarita Lopez, Amy Mija, Carolina Perez, Arturo Ramos, Maria del Carmen Sanchez, Araceli Simon, Mercedes Vasquez, and Susana Zamoro. Please line up.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Danielle Candre. I am a senior at San Gregorio High School and a student board member of the San Bernardino School District. I'm here to speak to you about how the LCFF funding has benefited the schools in my district and why it should remain that way. I visited Indian Springs High School, where I met Darius Sutton, a senior who is involved in the manufacturing career pathway at his school. Before joining the program, Darius wasn't motivated about school. His only focus was to graduate from high school. After joining the program, he discovered that this was his passion and that he wanted to pursue a career in engineering. From participating in this manufacturing program, he has been offered a job right after he graduates. This has motivated him to engage in school so he can achieve this goal. Darius said to me, "This program shaped my future." He is one of many students that feel the same way about the program. These programs offered teach us leadership skills, how to work with others, how to problem solve, and how to express ourselves. With San Bernardino being the poorest city in the state, these programs funded by the LCFF are fundamental and give us the same opportunities as a student in a wealthier city. So we thank you very much and ask you to continue to provide us the necessary funds that will keep our career pathway programs running. These programs give us a sense of purpose and encourage us to do better in school.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Arellano, and I will be speaking on behalf of the Biotechnology Career Pathway Program at Indian Springs High School. Our Biotechnology Career Pathway Program is partnered with Loma Linda University. Loma Linda has given us the opportunity to do laboratory work along with them. This class is different from any other academic class. We are given a hands-on experience. The greatest benefit to this is having the opportunity to master techniques that are required in many laboratories. Over spring break, I had the opportunity to do an internship through Loma Linda University. This great learning experience motivated me to pursue a career in forensic science. This class recognizes students with a certificate on lab techniques they have mastered, along with skill sets that prepare students for potential internship, job opportunities, and careers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jesse Aguilar for the California Teachers Association. The California Teachers Association offers the following concepts for your consideration in the adoption of the rubrics. State law and policy is on the right track and should continue to drive efforts for continuous improvements of our education system. Rely equally on qualitative and quantitative indicators. The board should adopt broader indicators such as school climate and depth and breadth of access to college and career readiness activities and courses. It should not be limited to just standardized tests and graduation rates. Holistic is the way to go. Keep the focus on the whole child, continuous improvement, and the LCAP as the foundational piece of the new system. You should not abandon the holistic approach outlined in the LCFF statutes in order to fit with a federally driven system focused on test scores. Everyone has worked too hard and done too much to fall back on the failed approach of the past. CTA believes it is more important to get it right than to do it fast. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. Thank you, all board members, for your verbal affirmations today around equity. We really appreciate it. We think the alternative motion is good, but we want to ensure that there be an equity display at the top level and that it not be buried. We agree that there should be and there must be standards set and technical assistance and support provided for all of the 8 state priorities, not just the key indicators. And even though that the alternative motion has the additional indicators to be considered for the future, we still think it's good to adopt or to state that you're doing an annual review process to consider that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Mendoza with Families and Schools, and I just want to ditto what Liz just said, so I don't need to repeat that. But we also would like you to encourage you and to encourage the staff in their consideration of local climate surveys, whether there can be some modifications made to those surveys that would capture additional LCFF priorities, such as parental involvement and some questions that are more relevant and specific to what is going on in the school environment, so that this becomes more in tune with the needs and in tune with what students and parents are saying. So we hope that we could see some encourage the staff to change that and modify that appropriately. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. I'm Christopher Cabaldo, and I'm the president of the Link Learning Alliance. Thank you so much for the rich and practical and thoughtful and values-based conversation so far. And also for the alternate motion. Just wanted to make one suggestion in that regard, and that is that through the PSAA process and this one, for the last 3 to 4 years, we've been having essentially the same movie played over and over and over again about college and career readiness, that we want to do it, we're almost there. Would somebody go look at the feasibility, come back with feasibility? It's almost feasible, but just give us another year. We've been doing that since 2012, and my fear is that we will get the same, if we ask the same set of staff, the same question that we've been asking for 3 years to report back in July, that they will give the same answer. And what you've heard from Linda Darling-Hammond and from us, from so many folks in the field, is that it's just a question of which approach to the measurement you want to use. There are plenty of viable ones within the current data system that would be good enough to begin iterating off of. And so if you instead ask your staff, if you directed your staff to return with alternate options for implementing, rather than asking the question, is it feasible, but simply to say, give us those options, because we are not one CalPEDS item away from a perfect measure of college and career. We need to get started.
Good afternoon, Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing the California Association for Bilingual Education. We too concur with the comments made by Liz Guillen, stating that we believe that there should be a top-level display on the issue of equity, and also that it should be clearly stated that there would be an annual review process with regards to the key indicators. We appreciate the inclusion of English proficiency as a key indicator. However, as was stated at the February board meeting, this indicator alone does not provide a comprehensive picture of the performance of ELs in our schools. It is recommended that an EL composite, as proposed by the task force to the superintendent and by the CAPG, include not only the English language proficiency measure, but also indicators showing a percentage reduction of LTELs and increased percentage of reclassification of English learners as well. These indicators meet all 4 criteria that's required to be considered key indicators. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Shelley Spiegel-Coleman, Executive Director of Californians Together. We're very pleased to see the alternative motion. I would like for you to consider just one amendment to that, and that is on 1D. When we're talking about disparities in performances for any student subgroup, it seems it would be important to put any disparity towards the state standard. Not a disparity in between the groups, but a disparity toward the standard, which puts us in a frame of improvement towards reaching the state standard. And those disparities is what needs to be looked at, not cross groups. And so we hope that you'll accept that. The other thing is I want to echo what Dr. Sung had said about the work of the PSAA. One of the indicators that they thoroughly looked at in terms of the research from Patricia Gandara, who came to the PSAA and presented her research on looking at 10 sectors of our economy and what employers are looking for in terms of whether there's an advantage for any of their applicants to be bilingual. Absolutely, from a percentage as low as 72% to 100% of employers were looking. And so the seal of biliteracy plays a role in that as an indicator, and we'd like you to consider it for a career quality indicator. Thank you.
President Kirst and esteemed members of the board, my name is Lisa Hegdahl, and I'm president of the California Science Teachers Association. On behalf of the more than 3,000 members of CSTA, I want to thank the board for the alternative motion to Agenda Item 2, especially the removal of the Grade 3 English Language Arts and Grade 8 Math CAS scores, and the careful and thoughtful attention that you are giving to this very important matter. We would ask that the board take care with the standard setting for the LCFF priority areas and consider some of the options that we provided in our letter that allow for 21st century innovation. In addition, whatever compilation measures for the college and career readiness are considered, we ask that science be a part of those, as science literacy is applicable to many college and career choices. CSTA appreciates your ongoing commitment to science education and stands ready to work with you to ensure that every student in California has access to high-quality science education. Thank you.
I'd like to ask the next group of speakers to please line up. Doug McCrae, Ramona Bishop, Brian Lee, Carrie Mazzoni, Shelley Masur, Efren Mercado, Terry Burns, and Jackie Wong.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Manuel Arias, father of 4, grandfather of 10. I had been a leader with Pico, California in Oakland for over 25 years. And I am here today with Pico, California. Pico has 19 federations across the state of California. We are a multi-faith and multi-racial organization that strive to develop local leadership from our congregation, schools, and community to work for a racial, social, and economic justice. Together, we represent over 480 congregations and 450,000 families, diverse economy, racial, and religion backgrounds, rooted schools, districts across California.
We'd like to thank President Kirst, State Board, and staff for your hard work and commitment to the students of California. We'd also like to give special thanks to board members Bruce Holliday, Dr. Nikki Sandoval, Dr. Eileen Strauss, Suber, and Patricia Rucker, who have met with us. In 2012, Pico, California led the largest volunteer voter engagement effort, in support of Prop 30 in the state, turning out 67,000 voters to support the passage. Following its passage, PICO has participated in the effort to pass the LCFF to ensure that promise. We continue to organize locally and statewide to close academic achievement gaps by supporting positive school climate, culture, and well-being through engaging powerful, shared decision-making and collective action between parents, caregivers, students, community members, and educators. Please commit to including a menu of evidence-based state-level indicators around parent involvement and include school climate indicators in the LCFF rubric to be adopted by October 2016.
Hi, my name is Keisha McGee, and I am a community organizer with ICUC in Pico, California, also a mother of 5. Growing up in the foster care system, I had limited resources and opportunities when it came to education, unfortunately. But as limited as those were, I had a foster mom who was very parent engaged and wanted to make sure that we had every opportunity and resource available to us. Now as a parent very involved in my own children's education from college to preschool, it saddens me the level of involvement that we have is limited. I shared my story once before with this board about how parents were made to staple papers and correct homework instead of being able to get involved in the decision-making of our children's education. I am now here once again to ask you guys to commit to including a measure of evidence-based state-level indicators around parent involvement in the LLC rubrics to be adopted by October 2016. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Torres. I am OCO member from Oakland, California. I am a parent of 4 children, 20 grandchildren, and 7 great-grandchildren. Through parent involvement in my school and through the Family Resource Center, we have been able to provide services on campus and sending parents into the community, allowing us to decrease stress in the home, thereby providing a larger focus in the children's education and attendance. Family engagement is much more than just volunteering time. It is the commitment to learn, to engage, to participate, to educate others, and to the success of the children in the education system by building a long relationship with families and the community-based organizations. But in our efforts, we cannot do it alone. That's why we ask you to commit by including a menu of evidence-based state-level indicators around parent involvement in the LCCF rubric and adopted by October 2016. Thank you.
Mi nombre es Elvia Vázquez y tengo 2 hijos en el Distrito Escolar de Sacramento.
My name is Elvia Vázquez and have 2 children in Sacramento City Unified School District.
Mi hijo mayor Samuel fue identificado como un niño estudiante gay de la escuela Ethel I. Baker y fue transferido a la escuela Sutterville.
My oldest son Samuel was identified as a gay student in Ethel I. Baker, and for that reason he was transferred to Sutterville Elementary.
El primer año que tuve reunión con sus maestros me indicaron que lo sacara del programa debido a su hiperactividad.
The first year that I met with the teachers, I was told that he should be taken out of the program because he was hyperactive.
La psicóloga inclusive indicó que mi hijo tenía que ser medicado.
The psychologist even told me that he needed to be medicated.
Mi hijo continuó en clases avanzadas de matemáticas fuera de GATE.
My son continued on advanced math classes outside of the GATE program.
Gradualmente él bajó de calificaciones.
Gradually his grades began to drop.
Y he estado buscando ayuda, inclusive él hace un poco más de un año fue a Cerna Center, pero me dijeron que ahí no le podían dar ayuda, que solamente a los niños próximos a graduarse.
I've been seeking help, and I went to the Cerna Center, the district, seeking for help, and I was told that the only support that they had was for students who were getting ready to graduate.
Actualmente está en la escuela de continuación American Legion.
Currently, he's in American Legion Continuation School.
Siento fuertemente que los maestros y escuelas no tienen la preparación para poder ayudar a los estudiantes con mucho potencial como mi hijo y padres como yo.
I strongly feel that the teachers and schools are not trained to help support students with high potential like my son and parents like myself.
Estoy aquí abogando para que haya participación profesional en los maestros, preparación y personal en las escuelas.
I'm here advocating so that there's professional development training for teachers and staff in schools.
Y que sea incluido en un menú indicadores basado en las evidencias con respecto a la participación de los padres.
And that's included in a menu of indicators that's evidence-based in regards to parent engagement. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, yo soy María Rosa Guzmán, líder de Pico, California, en Orange County, madre involucrada en el distrito de Anaheim Unified. Durante mis últimos años de involucramiento he visto la necesidad de estrategias y recursos para hacer el enlace amplio de los padres a nivel escuela y distrito. Los padres de los comités de liderazgo muchas de las veces son duplicados. Somos los mismos padres en School Site Council, en ESPA, en DILAC, en ILAC, en LCAP, en PTA. La escuela y los distritos tienen la responsabilidad de derrumbar este tipo de barreras e invertir en recursos que aseguren una mejor integración de todos los padres. Si hay una medida que promueve el involucramiento de los padres en la rúbrica, podremos identificar la calidad verdadera de padres que están involucrados, que existen en los distritos y trabajar para subir esas cifras año con año. Los padres que se comprometan, les pedimos, por favor, que se comprometan a incluir un menú de indicadores sobre el involucramiento de los padres en la rúbrica, que va a ser adoptada en octubre de este año. Muchas gracias por escuchar la voz de los padres.
I'm Maria Rosa Guzman, leader with Pico in Orange County, mother involved in Anaheim Unified. Over the course of my involvement, I have seen the lack of strategies and resources to carry out a wide outreach effort for parent involvement. This results in having the same group of parents involved in the steering of committees such as the School Site Council, ELAC, DLAC, LCAP, PTA, and the Superintendent Parent Advisory Council. I believe districts and schools have the duty to address these issues and secure resources to ensure better parent integration. If there is a measure that promotes parent involvement in the rubric, we will be able to identify the true number of parents involved in leadership and collectively work to increase those numbers year by year. We ask you to commit to include this menu of evidence-based level indicators around parent involvement in the LCFF rubric to be adopted on 2016.
Good afternoon, President, members of the board. My name is Sergio Luna. I'm the lead organizer with Education for Liberation with Pico, California. First and foremost, we would like to thank you, board, for the reflection of our recommendations and the alternative recommendation for both school climate and parent engagement. In June of last year, Pico, California, along with allies, Pico State, PTA, Families in Schools, the Parent Organizing Network, and the Parent Teacher Home Visit Project convened a statewide meeting that included 17 parent community organizations and 2 school districts to engage directly in schools and districts across California. The group identified a menu of evidence-based parent engagement metrics that the state could adopt and from which the districts could choose for continuous assessment, accountability, and improvement. While there's still additional refinement to be done, we believe the work completed thus far provides the foundation for state-level metrics. We also urge you to consider the placeholders for school climate surveys, parent engagement, and chronic absenteeism rate to allow for a more holistic accountability system. We've continued to ask you to adopt evidence-based rubrics in the upcoming October 2016. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug McRae, retired desk specialist from Monterey. One of the criteria for statewide LCAP indicators is that they be, quote, supported by research as valid measures. Unfortunately, all of the recommended test-based indicators currently fail to meet this criterion. Smarter balance tests were initiated before instruction in the Common Core for many students, thus compromising validity until 2018 for outcome measures and 2019 for improvement measures. The LPAC test will not be ready for accountability use until 2019. To answer Senator Block's question, when will we have information whether the LCFF is working? The earliest will be 2018 for outcome and 2019 for improvement measures. The non-test-based indicators, grad rates and suspension rates, are okay for some grade ranges, but not for all grade ranges. As a final note, it may be possible to accelerate the timeline for valid test-based indicators if anybody is interested in that line of inquiry. Thank you.
I'd like to call the next group of speakers to line up: Araceli Simeon, Susana Zamorano, Carmen Sanchez, Arturo Ramos, Juan Mercedes, Juan Jose Mangandi, Diana Guillen, Victoria Dominguez, Justine Santos, Alejandra Castrejon, Jaquan Morales Watson, Drakwari McGee, Diana Cruz, Luz Maria Albons, Devona Watson, and Laura Zavala. Please line up.
Good afternoon, President Kirst and members of the board. My name is Jackie Wong, and I'm from the National Center for Youth Law. And I'm advocating on behalf of foster youth in this context and data-driven. What we have a little bit of a concern about is, as you kind of think about your data, even though you have historical data from other subgroups, you want to kind of make aware that that data should also be available as at least as baseline data for students in foster care. All right. The other concern that we also have is that if you create a top-level display, that we want to make sure that that foster youth are also included, because of the small numbers. Sometimes, depending on how you stratify it, they may be disappeared. Why is this important to us? This is important to us because although a lot of other student populations have parents, the state has determined that by removing students from their home through no fault of their own, that the state has become parent. So how else are we going to monitor their performance and close that invisible achievement gap that we, by the way, worked really, really hard on to actually get included in the local control funding formula? Part of our work at the National Center for Youth Law actually included working with the state on LCFF and ESSA requirements, so we'd be happy to continue that conversation and thank the board for actually continuing to think about foster youth in this context. Thank you very much.
Hi, Brian Lee on behalf of Fight Crime, Invest in Kids, Mission Readiness, and Ready Nation. Very pleased to see the alternative motion. It's much more holistic and forward-looking, including data that we know is coming. We're especially appreciative of including suspension and chronic absence and consideration of college and career readiness and school climate surveys. Two minor changes we'd suggest, though. College career readiness, as you heard, is much further along than school climate surveys. We'd appreciate language about asking for alternative options rather than just feasibility. Also, when it references measures of student engagement and then says suspension rates and chronic absence, it should say student engagement and school climate, because chronic absence is engagement and suspension rates are school climate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Board President and board members. Carrie Mazzoni for the Coalition for Alternative Education Accountability, the members of which serve over 100,000 students a year that largely are highly at risk. We're happy with the acknowledgement today that you'll be looking at an alternative accountability system, particularly a graduation rate. This is particularly important because many of these programs are charter schools, and their charter could be revoked if they don't meet their academic metrics. We support a one-year graduation cohort and expansion of the criteria for ASAM, particularly including credit-deficient students. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Samantha Tran with Children Now. I want to thank the board very much for the conversation and the alternative motion. It really represents a lot of the work that stakeholders and you all have done to lift up this idea of multiple measures, and are grateful for the nod to growth, to science, to chronic absenteeism. On the college and career metrics, as others have mentioned, it would be really helpful if the board motion was altered slightly to come back to the board with options and maybe an implementation plan, because I think we would guess how that is likely to be framed given previous conversations around the feasibility and the data, and then similarly with student surveys to really have that conversation about how we move it forward and implement it. So again, thank you very much and appreciate all of your work.
Good afternoon. My name is Ephraim Mercado, the Policy Director for Success of the County Superintendents. We support the State Board's commitment to continuous improvement and applying that approach to developing the state's new accountability system. As a part of that process, we believe that the annual process of reviewing the key indicators will be necessary to ensure that we ultimately have the most appropriate accountability system for our state. We also like to support the alternate motion put forth today and believe it hits on a lot of the indicators that the county superintendents feel are very powerful for the state. And we look forward to working closely with the CD and State Board staff on this process and hope to keep working together closely. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry Burns, on behalf of the California School Boards Association. And we are generally in support of the alternative motion, specifically the inclusion of the aspirational measures of climate and college and career readiness. We would encourage you to take to heart Member Ting's comments about utilizing research and information about what local measures are being used before we add things into that process. We are supportive of inclusion of the science scores. We have concerns, however, about suspension rates, as they are highly manipulatable and have very different definitions per school site. We have no problem with listing them and that second tier level of local data, but the idea of having them as the high level measure is of concern to us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Naina Gupta, Staff Attorney and Racial Justice Fellow with the ACLU of California and a member of the LCFF Equity Coalition. First, we just want to reiterate our appreciation, particularly to Board Member Burr, of the inclusion in 1D of the alternate proposal of a summary level display flagging disparities in subgroup performance. We presume that this won't be a buried display and hope that it'll be at the top level in a way that's accessible for community stakeholders. On number 2 of the alternative proposal, we agree that there should be both standard setting and assistance and intervention based on at least a broader range of the LCFF priority areas, if not all. We'd propose, for example, establishing non-quantitative standards in areas like parent engagement, or other priority areas of LCFF where there would be at least county office technical assistance, but we're hopeful that SB staff can think through standards in these other areas that can also trigger state action as required by the statute. Of course, we want an aligned, coherent system, and we acknowledge that support and assistance and state action on every metrics would be complex and lack practicality, but thank you.
Hello, my name is Araceli Simeon, and I'm the project director for the Parent Organization Network. And so like our sister organization, PICO and Families in Schools, we're here to promote having a menu of state-level evidence-based metrics to help standardize parent involvement in schools. There's already a lot of research including family engagement frameworks and tools that the California Department of Education and the U.S. Department of Education have already adopted. And so part of what we propose is beginning to standardize the practice by using some of the tools that you already have so that you can successfully align the practice with what the research says. But at the same time, we're also missing metrics because a lot of the tools that are available are focusing more on communication, perceptions. But part of what we need is more capacity building and infrastructure, and we need metrics for that. So please align the practice with the research. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Susana Zamorano. Soy coordinadora del Centro de Padres y Jóvenes en CARES en Los Ángeles.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Susana Zamorano, and I work with the Coalition of Parents and Children in Los Angeles.
Las medidas métricas que se están usando, que fueron implementadas por el Estado, ¿son efectivas? Claro que sí.
The metrics that have been used by the state, that have been proposed to be used by the state, are effective. Of course they are.
Siempre y cuando realmente representen cantidad versus calidad.
As long as they truly represent quantity versus quality.
Un ejemplo, se realizaron 35 grupos de enfoque en el distrito de Los Ángeles.
As an example, there were 35 focus groups in the Los Angeles district.
El cual pudimos resumirlo en 800 padres participando.
And there were 800 parents participating there.
Es el reporte que yo creo que ustedes están recibiendo.
And I believe that that's the report that you have received.
800 padres es una buena calidad, un buen número para representar la población de padres de Los Ángeles.
Is 800 parents, is that a good representative number of the amount of parents that are in Los Angeles?
Nuestra recomendación, 50 más 1.
Our recommendation would be 50 plus 1.
Para que realmente sea representante con calidad.
So that it truly is representative of the quality.
Que sean datos más confiables y más reales.
We want them to be more real and more reliable data.
Es su decisión, es nuestra responsabilidad. Queremos hacer equipo, tómenos en cuenta, por favor.
It's your decision and our responsibility. If you want to maintain us as a key partner in this, please keep us in mind.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Carmen Sánchez.
Good afternoon, my name is Carmen Sanchez.
Soy miembro de DILAC del Distrito Unificado de Los Ángeles y miembro del Concilio de Padres de Carecen.
I am a member of DLAC of the Unified School District of the Unified District of Los Angeles, and I'm also a member of the PTA Caracan.
Los centros de padres tienen que aplicar la estructura de acuerdo a lo implementado y mandatorio por el Estado.
The parent centers have to apply the structure according to what has been mandated by the state.
Que tenga medidas de enfoque en el logro académico de los estudiantes, creando rúbricas estandarizadas.
They have to focus on the goals, on the academic goals of the students by means of standardized rubrics.
Para evitar que estos centros se conviertan en centros sociales.
To avoid these centers from becoming social centers,
los empleados encargados de los centros de padres tienen que tener requisitos con un perfil de un profesional.
The employees that are in charge of these parent centers should be required to have a professional profile.
Para asegurar que esto suceda, los padres tenemos que ser parte del proceso de contratación.
To ensure this, parents should be a part of the process of hiring these people.
Para eso necesitamos capacitación de formar padres con liderazgo y conocimiento en los procesos.
For this, we need training to be able to have parents who know about leadership and these processes.
Los padres tienen la responsabilidad de tomar decisiones, de estructurar talleres de calidad.
It's the parents' responsibility to design these quality workshops.
Los padres y las partes interesadas evaluarán el involucramiento de padres.
The parents and all interested parties will evaluate the participation of these people as well as the parents.
Quiero pedirles en nombre de todos los padres de LAUSD
And I would request on behalf of all the parents of the AUSD
que como mesa directiva se comprometan a escuchar las recomendaciones y la voz de los padres. Muchas gracias.
to please listen to the recommendations and whatever opinions the parents may have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable board members, superintendent. And my name is Arturo Ramos. I'm from the Linwood Unified area. I'm a very active parent advocate. And I'm here today to advocate for parent involvement, especially in the area of interventions. We really need accurate information, skills, and capacity building to help us, parents, to clearly understand and monitor the academic progress of the intervention programs that our children are currently receiving. We need a loop, a continuous feedback between teachers, parents, and other stakeholders to improve the intervention programs. Currently, we do not have any matrices or standards to measure the progress of our intervention programs and student achievement for those students that are involved in these programs. Therefore, as leaders of this state board education, I really believe that this is the time to commit yourselves and adopt our recommendations that will help improve our low-performing schools. Keep in mind that ourselves as parents are at the school sites and we witness the dysfunction at these programs, and we cannot tolerate this dysfunction anymore. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, honorables miembros de la Junta Directiva y Superintendente.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the State Board and Superintendents.
Me llamo Mercedes Vázquez, vengo del Distrito Unificado de Los Ángeles.
My name is Mercedes Vasquez, and I come from the Unified District of Los Angeles.
Estoy aquí para pedir en nombre de los padres del distrito que se creen normas que apoyen a los padres de los estudiantes aprendices de inglés.
I am here to ask in the name of the parents of the District of Los Angeles that norms be created in order to support the parents of English language learners.
Pedimos evaluar el progreso de los programas ya existentes para evitar su fracaso.
We'd like to request the evaluation of the process of these programs in order to avoid failure.
También necesitamos que se eliminen programas que no funcionan.
We'd also request that those programs that do not work be eliminated.
El Distrito de Los Ángeles tiene un 5% de progreso comparado a los estudiantes del programa dual.
The Los Angeles District has a 5% progress compared to those students from the dual program.
Necesitamos métodos de evaluación de cada programa y que los padres sean parte del monitoreo de esa evaluación.
We need methodology to be able to evaluate each one of those programs, and the parents should be a part of the monitoring of this evaluation.
Pedimos capacitación apropiada para que los padres sean partícipes de estas evaluaciones y monitoreos.
We ask for adequate training so that the parents can participate in set evaluations and monitoring.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la Mesa de Educación. Mi nombre es Diana Guillén.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education. My name is Diana Guillén.
Soy madre de 4 niños en el Distrito Unificado de Los Ángeles y soy secretaria del comité DILAC.
I am the mother of 4 students at the Unified School District in Los Angeles, and I'm also the secretary of the Executive Committee of DELAC.
Mi enfoque es que los padres debemos ser parte del diseño de los planes para las escuelas y los distritos.
In my opinion, I think parents should form part of the design of plans for within schools and the districts.
No solo dar asesoría o comentarios,
Not just to act as giving opinions and commentary,
sino compartiendo responsabilidades,
but as well as sharing responsibilities.
creando las métricas de liderazgo,
We should create leadership metrics,
dando a los padres entrenamientos apropiados para comprender las estructuras de cada distrito.
and the parents should have adequate training to be able to understand the structures in each district.
Y poder en conjunto tomar las mejores decisiones para nuestros hijos.
And in this way, we should be able to take and make better decisions regarding our children.
Queremos que ustedes nos den la oportunidad de dar una presentación aquí.
We would like you to allow us to make a presentation here before you,
Ya que nosotros somos los clientes para los que trabajan.
since we are the clients for which you work.
A pesar de que existen leyes como socios igualitarios,
In spite of there being laws, where we are equal partners,
los distritos no respetan las ideas de los padres porque nos sienten que somos inferiores.
the districts do not respect the opinions of the parents because they feel that we are inferior.
Tan solo somos usados como requisito para darles información a ustedes.
We are just used as a requirement to offer you information.
Queremos que ser parte de la contratación del nuevo personal.
We want to be a part of the hiring process of new personnel.
Esperamos que puedan ser escuchados. Soy representante electa de más de 600 escuelas. Gracias.
I hope to be heard in this chamber. I am an elected person by 600 parents in this district. Thank you. In these schools.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Juan José Mangandi.
Good afternoon, my name is Juan José Mangandi.
Soy el presidente del comité
I am the president of the-
asesor de los niños aprendiendo inglés en el Distrito Escolar de Los Ángeles.
I am the president of the Committee for Language Learners for Children in the District of Los Angeles.
Es interesante escuchar toda la serie de ideas que tienen para mejorar la educación de nuestros hijos.
It's interesting to hear all these ideas that you have offered to improve the education of our children.
Pero también creo que no estamos tomando en cuenta a muchos padres.
But I don't think that we're keeping in mind many parents.
Creo que en esta sala hay mucha gente haciendo gestión para mejorar la educación.
I believe that in this room there are a lot of people who are making their utmost effort to improve education.
Pero necesitamos escuchar a los padres.
But we need to listen to the parents.
Por ejemplo, yo quiero decir una cosa, muchos de las personas que tienen que atender padres no están capacitados para tratar con padres.
For example, I'd like to say something. Many of the people that are in charge of dealing with parents aren't trained to deal with parents.
Especialmente aquellos que tenemos el síndrome del inmigrante, el llamado síndrome de Ulises.
Especially those of us who suffer from the Ulysses complex or syndrome, which is the complex for that is suffered from.
Entonces necesitamos un nuevo liderazgo.
So we need new leadership.
Con programas específicos que vengan a mejorar lo que se llama, no solamente que nos den información, sino que nos entrenen y que nos den las suficientes herramientas para poder dar una respuesta a una serie de retos que tenemos como
Not just to be able to work in this area, but also to be trained so we can face the challenges before us.
Quisiera despedirme nada más diciéndole que me gustaría hacer una presentación sobre lo que opinamos los padres.
I would also like to say that I would like to say goodbye, but also say that I would like to make a presentation
Especialmente
of
aquellos
what
que
parents
somos,
think,
especialmente aquellos que somos título 1 y
especially
título 3.
those of us that are Title I and Title III.
Que es, nosotros decimos, el señor superintendente dijo una cosa, esta información da dolor de cabeza. Imagínense a una persona
The superintendent said, all this information gives me a headache, and well, imagine a person like me.
que venimos con poca nutrición. Gracias.
That we come with not so much education. Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon.
So my name is Victoria Dominguez. I'm the Education Services and Policy Coordinator at the Central American Resource Center. And like as demonstrated by the previous speakers, there is an urgent need to address and look at parent involvement metrics with the same urgency and the same rigor that we do look at academic involvement and achievement. It is important for us to look at parent involvement as a way for us to look and close the gap when it comes to education and opportunity gap for our children. And so we really ask you all to look at best practices and metrics that really are going to encourage collaboration between the schools and the parents for the better of the students. And so today we ask you to please commit to adopting metrics around parent involvement at the state level that are evidence driven and that they would allow for parents to create a well-educated decision regarding their involvement and their children's education. Thank you.
We're going to have a large presentation next, but I would like to ask the following people to line up after that presentation: Dolores Alvarez, Maria Celadon, Guadalupe Celadon, Anthony Walker, Marisol Avina, Annie Carney, Julie German, and Castle Redmond. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Justine Santos, and I am an organizer with Californians for Justice in Oakland. Californians for Justice is an organization that builds up youth to become the leaders that we need to create the healthy and just schools that all of our communities deserve. I would first like to thank the State Board of Education for providing our young people the opportunity to speak on school climate this past March. I'd also like to thank you and your staff for putting forth the recommendation that suspensions will be a key indicator for school climate. This is a great first step in ensuring that our schools are accountable to supporting our students. While some concerns have been raised about suspensions as an indicator to hold schools accountable, I have full faith in local control in our schools' integrity and commitment to creating school climates that uplift and empower every student to achieve and succeed in school. This year, I have been participating in LCAP study sessions with students and families. I'm involved in generating recommendations for school climate. I have worked with school board members, teachers, administrators, parents, and students to make sure that we improve outcomes for all of our students. Being a part of this process, I truly believe that we are headed in the right direction, where so much more success is on the horizon. To help us get closer to success, I would like to make 4 key recommendations. First, I urge that the State Board of Education include school climate survey metrics as measures to allow for a more holistic accountability system. We should be holding schools accountable for its connectedness to students and how students and parents are being engaged in assessing school climate. This way, we can measure how connected students feel to adults at school and how we are engaging parents and families in the process. Further, there should be a placeholder for school climate survey questions in the evaluation rubric, which would give State Board of Education staff more time to thoroughly review a survey indicator. Second, in order to fully engage students and families, the rubric must be accessible. We recommend that the board revisits the top-level display of the rubric and ensures that the language is clear, concise, and accessible to all communities. Third, in considering future key indicators, there should be a concrete timeline and a waiting list of metrics should be added. Some of these metrics should include indicators of school success, such as school climate surveys, parent engagement, chronic absenteeism, and science. We want to be intentional about the metrics that will potentially be included in the next year. Last, we recommend that the local metric selection tool include input from stakeholder groups. Organizations like Californians for Justice, PICO, Families in Schools, and others are doing work on the ground to develop a research-based list. Including stakeholder groups in discussions of local metrics will ensure that families, students, and community members are continuously engaged in the decision-making process. I truly appreciate this opportunity to highlight these 4 recommendations, and I urge that you consider these recommendations moving forward. I'd now like to call up 3 student leaders to offer their student recommendations. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alejandra. I'm a student at Eastside Union High School District and a CFJ student leader. I have been in CFJ for the last 2 years. Since the passage of the local control funding formula in 2013, students and parents work nonstop to ensure that LCFF's promise provides an opportunity for all students to achieve their highest aspirations. In 2014, hundreds of low-income students of color asked the State Board of Education to require student input in local control accountability plans. Now, with California's new grading system for public education up for the changes, low-income students of color set it out again to make sure their voices on school climate are heard. In a January board meeting, Californians for Justice student leaders, Alliance for Boys and Men of Color, Inner City Struggles Los Angeles, and Pico, California insisted that the State Board of Education consider the importance of school climate and engagement when it comes to school quality. Their ask, "Don't leave school climate and engagement out in the cold," prompted a conversation among educators and advocates. Thank you for responding. Thank you for
Time is up, I'm sorry, yeah.
Oh, okay.
1 minute. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, before we begin, I have a question. So we don't get 3 minutes?
No, you get 1 minute, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so hello, my name is Jaquan Morales Watson. I'm an 11th grader at Oakland High School and a student leader with Californians for Justice. And before we begin, I would like to thank you guys for hearing all our needs and the parent needs from across the state. And today, sorry, I say a lot. But yeah, today I urge you guys to vote and make sure that suspensions become, bam, I messed up. No, I'm sorry, but I urge you today to vote and make suspensions as an indicator of school climate. Suspensions can drastically affect a student's education and the perceptions placed on us students. So a suspended student might be labeled as a bad or a problem child, but really none of us are asked about the issues we have outside of school and why that influences our behavior. So those impacted by suspensions are not valued for their whole selves, but are only seen through their academic behavior. So as a black student, my emotional problems and needs outside of school, I can't really handle on my own, so I feel like I don't have any support within schools, so I stopped going, and it affected my school a lot. Not my school, but it just affected me because I stopped going, and my grades dropped and all that. But, so yes, many students of color who seem nonchalant about school are disproportionately addressed by being suspended when actually they're struggling. And in 2013 and 2014, black students faced a suspension risk that was 19.1% higher than those of white students statewide. So if adults could be more mindful and implement more policies and practices for school climate in place of suspensions, such as restorative justice practices or teachers getting the right kind of training to help a student that's struggling. I mean, I know what you're thinking, those are called counselors, but not a lot of students can have access to their counselors because, well, at Oakland High, we only get 3, and they're rarely there. So if teachers can have the training, you guys can save basically, I don't know, time for the students, and students will feel more involved to come to school. So if that happened, I'd be seen beyond my grades and attendance. I would enjoy going to school. So I just feel like those are important factors that should be in school. So if a student's education is the top priority, then so should creating a school climate that is inclusive and supportive of all students and what experiences and challenges they bring into our schools. And this means making sure that suspensions are a key indicator of school climate. Thank you for listening. Okay.
Good afternoon, State Board of Education members and staff. My name is Jakar McGee, and I'm a junior at Fresno Unified School District, and I've been involved with Californians for Justice for 4 years now. So again, we're here to thank you and the State Board of Education staff for making students a priority in our new accountability system. The State Board of Education staff has recommended suspensions to be one of the 5 key indicators of our new accountability system, and I stand before you today to urge you to approve these suspensions as the key indicator for school climate. So adding suspensions as a key indicator is important and affects me personally. Earlier this year, I was suspended for being on my phone while walking to class, and I refused to talk to the teacher because I know if I did, the outcome would not have been positive. So I was referred to the vice principal and was suspended for 3 days on site. Then I was told if I didn't leave the class, I would be arrested for trespassing. This experience made me really uncomfortable because while being in the class, I felt that I couldn't excel in this class, and my engagement basically deteriorated overall. And then I had thought that I was a bad student until I had spoke to a teacher on our campus whose name is Melissa Bangeter, or as we the students call her, Mama B, in comfortability. She showed me that the extra support that I needed and that I had, she showed me the extra support that I needed and that I had the potential to succeed in all of my classes. So once again, thank you for responding to the students' request of adding school suspensions as a key indicator in today's meeting. And alongside of that, we want you all to recognize that tending to the whole student, meaning their academic, emotional, and social states, is also a major key in the success of any student. Thank you.
I think it's amazing how much our state board is listening to the voices of our students, and I'm happy to be standing before everyone again to talk about how important it is to have school climate as a primary indicator. I'm especially thankful for school suspensions being on the recommended list for key indicators. And my name is Diana Cruz, and I'm a sophomore in the Long Beach Unified School District and an intern with Californians for Justice. And at Californians for Justice, we believe that we should have a focus of creating an education system that values all students, and the best route to that, at least right now, is a positive school climate. It's great that the school board is recognizing that this could be the difference between being able to identify high-need students or letting them slip between the cracks. School climate as an indicator is not only an important part of seeing the whole student, but benefits the whole school. If suspension rates are monitored, it will motivate schools to adopt social-emotional learning tactics to lower suspensions. We have seen many examples of the effects of alternative discipline. Some of the best I've seen is in the CTA report of the best practices in school disciplinary policies, such as Cole Middle School in Oakland, who, after implementing restorative justice, saw suspensions drop from 30% to 10%. It also reduced repeat suspensions from 40% and reported savings in daily attendance funding. And even their CST scores went up by 74 points. Education philosophies like SEL allow room for all students to be believed in and supported. A positive school climate will nurture these students and can measure their success on more than just their reading scores. Although academia is extremely important, so is the well-being of our students. And the first step in taking care of them is measuring our school climate. This can be suspensions, but we want to recommend the importance of placeholders for school climate surveys, parent engagement, and chronic absences. Since all the other recommendations are academic, we just want to bring up again that the research shows that having a strong emotional connection to the school brings up academics. So let's work together to see our student body as having a body, mind, and soul so we can understand their struggles and find ways to support them.
Feel like I'm the man. Thanks for, my name is Anthony Walker, by the way. Can you guys all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for responding to the needs of students and parents around the state. As a recent, me being in high school, I just graduated, last Thursday. And, it was tough for me because I had, thank you. It was tough for me because I had, some learning disabilities. I had, ADHD, and then I had, an IEP set up and stuff for me. So, I used to get kicked out of class a lot, due to the fact that I was, being, all over the place. I got kicked out of class just for, walking out of, I got kicked out, expelled for walking out the, school, the classroom. So she was like, that's a safety issue, so we have to expel you. I got expelled from many districts. It was hard for me because I wasn't teachable. I wasn't letting the teachers teach me and stuff. So it was basically hard for me. So they just kept sending me home with packets every day. I come home, like I come to school from a 5-day suspension, and they suspended me for 5 more days just for like me not sitting in my seat or something, or like putting some gum somewhere not supposed to be or something. Like just something simple for 5 days though. And they used to give me packets. They knew me by name, the principal. And then I just want school climate to like be like voiced and like focus on more, because like I feel like this should help like not only us, like our generation, but like the next generation and then the next generation. And positive learning environments and parent engagements are 2 things that are very important that is needed to be. So that's what I got to say, and everybody have a nice day.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out where we are here. We've had several 3 minutes, and yeah. So okay, maybe we're down to 1 minute and some. Okay, we're going to have the rest of the speakers with 1 minute because we have given 3 minutes.
She's the last 3 minutes.
Pardon?
She's the last one.
Okay, go ahead.
We promise we'll cut down there. Hello, my name is Davonna Watson. I'm a senior at Woodrow Wilson High School. I stand in alliance with Boys and Men of Color and as a youth leader with Inner City Struggle. I want to share with you some of my story and to ensure that the LCFF accountability tool reflects student needs around school climate. As a student at Wilson, factors that have contributed to my school climate are teacher-to-student accountability, extra academic assistance, and over-policing. One unusual circumstance for me arose upon my arrival at Woodrow Wilson High School. Traveling 15 miles from South Central Los Angeles, it was obvious to me that they weren't used to people like me. I dealt with numerous microaggressions, and I knew it would become a problem because it affected my education. Besides the microaggressions I have had to face, my experience have left me in a motionless position. I wonder every day if I should attend college because I don't feel prepared. As a result of a tremendous buildup of misunderstanding, I am inconfident in my journey to further my education. This experience has also affected my desire to help people of color. Being president and founder of Black Student Union, I had to create a support system for my peers. I personally had to watch my fellow Black students take a stroll to the dean's office countless of times and be on the verge of suspension and expulsion. I, as a student, had to discuss with administrators that restorative justice approaches and in-school suspensions were an option, but their responses was that approaches like that wouldn't work. So that's what I would like to share with you all today. That instead of alternative approaches, my fellow Black students were either suspended, expelled, or sent to continuation school. And according to the Office of Civil Rights, data show that the Black students on my campus have been historically suspended, expelled at high rates, although we make up less than 1% of the school's population. School suspension measurements open opportunities for us to look at how we can better serve our students of color. It truly hurts when you are doing everything in your willpower to save your men and women of color, but for you to turn around and be laughed at by your peers. Questionable of my determination and fearful for my presumable retaliation, I had to prosper in the midst of the doubts, in the midst of hurt and pain. I've learned to be that illustration of faith, because although life doesn't promise to fight fair, I will continuously fight back until my ancestors can rest. And I need you all to personally invest in my fight as well, as this is a fight for equity and a fight for justice. These things, along with the various other voices of hurt and failure on my high school campus, I would hope that you will consider, because it greatly affects our emotional, social, mental, and sometimes physical, but overall academic well-being. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Laura Zavala, and I am here today with Alliance for Boys and Men of Color, and also on behalf of Inner City Struggle, a community-based organization in East LA that facilitates and supports youth and parent leadership around educational justice, issues such as positive school climate, discipline policies, and holistic student supports. So I want to highlight a story of a teacher, Ms. Grijalva, and restorative justice lead at Mendez High School in Boyle Heights. Serving more than 150 students. By rolling out restorative justice practices at that school site, she has seen the transformative benefits of nurturing social, emotional skills in the classroom. The data provided available from the recent school experience survey has indicated that students, teachers, and parents feel safe and welcome in their school environment. She believes that all students are capable of learning, especially if we take a holistic approach and nurture positive relationships with the school. Thank you. I hope that you consider school climate surveys within the school accountability system.
I'd like to ask a few more speakers to please line up. Jeanette Salvjo, Brian Rivas, Sarah Lillis, Colin Miller, Elvia Vasquez, Maria Rosa, Eric Premack, Molly Dunn, Earl Pinkst, and Fred Jones. Please line up.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Luz María Abonce.
Good afternoon. My name is Luz María Alonso. Abonce.
Soy madre sola de 5 hijos, los cuales son mi inspiración para salir adelante y apoyarlos en su educación, ya que es importante para su futuro.
I'm a single mother of 5, and they are my inspiration to support them in their education and make it in life.
Vengo representando a Somos Mayfair, que es una institución sin fines de lucro.
I'm here representing We Are, or Somos, Mayfair. It's a non-profit institution
que apoya, ayuda, luchan para mejorar los niveles académicos y educativos de nuestros hijos.
that fights to improve the academic level for our children.
Yo pertenezco al Distrito Escolar de San José.
I'm a member of the San Jose Unified School District.
Hace algunos años, uno de mis hijos sufrió de bullying, ya que es un niño con necesidades y forma de aprendizaje diferente a los demás.
A few years back, my son was the object of bullying because he has learning disabilities.
Lo cual a veces ni los compañeros ni algunos maestros entienden.
Which sometimes even teachers and classmates don't understand.
Llegó a un punto que el niño respondió a las agresiones.
It came to a time that he reacted to the aggressions.
Y me lo hicieron como si él fuera el agresor.
And it appeared, or he was made to be as if he were the aggressor.
Estuvieron a punto de suspendérmelo y de no graduarlo.
They were about to suspend him and not allow him to graduate.
Pero este es un ejemplo muy claro de la importancia de que los padres estemos involucrados en la educación de nuestros hijos.
But this is a very important example of that, how parents need to be really involved in their children's education.
El hecho de que yo estuviera enterada del problema hizo que mi hijo se graduara.
The fact that I was aware of the problem made it possible for my son to graduate.
Actualmente está en el 9º grado y su autoestima está a su nivel.
Currently, he's in 9th grade and his self-esteem is at the right level.
Les quiero dar las gracias por tomar en cuenta el clima escolar.
I want to thank you for considering school climate.
Involucración de los padres en la escuela.
And parent engagement at the school level.
Y les ruego que incluyan métricas como preguntas que midan el involucramiento de los padres.
And I ask you to please include the metrics to measure parent involvement.
Ya que eso es fundamental para que nuestros hijos terminen sus metas y no deserten a mitad de su vida.
Which is vital for our children to meet their goals and not give up halfway.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, State Board members. My name is Maria Celedon, and I am a youth for the Santa Ana Building Healthy Communities Initiative and Boys and Men of Color. Not too long ago, to be exact, 2 years ago, I myself was a student at Santa Ana Unified School District, and I strongly believe that the school climate metrics should be included in the LCAP rubric. More specifically, I am here to say that we need school climate metrics on how LCAP funds are being allocated to students in special education classes and how that's going to be evaluated in the LCAP rubric. I propose that the way to measure it is to have an adequate student-to-teacher ratio in special education classrooms. In Santa Ana, I have witnessed one teacher for almost 30 students with different disabilities, one of those students being my brother. Having almost 30 students with different disabilities is overwhelming for one teacher. It's a violation of their civil rights and the right to a quality public education. They are students too, and most of the time, they are in the shadows of others. It is time for us to make a change. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, miembros del board. Gracias por darnos la oportunidad de venir a expresarnos. Mi nombre es Guadalupe Celedón. Tengo una niña y 3 niños. El más chiquito es autista. Lo siento, siempre que hablo de él me emociono. Soy padre voluntario en el distrito de Santa Ana, en el grupo de justicia restaurativa en la educación en la comunidad y parte del comité de clima escolar a nivel distrito, por lo cual sé la importancia de que incluyan indicadores de clima escolar como prácticas restaurativas y alternativas a la suspensión y expulsión en la rúbrica estatal de LCAP. Esta segunda oportunidad es muy importante para que nuestros estudiantes tengan éxito académico, social y emocional. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to have us express ourselves. My name is Guadalupe Celedón. I have 1 daughter and 3 sons. The youngest is autistic. I'm a parent in the Santa Ana Unified School District and also part of the Restorative Justice Education Work Group in my community. I am also part of the Santa Ana Unified School District School Climate Committee. I know it is very important to include the school climate indicator in the LCAP rubric, as well as have restorative practices, alternatives to suspensions and expulsions. This opportunity is very important for our students to be academically successful and socially and emotionally healthy. Thank you very much.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Dolores Almaraz Pérez. Para servirles, vengo de la ciudad de Santa Ana y vengo a representar lo que es nuestro distrito escolar de la ciudad de Santa Ana. Soy madre de familia de 5 hijos y pertenezco al Comité de Clima Escolar y soy parte de representante de los residentes de Santa Ana Building Communities. Y vengo para pedirles, por favor, que nos escuchen y a pedir que se incluyan los indicadores de clima escolar en la rúbrica estatal del LCAP, especialmente indicadores para evaluar el clima escolar desde una perspectiva de padres y madres y que la data que salga de las rúbricas se presente en encuestas de cada distrito y en cada escuela. Y en las escuelas para ser evaluadas, que los datos se presenten a la comunidad y que haya indicadores de involucración de padres y madres en la rúbrica. Muchas gracias por su atención y gracias por darnos la oportunidad de abrirnos la puerta para expresarnos. Gracias.
Dolores, ¿qué dice acá? My name is Dolores Alcaraz, and I'm a part of my district school climate committee, a Santa Ana resident and a resident representative under the BHC Healthy Communities Initiative for Restorative Justice. I have come to ask you that school climate indicators are included in the state LCAP rubric, especially indicators that evaluate school climate from the perspective of fathers and mothers, and that the data revealed from these rubrics is presented at each district and school to be evaluated by the community. I also ask that there are parent engagement indicators in the rubric. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to express ourselves and open doors for us as parents from diverse counties and cities.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Castle Redmond. I'm a program manager with the California Endowment. I'm speaking on behalf of 4 colleagues who had to get back, but I'll try to make it quick anyway. You received a letter from our President and CEO, Dr. Ross, encouraging you to include school discipline measures, school climate measures, suspension rates, and chronic absence in your in the LCFF rubric and accountability system. And I first want to thank you for a robust, great discussion today. I fully appreciate everything that was spoken about in depth, and we support the alternate motion very much so, and we thank you for that. The school discipline suspension rates are a very critical indicator for a lot of the reasons that we're spoken about today. We're a health foundation. We see it as a health issue, social and emotional health right now, long-term health outcomes for kids. The data shows it. Schools with the highest suspension rates have the lowest graduation rates. Schools with the highest graduation rates have the lowest suspension rates. Also, Cole Middle School was mentioned here in West Oakland as a model for restorative justice. I worked for 9 years in the Oakland Unified School District. I worked at Cole Middle School when we implemented restorative justice. It was chaos before that. It was difficult for students to learn. It was difficult for teachers to teach, like myself. We implemented restorative justice really to try to get a handle on the school climate, and suspension rates were the indicator that told us that we needed to work on it. But we knew inherently that we needed to, but the district was able to support us because of the suspension rate indicator. Transform the school climate so that our working conditions got better, right? Students who were not engaged became engaged without focusing on academic instruction, but we have to look at that suspension rate indicator. We encourage you also to include chronic absence and other measures like surveys as well. Thank you very much.
I'd like to also ask John Walker to line up.
Mr. President, Brian Rivas on behalf of the Education Trust West. I want to thank Member Burr for listening and for the alternative motion. We appreciate it. We were very concerned about some of the indicators like growth, chronic absence, and the NGSS assessments. So thank you very much for listening and making that change. With regard to college and career readiness, we agree with some of the previous speakers who have suggested that you think about that a little differently, maybe consider an adjustment to your motion rather than asking simply for a feasibility assessment. We think that work is farther along and you can actually look at some options for implementing or adopting an indicator in that area. And then lastly, we appreciate and support Member Ortiz-Licon's comments about the need for ambitious statewide goals when it comes to performance standards and standards for improvement. We think you can do that and promote high expectations and capture some of the benefits and avoid the problems that I think you're trying to avoid with labeling schools.
Good afternoon. I'm Molly Dunn with the Alliance for Children's Rights, and I kind of feel like coming toward the end of the line. I thought I was last, but I'm not. Is emblematic of the population that I'm here to speak on behalf, and that is our foster children. And I work with a coalition of advocates who are working to implement LCFF so that it lives up to its promise for our foster children. We submitted a letter, and I'd just like to highlight 3 points very quickly in that letter to make sure that our foster children aren't being an afterthought again as we develop the evaluation rubrics. So first, we really do appreciate the inclusion of suspension in the evaluation rubrics as a key indicator. And we shared concerns about the rubrics not addressing all of the state priorities, so we really appreciate the alternative motion from Board Member Burr. However, we are concerned that there has been no discussion of priorities 9 and 10. Those are priorities regarding the coordination of services for expelled pupils and pupils in foster care, and those to date are not represented in the evaluation rubrics. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sarah Lillis with Ed Voice. And we also want to share our appreciation for the conversation and the direction of this revised, of the alternate motion, and the idea of really wanting the indicators to represent what the state values and performance of schools and districts. On the indicators, we did want to clarify that on 1A1, when we talked about test scores on English, language, arts, and math, we're talking about 3 through 8 and 11. Just wanted to make sure that that was clear. On 1B of the motion, we share Member Ortiz-Licon's concern about the standard setting process, and we appreciate her question. And our concern, staff doesn't know if the board will be seeing accelerated targets for those students who are starting out for their there behind. And so we would urge the board to direct staff to share that analysis in the July board meeting of what it would look like to have improvement standards based on where the student is starting. If we really if we really mean we want to close gaps, that would be required. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Colin Miller with the California Charter Schools Association. I want to thank the staff and all of you for your hard work and your patience and durability today. We are really glad to see that there's some progress going on here today, and there's some narrowing. I think the alternative motion really, some of the elements that are really starting to focus on outcomes, we think should be the top priority and the top focus, at least initially, that we're focusing on student outcomes, and maybe putting some of the input measures as a second tier. There is some narrowing going on. We are still concerned about this notion of 50 ways to fail. We're seeing the discussion get more refined, but when we start thinking about the actual product and what we're going to be doing with it, it's very hard to see that there's consensus on common metrics of success for individual schools. This is particularly troubling for charter schools. We're seeing, even now, without clear state standards and an accountability system, that many charter schools are being revoked or not renewed because of lack of clarity on that point. And so we encourage you to continue to think about that. Thank you.
Eric Premack, Charter School Center. I feel like I should bring you all a shot of cappuccino, but we support the alternative motion here, but for charter schools, this is a high-stakes process. Failing just one criterion for one subgroup does trigger mandatory review and a potential revocation cycle. So to us, the devil is in the details, and the details matter, and the experience thus far with the graduation rate is very sobering for us. The graduation rate does not meet your criteria for inclusion. There is no state definition of what constitutes a high school graduate beyond a handful of one-word course descriptions. So what constitutes graduation in one district is very different from what might constitute it in another school, and yet we're going to use this for a high-stakes measure. That to us is very sobering, and when we look at inclusion of large numbers of other indicators, we start to run for cover. We would support the motion if it were amended to address these kinds of issues. Thank you.
Okay, I think that concludes the public testimony. So before we deliberate on the motion, I think the board should take a break, and we'll come back at 10 of 3. Thank you. State Board will reconvene and Board will reconvene. The board will reconvene, and we're now ready for board discussion on the motion. We have a motion, and it's seconded. Board Member Ortiz-Licon.
So before we take this vote, I want to clarify, or just point of clarification, what is coming before us in terms of methodology in July? Are we at that point looking at improvement targets by subgroup? Can you give me a little bit more clarification on the methodology or what we could expect to see in July?
Where's Dave?
Doesn't want to. Yeah.
So we know that using the distribution as the concept for looking at what the performance ranges might include, we have to go back around now, once the decision is made on the indicators, and analyze the data that we have in order to be able to then map out the sort of preliminary numbers. How many districts would this mean? How many schools would this mean? What's the impact on student subgroups? So in relationship to how the motion is finalized and direction to staff, that will provide us for the key indicators, the range from which you will need to be making some decisions. Beyond that,
yeah, again, Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent. So I would rather underpromise and overdeliver than to say that yes, we'll come back to you with targets for every subgroup and that sort of thing. We can have a discussion of it, but just from looking at the alternative motion, we've actually added workload to July that we weren't planning on. So again, I don't want to, which we're certainly glad to do. But setting targets and things like that that's another step further that I don't know that we're going to be ready for in July.
I think what makes me nervous is voting for a methodology where I don't have the entire picture, and a lot of the conversation that we've had about our commitment to narrowing achievement gaps not necessarily being something that will be analyzed from now until July. Is it possible that we break number one into the motion so that we're voting for 1A, 1B, 1C, and 1D?
I guess.
Well, I have a concern about the methodology, but I do want to divide the motion because I'm good with the others, but I have a concern with the methodology.
Yeah,
as it reads now, it might change, and I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, we can do that. Go ahead.
And help me tell me if I'm getting at this. The way I understand what you're going to bring back to us is the methodology is this distributional methodology, the 5% to 95%.
And that it's based on both on status and change.
But it also says that you'll bring that back for calculating performance as a combination of the two for LEA, school level, and for student subgroups. So presumably within the student subgroups, you would be making recommendations about performance ranges, right, that would fit into the distribution?
That's correct.
And so I think that's part of what your question is, right? So that information, that's not beyond the workload that we're asking you to do here, right?
No, that's planned.
Okay.
There's just more indicators than originally, but that's what always was planned, yes.
Okay.
And I think when I think of the methodology, I think of that plus how are we where are we moving our students towards? What is that standard for the indicators that we're identifying? And I still don't see it. It might be there. Maybe it's just me. I don't see it. It wasn't clear to me. And I thought we were going to get that. I thought we were going to get an example of a prototype that was very complete with that information included. And so that's where I'm at. It may be that in July, and I'll be elated to see that, but right now I don't see it.
Ting.
So along with that too, I'm assuming that with all the data runs, we would also see the different types of schools and how that methodology might impact those schools. And like I, always talk about the small schools and the K-12s and all the different population type schools. So how will we know if this methodology is works for some of those other schools?
Right, setting aside alternative schools, which we've talked about doing something separate with, I think those, what we normally do with data simulations is take into account some of those different aspects of schools. So I think you can anticipate that as well.
It seems to me we could discuss this issue you're talking about, and it doesn't, even though they may not have data, we would have enough to have a discussion of alternatives and of probable impact. So I would think we could be led by the staff to have some discussion and what the questions would be, and by others. Had somebody over here, Board Member Williams.
As I understand it, we wouldn't be, with this motion, we wouldn't be approving a methodology. We would be approving a design that includes.
Yeah.
So that still is up for discussion at the July meeting, correct? I wanted to ask Member Burr, given the number of public commenters who suggested that under 3, that under the number 3 part of the motion, that instead of asking for the staff to provide an update on feasibility, that we ask the staff to provide options for at least college and career readiness, if not also school climate. Whether you feel comfortable with editing that part of the motion to say that more directly, to see options instead of a feasibility analysis.
Go ahead. There's a question to Board Member Burr.
3. It's 3.
Yeah, why don't you
that's number 3.
So I'm not exactly understanding what your language.
It would instead say direct staff to provide an update at the meeting on with options for incorporating the following indicators, as opposed to on the feasibility of it.
Yeah, let's take Board Member Holliday's observation that, no measure's perfect, and we could put some things together, and so rather than just a technical, it might or it might not be feasible, what are your choices? I think that's what she's asking for.
Yeah, well, and that's what a variety of public commenters asked for that.
I have no objections to that. I'll just say that my reading of the memo and all of the work that's been done today it makes it more difficult than I think some of our commenters believe. That there are a lot of, and Carrie, I thought, did a nice job this morning of describing what some of those considerations are and obstacles are and all of that. So I don't have any objection to saying options. I don't know that it's really different than what we're saying here, but if that makes people more comfortable, we can put options.
Yeah, I think to me, there's a difference between feasibility and presenting options.
And one of them is an analysis, and the other one is here's something concrete to look at.
Yeah. Okay, I have Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so as I pointed out earlier, there are elements in this motion that do not contemplate all of the content that's actually in item 2. So I just want to be clear as it relates to the decision points that were enumerated in a separate attachment in item 2, that the motion gives you enough direction to go forward with continuing to develop that other work. So for example, on one of the decision points it says, organize content and include qualitative and reflective dimension in the evaluation rubrics that connects with the annual update of the revised LCAP template. And so that gets to part of what Dr. Kirst had asked about earlier on, we've collected all of this data. How is the rubric going to guide or direct the conversations they have that will inform how they revise the rubric, their LCAP? And so that was connected to the comment I made that, there are 3 parts of the rubric. So does this give enough guidance to you in this motion to make sure that we're continuing the discussion we're going to do this massive data analysis decision, and there will still be guidance, or at least there's clear guidance, that the work to develop the balance of the rubric is still going to go forward as well?
Yes, that is a correct assumption.
Okay.
Board Member Lecomte.
I would like to ask that we consider two little amendments. One would be adding top to 1D, a summary top data display. I think that we all understand that to be, this is a top level display of data, but it somehow got lost or added from the original motion. And also to number 3C, a composite EL indicator that includes proficiency, the proficiency towards English language, towards English language proficiency, reclassification rates, and long-term ELs. That's something that I feel we have the data for all three, or yes, we do have all the data for all three, and I would like also to be considered as an option for implementation. For three, yes.
Okay, those amendments are accepted by the motioner, and we also clarified that feasibility includes options, and that word encompasses options. Seconder has accepted those. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I think we're now ready for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. Good, it carries unanimously, and we're on to item 3. So,
Will this come up? Hi there. Good afternoon, President Kurz, Chief Deputy Price. I'm Jeff Brashears, Director of the Local Agency Systems Support Office. So item 3, the proposed revision of the Local Control and Accountability Plan template is an action item. The current template is a second generation LCAP, if you will, and was revised from the original template as part of the emergency LCFF regulations. While this version of the LCAP is an improvement over its predecessor, the SBE and the California Department of Education has received significant feedback requesting further improvements to the design, format, and support of the LCAP template. This input includes an extensive survey, stakeholder survey, which was undertaken in March of 2016. A discussion of which and the reports of the survey results are discussed in the April 2016 memo. So the survey was available from March 9th to 28th, March 28th, 2016. The 5 open-ended response questions are actually 2 prompts, one of which was asked 4 times, one in each of the sections of the 4 sections that had the closed response questions. The narrative responses to these open-ended prompts were very instructive in identifying the overarching themes and also developing the design principles, which we'll discuss later. So section 1, stakeholder engagement. 57% of the respondents believe that this section is either great as is or just needs minimum revisions. Whereas in section 2, goals, actions, and services, in this section, 57% of the respondents believe this section needs moderate or major revisions. In the annual update, responses are fairly equal between great as is and minimum revisions versus needing moderate or major revisions. And in section 3, use of supplemental and concentration grant funds and proportionality, while 52% of the respondents believe this section is either great as is or needs minimum revisions, there was a lot of narrative responses in this section indicating the need for improved or clarified instructions. Again, the survey results revealed 3 overarching themes. And those themes and the narrative responses and the design helped define the design principles articulated in this item. So part of our own process of continuous improvement, the CDE seeks direction from the SBE related to the potential design principles for the LCAP template redesign. The CDE recommends the State Board to direct staff to proceed with developing a revised template for the LCAP and annual update using the following overarching design principles, and to revise the LCAP template utilizing these design principles, which may include revisions described below and potentially others, taking into consideration the forthcoming stakeholder engagement process. Revisions potential are revise the LCAP and annual template such that the plans be developed to adopt for a static period of 3 years and shall be updated annually as required, to include instructions in the revised template for including an executive summary, potentially reorder the sections of the template to align with a typical LCAP planning cycle, to reword and or clarify instructions for each section of the template, potentially relocate the guiding questions in the instructions to an appendix or separate document, and also to allow a county superintendent of schools which has jurisdiction over a single school district to complete a single LCAP and annual update encompassing the educational program and services of both the County Office of Education and the school district. As part of this redesign process and to continue with the stakeholder engagement, the CDE will garner input during stakeholder meetings to include practitioners, education coalition groups, and advocacy groups. The CDE anticipates conducting meetings here in Sacramento and in Southern California, and as well as conducting at least one webinar to further solicit stakeholder input.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions, reactions to that from board members? Board Member Holliday.
I'm sorry, forget, what is the timeline on this?
So the timeline is that we anticipate extensive stakeholder input between now and July to bring you a draft template in July.
Okay.
And then finalized in September for
Okay.
September adoption.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Board Member Sun.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure if you're going to continue covering, but as far as the 3-year planning process, making the template more fluid and a little bit easier to do that, was that something that came up?
So the static, we're asking for the permission to explore and look into making it a static 3-year plan. Okay. And part of that redesign is absolutely to address these 3 overarching themes, is to to get it closer to right as it is now.
Okay, I think this is needed, and I think we have a long way to go on transparency, though. I mean, you can help, but it's still, there's problems with the school budget, linking the LCAP to the school budget, trouble with linking the LCAP to the accounting system. And in my view, some ways the LCAP sort of got dropped into a difficult environment, if you will, of an unclear budget with difficult transparency, local budget process, and an unclear local accounting process, which really clumps everything in big bunches like administration, instruction, and isn't as fine-grained as we're doing. So we look forward to your improvement, but we'll be thinking about some deeper changes, after you're done with this round, and look forward to talking and working with you on that. Board Member Rucker.
I think the other thing that this template does address, or at least attempts to try to clean up, is what's behind some of the comments we've been hearing, particularly from community stakeholder groups, about the process of developing the template and submitting it for approval. We continue to hear this need for parent engagement and for evidence of parent engagement. And for the first time, I really heard in a succinct way today that part of the concern is that many groups do not see themselves still in the document that's finally submitted and approved and is going through implementation. I heard community stakeholders today say that the process is mainly ceremonious, or it completes a checkoff in developing the LCAP, but it doesn't really clearly identify where their work is or how their work is reflected. And so they are, it's a question of both leadership and about the style of engaging stakeholders. So I think the template helps with kind of clarifying how some of that work can be reflected, and I think that's one of the key improvements with this version, not so much because it calls it out in particular, but it does make more transparent what the work was that was done to engage stakeholders. And so I think that will be helpful. But I think in the long run, if we don't figure out how to hold local districts accountable for what they do with engaging stakeholders, so it's not just a meeting and then they go and do something else. That's the perception of stakeholders. I'm not saying that's the reality, but that is their perception. If we don't address that perception, we run the risk that stakeholders will abandon the process. So I think the work that you attempted to do with some of these, even though they seem like slightly nuanced changes, I think that'll be helpful.
Great, thank you.
Board Member Ortiz-Lacombe.
Some of the letters that I read suggested, and I think that they made really valid points for really defining what we mean by increased or improved outcomes, and is that year by year? Is it now going to be for the 3 years? Just so that people have a clear understanding, is the money following the students? And if so, how do we know that, right? What are the outcomes, the students that it's intended to follow? The other letters pointed out to translation of the LCAP. If your students comprise at least 15%, apparently not every LEA is making the template available in a language other than English. And so does the 15% language provision apply to the LCAP template? I believed it did. And so maybe that needs to be clarified to the LEAs.
Yeah.
That's in the template instructions currently.
Well, apparently it's not happening. And so that's something that we probably need to reaffirm, that there is a legal obligation to provide this in language. And then for me, I think ideally we would also have a seamless process here of what we have at the evaluation rubrics and also reflected on the LCAP. So for this top level display, if we know these are gaps that we have, how are we addressing that? How are we being a little more actionable and making sure that that's incorporated into the analysis and making sure that districts are defining what are they doing to narrow those achievement gaps that they now know, if they didn't, that they have based on the data. Thank you.
Yeah, I would point out on the language thing, for example, which is a good, clear, easy thing. We rely on the counties to enforce that. We can say, and the department can say, but you know, at some point we'll need to discuss and bring the counties back, because some parts, my reading of this is that there are limitations in tracking where money goes given the accounting and budget system. That being said, some of the counties are approving LCAPs, it seems to me, that are below the standard of even what we can find on following the money. So I think we want to talk about that with them as well at some point, and how that is going and how we can improve that. So if you could look at that, you know, within what we can know, whether areas that you think could be improved in terms of fiscal transparency and where the money's going within our current state of the art and the existence of the documents we have, like back-end accounting, which is set up for another era, probably somewhere back in the 20th century. So, you know, that's really, I think, part of it's structural and part of it, I think, is in the enforcement process. And so what areas of the LCAP could we make clearer to help that? Board Member Burr was.
I might have missed this, Jeff, but in the item on page 3, the last bullet point is to support efficient and effective local planning, reporting, and implementation processes, which I think relates to single district counties. But I didn't see that on your theme here, so I didn't know if did I miss
I
that?
did stay, it wasn't in the slide
okay.
deck, but it was in my oral.
Sorry,
But yes,
I'm kind of rummy at this
Yeah,
point
I
for the
don't
rest of the day. But one other kind of bigger question I have, or two that are kind of interrelated, and I think it touches on what Board Member Ortiz-Lacombe mentioned. We talked a lot for the last several hours about the evaluation rubric. And I'm curious if there is intended to be any kind of connection to the data analysis tool or the online work that's being developed for us by San Joaquin, and reflecting on what some folks at the CPAG talked about, that if this was all knitted together in a way that was really helpful at the LEA level, I think we'd go a long ways toward being transparent and also being able to identify resources. And just to add on, to the superintendent's recommendations about single plans, I'm curious to know how that interacts with this work as well, if we can eliminate a lot of redundancy and make it as simple and transparent as possible.
Okay. So if I may, on this, on the ESSA and the plans, it is the, part of that design process is looking is to have the LCAP to serve as the LEA plan, and that would be part of the process. And certainly the other would be part of it. It was discussed early on in the first, in the first version, and that discussion would take place now, especially as we have the rubrics and an electronic template of how that might be knitted together.
Chief Deputy.
Thank you, President Kirsten. This discussion has been really helpful for us, so appreciate all of it. I think as we move forward, we need to differentiate between two things. One is building capacity within our LEAs to do the kind of stakeholder engagement that we need to do. And if we think about it, we've effectively launched 1,000 LEAs in the state in a very complex strategic planning process that they previously weren't all equipped for, and particularly the stakeholder engagement piece of that. So we really need to think seriously about how we build that capacity to do that. Simultaneously, what this work will be is building a tool, a template that can be used as part of that process. We want to make sure that our tool is effective and, worst case does not impede that kind of really fluid stakeholder engagement that we all want to see. Right? So I think as we go forward, we'll need to be thinking about both those things. How do we increase the capacity to do this kind of planning in our state, and that includes at our county office level as well. But then how do we, in July and September, we'll obviously be coming back to you with what we believe, or what we hope to create as the best possible template that we can with the tools that we've got available to us right now.
Okay, Board Member Strauss.
So I think you need a motion.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm prepared to make a motion. And I move CD approval to direct staff to proceed with developing the revised template based on the guidelines listed in the item.
Okay, public comment.
Yes, we have 14 speakers: Patty Scripner, Celia Jaffe, Angelica Honko, Roxanne Alejandra, Lisa Hegdahl, Martha Zaragoza Diaz, Shelley Spiegel Coleman, Efren Micardo, Samantha Tran, Jackie Wong, Sarah Balchas, Christine from San Bernardino County, Serena Strzok, and Terry Burns.
Okay, come forward, please.
Good afternoon. These recommendations reflect a lot of what PTA has learned. Sorry, Patty Scripter, California State PTA. Just got to get on with it. That the current process, that's too long, it's too cumbersome, it's not useful to parents. President Kirst really identified the lack of ability to attach the accounting and transparency, so it's hard for parents to find information. So making it more concise, more accessible is important. I think another really important thing is to look at it as a static 3-year plan that really gives districts the opportunity to reset rather than this rolling plan where what's in place just continues. It's an opportunity to do new outreach, new training. We really have to connect the dots for parents as to why they should be involved. And the current process is not parent-friendly. They're not feeling success. I just came from our convention with 2,000 delegates, and they don't know what the difference between an LCAP committee and a parent committee and all of these other things that they're learning. So anything we can do to simplify it is going to be helpful. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing California Association for Bilingual Education and Californians Together. Being passed around are 2 reports that was done by Californians Together, in which year 1 and year 2 LCAPs were reviewed of 29 districts with the highest number of English learners, utilizing rubrics that were EL specific. These rubrics were developed by Dr. Patricia Gandara from UCLA. And our findings in both reports is that the template does need revision. The districts do need further clarification and guidance on some of the issues that we believe they understand, but it didn't show in their LCAPs. I'm going to speak to just one item, and that's with regards to the showing what has been increased and improved with regards to services and programs. It was very difficult to determine in the LCAPs that we reviewed what was improved and what was increased. So we're asking that a definition of improved and increased services, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish your sentence.
All right. We're recommending that a definition for improved or increased services or programs be contained in the beginning narrative of the section of the template, and that an asterisk should be placed by each action service under the subgroup that meets the definition of improved or increased. We think this is a simple revision. Our May 5th letter contains other recommendations. We look forward in working with the staff. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Samantha Tran with Children Now. We think there really is this good opportunity with the evaluation rubric being adopted to rethink the template, and that we could bring some of those systems together. And also, as the state is, if we're willing to start also having a conversation around the account code structure and how to think about that in this new world. The second piece I wanted to lift up is that Children Now, in partnership with CASBO, Education Trust West, and a number of local community groups, has been doing an iteration process around budget transparency and really trying to help districts and communities have this conversation. And I'm really pleased that board staff and CD staff have been willing to meet with us to kind of have a discussion around how that might impact some of the work that the board is doing. And then lastly, I just want to note that because we're all engaged in this evaluation rubric conversation and the accountability construct, having the LCAP conversation at the same time is really challenging, just given all of our capacities. And so wanted to put out there that we believe that the statutory deadline on when new LCAP templates need to be adopted for the next school year is in January. And so the board may want to think about sequencing this a little bit and giving us a little more time collectively to engage in this. Right,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
President Kirst, Eniston, members of the State Board of Education, on behalf of the California Science Teachers Association, I want to thank President Kirst and Member Williams for their recent commentary in the May 3rd issue of EdSource entitled "Time to Begin Implementing New Science Standards in Our Schools." This article continues the message started in 2013 with the adoption of the California Next Generation Science Standards that the State Board of Education recognizes that now is the time for local education agencies to begin their planning and implementation of the California NGSS and to incorporate those plans into their LCAPs. It is with this in mind that we are urging the State Board to update the LCAP template in such a way as to make it crystal clear and without having to look up EdCode, the list of adopted standards that should be addressed in the LCAP. This should be clear to parents, students, teachers, and administrators alike, and within the body of the LCAP template itself. CSTA has gathered 568 signatures via an online petition to urge the State Board of Education to issue formal guidance to county offices of education and districts, as well as making it more clear in the revisions to the State Board of Education approved template that LCAPs must address NGSS implementation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Angelica Honko, Senior Staff Attorney with Public Advocates. At the heart of LCFF is the basic bargain that in exchange for increased spending flexibility, districts will be transparent and accountable to local stakeholders through a rigorous community process. The LCAP is that key comprehensive planning tool for transparency, local accountability, and continuous improvement. I just want to highlight two areas of key concern that we brought up in our recently released report that you should have all received, Keeping the Promise of LCFF. Number one, just affirming the point made by President Kirst, LEAs are often missing the opportunity to use the LCAP as a comprehensive planning tool, especially because many are not providing the level of fiscal transparency promised in exchange for spending flexibility. In the LCAPs we reviewed, we saw a general fund of spending of about 7% up to 88% that was included in the LCAP, just as, to illustrate that. We also saw an almost universal failure to properly describe and justify district-wide supplemental and concentration spending as principally directed and effective. And those were the requirements that were really labored over here. So we really urge you to meaningfully consider the recommendations in this report and also to provide robust opportunities for meaningful feedback from all stakeholders on any draft revisions to make sure that we really fulfill both the letter and the spirit of this landmark law. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Roxanne Hoger Alejandre, attorney with Public Advocates. We will shortly be releasing a report on how districts with less than 55% high-need students are spending supplemental funds under LCFF. Our investigation finds two concerning patterns. First, 1/3 of districts are omitting tens of millions of dollars in supplemental funds from their LCAPs. Second, more than 1/2 of the districts are spending the majority of their supplemental funds district-wide without justifying these expenditures as the most effective use for their high-need students. Based on these problematic findings, we asked the State Board to amend the LCAP template to improve transparency so that districts must disclose how they are spending all their supplemental funds. We urge you to take a close look at the report analysis and recommendations, and we'll make copies available to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Terry Burns, California School Boards Association. We think you're on the right track with the recommendations you're talking about to amend the template, to revise it. Or I've mentioned before our collaborative working group on the LCFF, comprised of school board members and superintendents. They have been working for some time on recommendations for a right driver's LCAP focused on student outcomes. Those recommendations are just about ready for you. We're taking them this weekend to our delegate assembly to refine a little bit, maybe add to, and so we should have those to you in the next week or so. So thank you for your work on this. We appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Christine Genunzio, Program Manager with LCAP, San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. We thank you for your continued discussions and collection of feedback pertaining to the revisions of the LCAP template. In support of and behalf of the 33 districts in San Bernardino County and input from AXA members, I would like to express that the proposed inclusion of an executive summary does not become a required component of the LCAP process. Districts throughout the state should have the flexibility to choose if they would like to create an executive summary and maintain autonomy at the local level. It may be more effective if it was encouraged as a best practice rather than a required component. With revisions to the LCAP template to a more user-friendly document for districts to complete and an easier-to-read documents for stakeholders, the planned district's design for student success will be readily available, concise, and clear, hence eliminating the need for a required executive summary. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Serena Streka, Program Manager for LCAP with San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. In support of AXA's recommendations and on behalf of the 33 San Bernardino County school districts, I would like to share a few considerations regarding the efforts to streamline and simplify the LCAP template. Please consider dividing the LCAP into two larger sections, one to include the instructions and appendix and one to include the template. This will facilitate the ease of readability of the template while preserving critical information. Additionally, please consider revising Section 1 by removing the second row labeled Annual Update. This information can be articulated in the first row to include the annual update process. District stakeholder engagement activities are comprehensive, making the completion of the 4 labeled boxes convoluted at times. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon, Leangela Reed on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. I just want to echo on behalf of the association the comments from our members from San Bernardino. Thank the board and the department for the work on this. I think we're moving in the right direction. There are some concerns about the executive summary that it not be adding to when we're trying to minimize, but rather working with you and to work with our members on understanding that it's really kind of a summary of the information. Also, really on behalf of the smalls, particularly want to thank you for the single district, single county office, single district proposal. That just really speaks to the capacity issues that they have. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm Efraim Mercado from Sacramento County Superintendents. We'd like to support the staff recommendations to revise the LCAP template in line with the recommendations in the item. And we also look forward to working with CD and SB staff to move these things forward, and specifically like to also support the idea that Leangela stated about the single districts and counties to have the combined LCAP. We look forward to work with you guys. Any questions, please let us know. Thank you.
Okay, that ends the public testimony. Board discussion on the motion. Do we have a motion? Yeah, we do, yeah. Yeah, okay. Board member Keys.
I just want to, I don't usually, did he go to you first? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just going to offer an observation because I have one, and and I have a research and communications background, and it influences this observation, and that is I have had the opportunity to review dozens of LCAPs from a variety of districts, mostly large, and what I hope that we'll wind up doing is having various. It's one thing to improve the format and the transparency and the way it's all laid out. But in terms of how much information is provided, I know back in the day when I was at EdSource, we tailored all of our materials so that they met the needs of different audiences. And so some of it was very deep and very detailed with links to drill down, and some of it was just the high end stuff and an executive summary of some kind. And I think that's really important. I think it's important for there to be a shorter version that really gives you a honest and great snapshot for most people's interest, but that there also be a version, whether it's the LCAP or it's one of the other kinds of documents we were talking about earlier when we were talking about is there going to be 2, is there going to be 3? There needs to be some other place to go where people who want to really drill down and find out where the funding is going and what kind of services are being supported by it, that have that kind of interest and background that want to do that, some kind of document where they can do that. I found it very valuable to be, I wasn't satisfied by what I read in terms I didn't get all the answers, but I was glad to have the whole document, not just a high-level executive summary.
So I have a legal question before on this. Do we have the ability to mandate an executive summary? Is that in the law? I mean, that was brought up that we shouldn't do it. It's not clear to me we could if we wanted to. That's my question.
The board has the authority to adopt a template that meets the required statutory elements. I think the format and structure of it is something that's within the board's discretion to talk about, but I think that that's something we would want to get back to you with a more definitive answer on the legal question as well. So we can work with
I just
the
wanted to
department.
clarify that. I'm not that we're taking a position, but I don't know what our legal authority is. Okay, then next.
I just wanted to clarify, only because I feel like I'm in day 2 of the meeting, but I know it's still day 1 because I'm wearing the same clothes.
I have a day 2. So
right? I won't have a day 2, but I got 2 of them in 1. There was some talk about incorporating the science standards into the LCAP and making sure people know that that's something that must be addressed. Is that what the conversation was? Because in that case, I want to see the integrated frameworks mentioned also. That's something that I feel should be included. How are we incorporating and training and delivering the integrated ELA and ELD and math frameworks? But I wanted to make sure that was a conversation.
That was President of the California Science Teachers Association comment, and what she specifically meant by that is that the direction now is to address how you're implementing state standards. And it may or may not list the ed code of the various kind of state standards, but her comment was that that's just to say that and to list ed code and to require people to go find the ed code to see what all the standards we meant. What she was recommending is that the template list specifically the state's adopted academic standards that are expected to be addressed in the template, in the LCAP.
But the LCAP mentions the next generation science standards now. Okay, it does not. All right. Okay.
So I want to build on what Member Ortiz-Lincoln's talking about, is that the LCFF says that we are required to implement state standards, but it doesn't talk about frameworks, which I wish it did. But I think in the rubrics, when we get to the rubrics in July, I'm hoping that we will have really clear language that says districts are expected to implement and use the frameworks, which we've been working so hard to give guidance on, which it addresses the issue of each content area, but also has English language development skills stretched and threaded throughout each of the frameworks. So I'm hoping that that issue will be addressed in the follow-up rubrics among expectations that districts can use for reflection and counties can look for review on. Because we need to make it really clear that the frameworks are the tool to implement. And right now, that word is not evident in the documents. So I'm hoping that it's a July discussion where there's evidence.
Okay.
I know that the law says that the 8 state priorities say standards under state priority number 2, but it doesn't say curriculum frameworks for the standards. So we would be going a step further if we revised it to say that it needs to address, here's all the state standards that need to be addressed, and in addition, we expect you to be using the curriculum frameworks associated. That's not in the law.
Yeah, okay. Does somebody want to answer that in terms of the assertion? Dave, you want to answer that?
So we were just conferring to make sure we were giving a full answer. So the question about what the LCAP template, the statute is limited to implementation of the standards. The rubrics tool itself, which the board also has separate authority delegated to adopt, allows the board, and this goes to the point I think that Nancy talked about, those other parts of the rubrics that's not just the data display. That's where, for example, talking about model practices can reference the curriculum frameworks. That could be an example. As mentioned, those materials haven't been presented in full to the board because they're coming back for revisions after the first practitioner advisory group meeting, and so those are going to be revised and taken back to that group and then presented as part of the July item. That's the plan.
Board Member Sun.
Okay, thank you. So this conversation is starting to scare me just a little bit, that we're starting to go down this road of frameworks and then curriculum you have to use, and so we need to back up a little bit, I think, to look at what this is. This is a tool for local agencies to look at what their information, determine what their best areas of needs are or their most areas of needs are, and then figure out the way to do it. So I think that we're putting in place between the LCFF rubrics and a revised template to help them, guide them to that, but that is really what our role is, to help them guide them to that, not start dictating to them what they need to do.
Yeah, and I like the point that, loading more into the template, I think people, that's the only thing they've seen. Yeah, and we do have the rubric coming, so this is an interesting point that we, that we need to think about. We have another policy instrument here, and we might see how they interact. That's just a thought. Okay, Board Member Rucker.
I also want to support Board Member Ting Sung's comment concerning what we add to the template. The template was intended to be a guide for school planning. It's not a mandate that the LEAs have to use the template we have crafted, but in giving information in the template, it's fine that districts are aware that they have to implement the standards, but then adding a list of information in the template itself about what those standards are, I think that we have to, again, give districts the flexibility as well as the time to learn how to do this better. So I have been reading LCAPs, and what I have also started doing is going back and revisiting the year 2 LCAPs that some of those same districts have done. They are getting better at figuring out how to write or respond to the prompts that they are given in the template. And as we pointed out, the rubric is not something they have. I think that once the rubric is adopted, once the rubric is put out there, it will change some of the conversation and some of the language that we're going to see in the content of the LCAPs themselves. The rubrics are going to, in some ways, guide and change what they pay attention to. But as it relates to the idea of mandating the frameworks, in my entire professional career, I have never seen the frameworks mandated. While they are an excellent idea, and I have personal ownership of those frameworks, and personally I think my family is half the reason the frameworks may be on the bestseller list. They're just buying it because my name is in it. But I think that we need to be careful about what the difference is between a model practice. It's a good idea if you are guided by the instructional strategies recommended in the framework, and a mandate, because that does not consider the local priority or the local context. So we have to be very careful about not conflating those two ideas and the authority that we actually have in the rubric. So I personally would not want to see a mandate concerning the frameworks added in any way, shape, form, or fashion, either to the template itself or to the rubric.
Okay, Ortiz-Lacone, then we're maybe done.
Clarification, the LCAP template must be used, is that correct? Or, because you said they don't have, LEAs do not have to use it.
Go ahead.
Can we get clarification on that?
So the LEAs do have to use the board adopted LCAP template.
My second question was, what role will stakeholders play in reviewing the updated revised LCAP template before it comes back to us in July? Is there any plan to incorporate, or who's going to see this before it comes to the board?
Yeah, so we're working with SASA and to schedule meetings here, like I said, here in Sacramento and also Southern California in separate groups, the Ed Coalition groups, advocacy groups, and also practitioners to come together and have input on revised draft of the template.
Okay, we have a motion and it's been seconded. Any further discussion by the board? Not all those in favor of the motion. Thank you. So we will.
Thank you.
We put item 4 on the proposed consent list, so we're up to item 5. Update on California state plan for ESSA. So if you thought the rubric was long, wait till you see this. This is the mother of all state plans in my experience.
No, this is, we're taking baby steps today. Today, all right. All right, good afternoon, President Kearse, Chief Deputy Price, board members. I'm Barbara Murchison, as a state lead here at the department. The purpose of this item is to provide you and the public with an update regarding the development of the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA, state plan. The CDE recommends that you take action as necessary and appropriate, but recommends no specific action at this time. We are still in the process of learning about the specific requirements for the structure and content of the ESSA state plan. We don't have regulations yet, but anticipate that the U.S. Department of Education will be making available draft regulations regarding submission of state plans in June. The item includes a summary of the requirement elements for the Title I plan. This represents our preliminary analysis of the law itself and should not be considered definitive. The regulations may provide more detail. It does, however, provide an idea of what will be required in the plan. The provisions for Titles 2, 3, and 4 also contain requirements for plans and applications, but they're much less extensive. We're optimistic that the regulations will go beyond the Title I plan and that we'll be able to develop an integrated, comprehensive plan describing California's work across the titles. If all goes well, I'll be able to share much more about specific plan requirements with you at your July meeting. It's important to be clear, and I think it's been made clear many times here, that the California ESSA state plan will be firmly situated in what we have come to call the California way. For example, California has worked hard for many years to build a system of standards and assessments that we feel pretty good about. We will describe that system in the ESSA plan, but we don't anticipate needing to make any significant changes to meet plan requirements. Similarly, a great deal of time and effort just today has gone into the development of a new accountability and continuous improvement system. While we will describe that system in the state plan, we do not intend to let federal requirements drive the system. That said, ESSA does present us with several opportunities to integrate our previously separate state and federal systems and to leverage federal resources to support state policies and priorities. The department has begun to organize the work to ensure that the finished plan reflects the holistic, inclusive, and coherent vision that we are seeking. In April, 70 CDE staff, working with our colleagues from the California Comprehensive Center, participated in deep dives over the course of 3 days to develop common understandings about ESSA and California's priorities. As part of this work, staff mapped out existing state priorities and policies regarding a number of topics and began to determine how ESSA might support these policies and priorities. Of that 70, a smaller group of staff, one representative from each division, have been selected to serve as ESSA liaisons. These liaisons will work together with ESSA office staff to continue learning about the law, keep their colleagues informed throughout the plan development process, and eventually draft sections of the state plan. We've established a system, an internal system, for CDE staff to share their ideas and expertise regarding the various opportunities in ESSA, so we can further identify and formally evaluate the various options moving forward. And we have established regular biweekly meetings with board staff to ensure that we maintain clear communications throughout the plan development process. So it is our intention to engage as many stakeholders as possible in the process to ensure that diverse expertise and voices are reflected in the finished document. Some of our outreach activities in March and April are listed in attachment 1 of the item and are included in this draft timeline. And you can see this timeline has a big asterisk and another asterisk down at the bottom that says that this timeline is very much a draft, which is subject to change pending learning more about what ED sends to us soon, even when they send it to us. Earlier today, you heard about the April California Practitioners Advisory Group meeting. This group will serve as the committee of practitioners for the plan, and we will be consulting with them throughout the plan development process. We've also been invited to provide regular ESSA plan development updates to a variety of organizations, including the state and federal program directors, the Bilingual Coordinators Network, the Education Coalition, the Equity Coalition, throughout the year. This will allow us to systematically receive feedback from these groups. But in addition to providing these regular updates, later this month, we're going to embark upon a more concerted effort to engage stakeholders across the state. On May 26th, the CDE, in collaboration with the Comprehensive Center, is hosting a webinar to inform Californians about ESSA and encourage them to provide us with feedback, input, and suggestions. We also plan to conduct a series of regional meetings across the state in June, again to inform Californians about the law and encourage them to engage with the plan development process. If all goes according to this draft timeline, and I need to be clear, that is dependent upon what we learn when the draft regulations are released, we'll begin to write a draft plan in July and conduct the required 30-day public comment period in August and September. To keep everyone in the loop, the department has made available a new ESSA webpage. Here you will find a link to the United States Department of Education, links to relevant board items and memoranda, ESSA-related presentations, and communications from the CDE to local educational agencies. And that's what it looks like. You can get to it right from a link in the center of the homepage. The best way to stay up to date with ESSA in California and opportunities to participate in the plan development process is to subscribe to the CDE ESSA listserv. Instructions for how to do that are on the screen. We're also asking people to send their questions and comments to the CDE ESSA mailbox. We are very interested in hearing from people about what they see as the big opportunities in the law. This input will help shape the plan. For instance, last week, a large group of early education advocacy organizations sent President Kirst and Superintendent Torlakson a letter that included both recommendations and specific citations for the ESSA sections where early education might be elevated. We really appreciate the time and effort that went into developing that letter and encourage others to submit to us letters providing both general and specific input and suggestions regarding their priorities. So, this is what we know for now. I anticipate that I will be able to bring you much more information regarding plan requirement specifics, as well as recommendations from both the CDE and our large stakeholder community regarding the various opportunities within ESSA for your consideration at the July meeting. But at this point, I'll be happy to take your questions and would also like to hear from you what you would like to see in the state plan, particular pieces.
In this plan, and we'll get to, as well as just filling in blanks. So, Board Member Sun.
So I have a question. I asked this at the last meeting, but ESSA was too new at the time, and I'm just wondering if there's more clarification. So under NCLB, we were required to have one accountability system for all schools. So under ESSA, if, let's say, we have the alternative schools and they needed a different criteria, maybe not under the current, under the development of the LCFF rubric, do you know if ESSA dictates that we have to have all schools under that same piece? And
so we're waiting for a number of sets of
Okay.
regs.
Yes.
I'm really excited about the submission of state plan regs, but we're also looking forward to the assessment regulations, the accountability regulations. You know, a lot of us can't wait to see those.
Okay.
Innovative assessments, pilots, and supplement, not supplant, which obviously is taking a little longer than expected. So we'll know more. I'd be very reluctant to wade into that until we see regulations.
Okay, other board member questions? Board Member Rucker.
Well, on the last point you raised concerning supplement, not supplant, I do have a concern that there is a significant change in how that would actually operate in California as a state, because it really does mean instead of that the state actually will have some wider latitude in doing some work with districts and that oversight. And it goes right back to the concern that's been raised by President Kirst about the budget and about tracking and understanding those expenditures. So one thing that I would like to see, and I know you won't have this in July, but at some point, if we can have a review about the changes in the supplement, not supplant requirements, and how that operates differently now for California. What is our role at this level? And then what does monitoring or oversight then actually look like?
Yeah, it's important to frame this. We're going to get draft regulations, and originally we thought May or June. It's looking more like June, and then with the negotiated rulemaking, breaking down the supplement, not supplant, and then they get them ready to go out for a 60-day public comment. We won't get final regulations, and there are many attorneys who can't wait to see those supplement, not supplant regulations so they can push back against it. Obviously, folks are concerned about overstepping. So we won't really know what the supplement, not supplant situation is for probably until the end of the year, and even then we anticipate that there may be some pushback against those.
Well,
so that's a ways down, but yes, as soon as we know more, we'll keep you in the loop with that.
Well, then knowing also the same thing about the rulemaking concerning the accountability and the assessment requirements, how will some of the drag on that rulemaking process affect the timeline we have for trying to submit this in January of next year?
Right.
Do you have any idea on that?
That's why I keep saying draft timeline.
Okay.
I mean, I think one of the things we're living with, and my colleague Nancy Brownell has been coaching me for years about living with ambiguity being a really important 21st century skill. I'm not really doing that well with it. But really, what we're doing is the best we, thank you. Positive reinforcement every time I'm doing better with it. We really are just going to move forward doing the best we can with what we know, right? And what we know will continue to unfold for better or worse throughout the year, hopefully for better. But yeah, that's just where we find ourselves right now.
Ortiz-Lacombe.
So the goal is to submit this by early next year, the plan, but the accountability piece does not have to be implemented until 2017-18.
Correct.
What happens if we move forward with our accountability plan, and through the rulemaking process, there is misalignment between what we are proposing and what ESSA will have us do, essentially? What is our timing? How do we reconcile that? When do we come back and say what we submitted may not be meeting the expectations of ESSA?
Right. Okay, part of the reason that we are aiming for January is because ED has 120 days to either approve or reject our plan. And in backwards mapping, we really have again, we've done a lot of work here in California to put together a system that we feel good about, including all of this accountability work, which we're going to be wrapping up in September. We really want to get our plan to ED quickly and give them those 4 months that they're allowed, which would put us into May, to either approve or reject. So if they reject, we have a little more time to come back and think about what are our options at that point. But our hope is to have this approved so that LEAs all know what is happening in 17-18, because the plan should go into effect for the 17-18 school year. So that's part of why we chose January. We have a fairly aggressive timeline just so that we can give them that 120 days and then have some time to figure out and or just share with LEAs what California's plan is before people go on a little summer vacation.
Member Burr.
So related to that comment and your question about what we would like to see, I would always like to see, when we're talking about this, the amount of federal money that is being given in support of California's public schools relative to the state contribution. Because I would hope, and I really appreciate what you said about we want to get out in front and we want to be clear about this is our accountability system. Right. Because if it gets rejected for whatever reason or then I would hope that we're poised to say then we want a waiver, or because, again, you heard me say this before, the feds should not be the tail wagging the dog. And I think it's really crystal clear to me when we look at the relative contribution of public schools between what the state's doing and the federal government. And so I just think it's helpful for context purposes as we're talking about this.
Okay, further comments on this? This is an information item only. All right. So now we're up to item...
Public comments.
Public comments, sorry, yeah.
Yes, we have Michael Hansen, who I believe may have left the building, Eric Premack, Andrea Ball, Hyen Kim, and Leangela Reed.
I won't try to channel Mike Hansen, Eric Premack, Charter Schools Development Center. I just had a scary vision of the Trump administration weighing in on supplement, not supplant. But I want to pick up on the, yeah, it's scary, at least for some of us. I wanted to pick up on Board Member Burr and Ortiz-Lacon's comments here. I think we need to get out on front of anticipating needing a whole bunch of waivers. Just on, and I'll get back to my grad rate bugaboo. The feds have, down to a gnat's ass, defined grad rate as a 4-year rate with a very particular methodology, and you can only do an alternative thing if the schools are thus in size and below and blah, blah, blah. If we're talking about having something teed up in January, we needed to start teeing up these waivers yesterday, and that's just one of several. And while I think, yes, there are a lot of rules and guidelines that we're waiting for the feds to develop, I think their track record has been not very flexible on these sorts of things in the past, and I don't expect that the rulemaking process is going to make many of these any easier. My second point, and I'll elaborate a little bit more on this on item number 6, is a charter-specific one, and that is, as we rush to develop state plans, charter differences are often forgotten or left at the wayside. We're having ongoing challenges with the department over administration of current law, or the pre-ESSA statutes, and differences of opinion about how charters fit into that. We need to be resolving some of those issues as we develop the state plan going forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Andrea Ball, Early Edge, California. We teamed up with 16 other organizations to submit the letter and the matrix to you that Barbara referenced around the opportunities in the ESSA for strengthening early childhood programs and really that pre-K through grade 3 continuum. It was a combination of school districts, county offices of ed, First 5 commissions, advocacy and policy organizations that work on pre-K as well as K-12 issues. The letter had 3 specific requests because there is a lot of language and opportunity for districts to use their funding across ESSA, Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, in addition to the new preschool development grant. So one is that you do take advantage and look at this language and incorporate it into the state plan that you do on all these different provisions and titles. And second, that you have disseminate a Dear Colleague letter to the field, because I think districts are so busy implementing, as we've been talking today, LCFF. And third, that you brief the California Practitioner Advisories Committee on these opportunities. Thank you.
Samantha Transchilder now. I promise it's the last time you'll see me today, but thanks again for all the conversation. I just wanted to stand up and with Andrea at Early Edge and also echo that sentiment around early learning and finding ways to lift it up and integrate it into the state plan. And then the other point that I wanted to elevate is that under ESSA there are some new data requirements, and so having that as part of the staff analysis moving forward, how we're going to think about some of the new requirements around, for example, reporting homeless youth and children of military families. There's some new fiscal data requirements at the site level that we're going to have to think about how to respond to, and so having that conversation sooner rather than later would be really helpful. Thank you.
Board Member Rucker.
Oh.
Good afternoon, Leangela Reed on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. Actually, we want to thank the board for the efforts to really keep the emphasis on state and local priorities and keep in perspective the funding and what's most important for the students of California, and just thank also the efforts to align, and to thank Barbara and Deborah Brown, the state board staff, for the tremendous outreach to stakeholders for feedback and perspective. We've felt part of the process. What's going on in Washington is a little bit unknown, and so it's really important to share that, and we just thank you and thank the fidelity to the state plan.
Okay, now Board Member Rucker.
Barbara, I did have one other question for you. There are a number of holdover elements from ESEA that have been codified into our state statutes. And so I think that's the other thing that I would like for us to know. Are there changes in our state statutes that would actually be important? I'm not going to say required, but important to be considered as part of this implementation. One example I will give, because it's listed as part of our Williams requirement, is this term of art on highly qualified teacher. That specifies a specific type of qualification and a specific regulatory definition of what is a highly qualified teacher. And so in going forward, as we then turn to our own rulemaking and the state starts its own rulemaking process, there are definitions in our current Title V regulations that are either no longer necessary, or if they need to be retained because they're also linked to terms of art that are in our statutes, that's something we need to be aware of, because the current highly qualified teacher get out of jail free card is not something we can actually operate on in an effective or clear way to the field, because we can't tell them how to do this because we still have some statutory requirements in place that would make it difficult for us to operate on that flexibility the feds have already given to states. So that would be the other thing that I would like to ask, and that takes probably more time. Again, I'm not asking for that in July, but at some point if that overview could also be developed.
Thank you.
Okay, any further comment? We're done with the public comment. Ortiz-Lacon?
I just have a question, because it was brought up about the subgroups and disaggregating data, for instance, by gender. So is that something that we're already considering for our accountability system? And I'm looking at what ESSA requires, and I'm wondering if we're considering all of those ways to disaggregate the data.
Carrick, yeah.
Carrick, I think. Sure.
Yeah, the law is pretty specific on a whole lot of this, so yeah.
Right.
So although we have some data posted on our own website about that disaggregates data by gender, we never had that as part of our accountability system. So at this point in time, unless I've missed a requirement, we report a lot of data to the U.S. Department of Education by gender, but I don't believe it's considered part of the accountability system requirements.
Well, it says the assessments in On your own page 2 of 6. Towards the bottom, it says the results of the assessments must be disaggregated at the state, LEA, school site level.
And
then
we
it
do,
mentions
and we do that. We
by gender as well?
Yes,
Okay.
we report that data. But reporting the data to the U.S. Department of Education and putting it up on our website is different than what data goes into an accountability system.
Okay, and I know that Title III has a lot of reporting, so that will also be part of what you continue to bring to us, correct?
Right.
Yes, correct.
Okay, no further. We're on to item 6, the supplemental educational services. This may be your final appearance on this issue. I sincerely hope so. Yeah.
That's why I'm smiling. Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent, District School and Innovation Branch. Item 6 is an action item for you today. It has to do with approving a transition plan for ESSA. The reason we have this transition plan was originally was an opportunity that the U.S. Department of Education sent to us in early February for states that do not have a flexibility waiver, which is California. We do not have a flexibility waiver. So for those states, the U.S. Department of Education offered that a state does not have to provide SES, supplemental education services, or school choice for those schools that are in Title I program improvement if the state approves a transition plan and local school districts, instead of SES and choice, provide some alternative activities for kids that would again help them with the same intent of helping to improve their academics. So as a result of that, the U.S. Department of Education required states in that situation, such as California, to send to them a letter of assurances that we did later in February. And the requirement is to post a plan by May 6th, which we did through this board item, to tell what is going to happen during the 2016-17 school year for ESSA transition. Now, that plan was specifically for the purposes of identifying the alternative activities for SES in place of SES and choice. But we took that opportunity to write a transition plan that went beyond just SES and choice, because we know that there are a lot of questions out in the field and even among ourselves as to what happens in 2016-17, because as Barbara Murchison just mentioned, the state plan is to begin in 17-18. So in 2016-17, what you have before you in attachment 2 is the state's transition plan for ESSA, which covers more than SES and choice, talks a little bit about what we're going to do in 16-17 with assessment, a little bit about what we're going to do with accountability, a little bit about, actually quite a bit about Title II and highly qualified teachers, and some information about Title III as well. So just a couple of things of note for you. Although we've said it in a number of settings, I don't think we've been quite as clear at a state board meeting before about the statements that are made in the transition plan regarding the LEA plan. The LEA plan is a requirement of federal law for districts to do a plan. Since NCLB came along and went away, in the meantime, we have our own local control accountability plan, and so in this transition plan on page 4, I'll just read it for you. The separate LEA plan as required under NCLB will be transitioned out at the conclusion of the 2016-17 school year. Beginning with the 17-18 school year, LEAs will meet state and federal planning requirements through the LCAP and through the Consolidated Application Reporting System. So that's CARS, Consolidated Application. So beginning in 17-18, we will create one planning requirement for schools and districts, and that is the LCAP. Another thing that should be noted in this transition plan is it mentions assessments. Specifically, it mentions our plan for science assessment, our next generation science standard assessment, and what to do with our California Standards test in Spanish, California Standards test for science. Sorry about that. A little slip there. So this is actually an item that will require a waiver, which you are going to hear tomorrow. And then quite a bit of information in this plan has to do with setting some guiding principles for these alternative activities that school districts would do instead of SES and choice, and then give some options as to what some of those activities might be. They're not restricted to these activities, but these are ideas that they can use. The plan itself is a cross-branch plan that has included a lot of different divisions within the Department of Education, including some of the folks that are sitting behind me in case there are some detailed questions about titles that I know less about, as well as Bob Storelli, our division director for the Improvement and Accountability Division, who has been responsible for SES and choice, work closely also with our after-school as a division because of the connection between what happens in after-school programs and what might happen with alternative activities for kids, that it ought to be some sort of, in many cases, a coordinated type of activities. So with that, I will take questions, but we are asking for action to approve the transition plan, as well as approval to stop reviewing the SES applications that we currently have on file if we are no longer going to run an SES program. Now, I will make one comment that if school districts have found an SES provider that has been effective for them, they are free through their own contracting processes to continue to use that provider. They don't need our approval to do that, and they don't need to be on an approved list for them to do that. So with that, I'll be glad to take questions.
Board member questions on this? Board member Burr.
Well, first, I just want to say Yahoo! You did such a nice job in the plan, I think, about the transition to our system that we want to put in place. And really appreciate that around SES choice, as well as the planning. And I appreciate you calling that out. And then we'll talk about science again tomorrow. But my question is, the draft letter to Ms. Whalen just gives assurances that we're doing all of these things. Is there an expectation or that they will approve the plan, or is this just our stake in the ground about this is how we go forward?
What we have heard from the U.S. Department of Education is that they will be checking the website to see that the plan is posted, but that there's not an approval process for it. The transition plan that you hopefully are approving today currently is posted as a board item. We will move it to the web page once approved to the web page that Barbara Merchant talked about for ESSA, but the plan itself does not get sent to the U.S. Department of Education for approval. They will be checking to see that we have posted such an approved plan by the state's board.
I see some big smiles on some of the board. I'm tempted to make a comment about the last two proposals this board made for a waiver to the U.S. Department of Education, but I will not comment. No, I will not. Board Member Holliday.
May I make the motion?
Yes, you may.
I move the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Public comment.
Yes, Eric Premack.
Promised last time, for today at least. Very much excited about getting rid of SES, I think, as everybody else is, or almost everybody else, except for the SES providers, I guess. But we are very concerned about the language related to teacher credentialing that's contained in the plan, if it is meant to imply that charter schools do not enjoy the flexibility that we're afforded under state law. The federal law clearly defers to state law with respect to charter-specific credentialing matters. California's charter law gives two major types of flexibility to charter schools. it generally requires that charter school teachers be credentialed, but does not require it in so-called non-core, non-college prep courses, and also gives charter schools flexibility with regard to the subject matter of the assignment that they teach, and that facilitates team teaching and a number of other innovative practices in many of our schools. If you read the memo, there's no mention of that, and an implication that all schools in California are subject to subject matter requirements that don't apply to charter schools. We would ask that if you move forward with this plan, and we like the plan generally, that it be amended to unflinchingly and explicitly state that charter schools enjoy those two forms of flexibility. Thank you.
Okay, the department will take that under advisement. Yeah.
Is there any reason why we can't do that?
Carrick?
The question was, is there any reason we can't
Make that small amendment to say that?
include the charter schools in that?
Include the fact that that state law has some deviations around that requirement?
Well,
or does not apply to charters? What Eric just said.
Correct. Yes. Well,
Please identify yourself.
okay, that's a good thing to start with, isn't it? Carrie Roberts from the Professional Learning Support Division. The one thing, and I believe this is what he's talking about, is a subject matter competence. It's one of the changes that is going to happen during this transitional year. It used to be that 32 units were required for a teacher to actually, 32 semester units of non-remedial coursework for a teacher to demonstrate subject matter competence. That was under NCLB. Now it's back to what our state licensure is, because that's what we're reverting back to. So it's only 20 semester units of non-remedial coursework. There is no mention in there of the charter schools. There wasn't before. I don't think it's necessary either.
So state law prevails.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
yes, it goes back to what our state.
Yeah, so ESSA defers to state law.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes,
so
it goes back to state law. Yes. Okay.
Okay, are we done? All right. All those in favor, say, okay. So as a bonus, we're running ahead, and we're going to go as we can to item 25, State Board Projects and Priorities. Item 25, that's an item we can take up out of order. And first item is approval of the actions and minutes for the March 9/10/2016 meeting. Do I have a motion on that?
I move approval.
I'll second.
Okay. Any public comment on the motion?
Do that anymore.
Oh, yes, but any public comment on the item then? All right. We have to take public comment on all items. So, seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, so now we can do the board member liaison reports, and I have a list. The IQC Mathematics, Rucker Strauss.
So I just wanted to follow up on SECESA has gotten together a group of leaders in counties across the state and in districts, a small group, I think less than 20, to look at where we are in the rollout of mathematics. And we've had CDE involved really closely with SECESA on it. And this a couple years down the line, we never did a rollout for mathematics. We just did a materials review and adoption. And so they've had 2 meetings. They have a 3-year plan. Just a compliment to the leaders of CDE and SECESA. It was really collaborative, really engaged, very thoughtful, really key priorities. So they've had 2 meetings on it. And my sense is that they're also doing that with science, and they're going to do it with the other curriculum areas to see where we are. And because the counties are the the structure for rolling out across the state the professional learning, especially we're such a large state and in some areas, obviously smaller counties than others. And so when we come up for air and have some time separate from accountability and ESSA and all the appeals we're doing, it seems like it'd be appropriate to hear the update of what the plan is. Clearly, it focuses on equity and access. It focuses on investment in teacher professional development in mathematics where they need more depth of content knowledge, leader training to help lead the work in schools and districts to follow up, and communication. Those are the 4 areas. I haven't been involved in the science meetings as I wasn't available, but the next meeting is actually going to have the same day both teams are going to meet at Sacramento County office. So just to know that we recognize a couple years into rolling out mathematics that we have some real needs to go back and fill in some support professionally for the leaders and teachers in doing the work. And there's some gaps that have been really clearly identified. So I think I'd like to say, as the agenda has any space, and I know it may not for a few months, but it might be helpful for us to go back to Common Core and see where we are in our state standards, see what the planning is in the frameworks and where we're doing it. We have the work. I know we've done the plan in math and in science. They're going to meet again. I know that we're talking about doing history, social science, and there's going to be a planning on ELA, ELD. So I just think that that's a good thing to bring to the board and to the public as time allows for us to see where we are in the process.
Okay, I agree with that. Yeah, I hope we can do that. Okay, IQC, ELA, ELD, Strauss?
Probably this follows up. Next week, there's a meeting of the Common Core stakeholders meeting, which is a periodic meeting that comes together with all the different stakeholders that we're all involved with, and there'll be an update and looking at particularly from the ELA, ELD rollout, the training for leaders that Nancy Bernelson and Joanne Iskin did, and they're going to do an update of what they did in their module on that, and it's from 10 to 2 at CTA's headquarters in Natomas. And I think it's going to be a good next step to where are we in Common Core implementation. And then in June, there'll be a 3-hour meeting for next steps on ELA, ELD, the implementation of it. And that's coming up, I think it's June 16th they just changed the date, I think, from the 24th. So again, I think the rollouts have been really, really successful, sold out every time, but we still have so much request and desire for that. So I think the full Common Core stakeholder input session next Wednesday, and then the update on where are we in ELA, ELD is coming up in June. So for July, I'll have an update on that as well.
Okay, IQC, History, Social Science, Rucker, Sandoval, yeah.
The history, social science frameworks are on the agenda for the IQC meeting on Thursday, May 19th, and I will be there for that meeting.
Okay.
More to come.
Yeah, more to come. Yeah.
Ditto what she said.
Yeah, that's... So, yeah, we will certainly hear about that and get a more complete update in July. I think that's... IQC Science, Strauss, Williams.
The May 19th, 20th meeting of IQC, there's going to be 4 state board members there from, it looks like it on the agenda, because social studies and science. So I'll be there both days, but on Friday, they're taking up science, the curriculum framework, the latest round, or all the revisions made since the first public comment period. I have a hard copy at home that I haven't gotten to yet because of the state board meeting, but I'll look at that before I go. It's supposed to be significantly shorter, much smoother, tighter, lots of redundancies removed. I think it's going to be great.
Okay, good. All right, computer science, Williams.
So even though computer science has yet to come to the state board because the state board agendas are so full, I have been working on various aspects of it to get up to speed and learn more about it. I did a presentation on March 15th at the California Charter Schools Association, a centerpiece presentation with Alice Steinglass, who is a VP for product and engineering at code.org and a fabulous speaker. She did the main presentation. All I did was introduce her and do the Q&A. And we had 3 charter school educators who are implementing computer science in their schools on a panel, and they did a fabulous job. Also, I am the state board representative along with Tom Adams from CDE and Dean Reese from IQC to the national work to create a national consensus around a computer science framework by grade span for what students could and should learn by grade span. And that I attended the meeting, the second of those stakeholder meetings on April 11th. And on April 27th, I was on a panel in San Francisco with the head of computer science for Arkansas and for New York City, talking about what each of our states are doing. Obviously, I had less to say than they did because they're moving forward very quickly, but it was a very interesting conference and panel. And lastly, at the end of the IQC meeting coming up on the 20th, at the IQC meeting will end at 12. There will be a break for lunch. And from 1 to 3 o'clock, there will be a presentation that is available to the public to attend on by Pat Young-Pradit, who is the Chief Academic Officer of Code.org and the lead for developing the national framework for CS12 standards. Framework, not standards. They're developing a framework, not standards. And he's going to present on where they are in the process, how they've developed their process, who's involved in that process. California has the most people that are involved of any other state by a long shot in that. And then there will be 2 educators, that San Francisco Unified and probably either Los Altos Hills or Granada Hills Public Charter School that will talk about what they're doing to implement computer science throughout their curriculums. So that's open to anybody that is interested and wants to hear about that to come.
Okay, good. Special education, Sandoval.
The Advisory Commission on Special Education met on April 20th and 21st, and it was a full couple of days. One thing I would like to highlight is a report that the commissioners heard from James Johnson, who's with the Special Education Division at CDE. He offered a status report on the Steering Committee on Special Education in Correctional Facilities, which this group is issuing recommendations later this summer for increasing high school graduation rates and academic outcomes, reducing recidivism rates, and increasing employment opportunities for incarcerated youth with disabilities. And there were some facts that emerged from that presentation that I'd like to share. 1 in 3 incarcerated youth in California are identified as needing or already receiving special education services. More than 50% of incarcerated youth possess reading and math skills significantly below grade level. 88.8% of students in the juvenile justice system requiring special education services are students of color. Nearly 60% are Latino, and nearly 30% are African American. And mental and behavioral health was such a prominent issue for this population that the steering committee formed a special group just to focus on that particular issue of behavioral health. And then on this the first day of the meeting, or the second day, excuse me, several commissioners went, and I went to the first day of a symposium called Breaking Barriers. And it was a focus on what the current state of services are for students with social, emotional, and behavioral challenges. And the purpose was to develop a unified vision for desired outcomes and to identify strategies for breaking the barriers to comprehensive interagency approaches. And there was a range of more than 150 agency leaders from county offices of education, special education professionals, foster youth representatives, people from juvenile justice, people from the medical community, county governments, as well as members of the legal profession. And it was a very powerful gathering, just focusing on how are we going to break down these silos and serve our students. And then I also want to acknowledge Nancy Brownell, who offered a very helpful report on the transition to our new accountability system, very helpful in clarifying the goals and the vision for one coherent system. And the commission will not be meeting in June, but will be reconvening in August on the 10th and the 11th, resuming their normal meeting schedule.
Okay, thank you. Summer School for the Arts.
Sandoval again.
Okay, this is the 30th year that the California State Summer School for the Arts is providing intensive pre-professional arts training to our students in California. And in that 30 years, more than 15,000 students have graduated. And on April 7th, there was the 30th gala in Los Angeles that raised funds for scholarships, and no student who's accepted is denied the opportunity to participate in this wonderful program. And there are 525 students who are admitted, and there are 7 departments: animation, film, theater, visual arts, creative writing, music, and dance. And in addition to classes in studio work, the school has a very strong guest artist program, and working professional artists come to the school for performances and then forums with the students. And this summer, the Lulu May Dance Company from Los Angeles will perform and teach, as will Academy Award nominee Sanjay Patel in animation. And so there's a really wonderful program that's being formed, and this summer the school will have more than 40 guest artists. It's going to be one of the best seasons yet.
Okay, good. All right. California Teacher Commission, Strauss.
So I'll just give you a highlight of a couple of key areas that the CTC is working on. One, on the administrative performance assessment. You know, that's an alternative to completing a course progression, and quite a bit of discussion, and they awarded a contract to Pearson on that. And then talked a bunch about credentialing routes for out-of-state teachers, and particularly about our teacher shortage and not wanting to make it too difficult, but wanting to keep the standards high so that we have teachers coming in well prepared. And thanks to Carolyn Feister, who attends and stays at all the meetings. So some of the details, while I was here with CPAG, she was over at CTC, really following all the activities. Talked about adult certification, and that issue wasn't as big an issue with the group, but definitely that is one that was under conversation. And then quite a bit of discussion about current pending legislation that relates to CTC issues around credentialing, and there's quite a bit. So there was an update and a discussion and input from the CTC members. So that's an update just quickly on some of the issues that they're talking about.
California Commission on Educational Excellence.
The collaborative met on April 7th. During his executive report, Carl Cohn talked about the work he's doing with the Department of Education and with CSESA to work on the things we heard a lot about in the report this morning, the collaborative support and assistance that will be provided to LEAs and county offices of education as we move forward with the enactment of our accountability system. Carl also reported that the collaborative staff is working with the school district in Blythe, the Palo Verde school district that was identified by Riverside County Superintendent Ken Young as in help, might be a good candidate for a pilot district. For those of you who've never been to Blythe, it's an interesting place. And they met with the county's largest, or the community's largest employer, the Ironwood State Prison of the Department of Corrections. So it kind of gives you a sense of what the community might be like out there. So we look forward to additional reports on how that work is going. I think they're also talking to a few other districts about serving as pilots. As a collaborative, we also had presentations from 3 different entities as we continue to learn about promising practices. One was it's called SEAL is the acronym. It's the Subrato Early Academic Language Model that was developed by Dr. Lori Olson. We heard about the literacy program at the Fresno County Office of Education and about Summer Matters, which is run by the Partnership for Children and Youth. So if you're interested in any of those presentations, they're all posted on the CCE website. Our next meeting is Friday, June 10th, and I just want to mention that that will be the last meeting for the chair of our committee, Sandy Thorstensen. Many of you know Sandy. She's the superintendent of Whittier Union High School District, and she's retiring at the end of this academic year. And by virtue of the way the commission, the collaborative is appointed, she's no longer eligible to serve on the collaborative because she's not a sitting superintendent. So that's a big loss for us. We're very sad to have Sandy leave, but just want to acknowledge just the tremendous leadership that she's given to the collaborative in our early meetings. Will we have a report to the board at some point from them? This is it.
Okay, we will get a report from the California Commission when they're, I think, farther along. And there is quite opportunities in the Federal Educational Success for All Children Act for withholding some money from the federal grant for assistance agencies. And that's one of the issues the board will really have some interesting discussions on.
Yeah, I should have mentioned, I'm sorry, that there is a piece of legislation by Senator De Leon that would provide resources to the collaborative, primarily to help with capacity building. I think Glenn mentioned this earlier today. To try to provide training, especially around evaluation rubrics. As we've struggled through this, imagine how the LEAs are actually going to implement it. So if that bill is successful and funding is provided, then the collaborative could step into that role again, I think, in partnership with the department and the counties to provide that capacity building that's really needed for people to get this right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that is all the business we can do today. So I proclaim the board adjourned till tomorrow, Thursday.